a dwi ar dan. Dwi di claddu y gorffen, o dwi di gallu slyfu'n nghlwyfa I gyd yn laeth, a ma' beth bynnag sydd yn rhedeg roedd ar ôl yn ngwaith, yn gwneud fi jyst symud mwyaf yn rhaid. Cariad sydd fel y droen i'r ma' bryd sydd fynd ymlaen, cael mi sydd y daw, trodd I ddwy'n yr awyr.
Ma' rwan I neud y dwbl! Am ganlyniad. Yr het yn mynd I...
Ie, blond wedi mynd â hi.
Good morning to you all and welcome once again to the Showground at Llanelwedd for this year's Royal Welsh Show. During the next 4 days, S4C will bring you the very best that the show has to offer, and we'll be broadcasting on the main channel between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. We'll also be broadcasting across multiple streams and social media platforms with added live feeds from the 3 rings within the main ring, so you won't miss a thing. Now then, whilst the on-screen presenters are introducing themselves, let me introduce you to some of our commentary team here on the Red Button English Language Service. Gerald Lewis, Emma Thomas and Will Pritchard. And Emma, let's start with some of the changes that have been made in the show this year. There'll be the unveiling of a brand new Welsh food and drink village, and I'm sure that'll feature during our broadcast later on today. But there's no horticulture section here this year. What's the reaction been to that? Albeit there's going to be a revamping of that section next year.
Yes. So I'm sure a lot of people will miss visiting the horticulture section, but they can still see flower arranging competitions from Merched y Wawr and WI, and that's in the South Glamorgan Hall. Also there'll be Young Farmers YFC as well, and Donald Morgan, who's a familiar face here at the Royal Welsh in the Floral Art Tent, will be putting on demonstrations as well. There's a honey section, and also there'll be seminars from the Land Workers Alliance as well throughout the week. And yes, we'll be looking forward to see how it will come back at next year's show.
And well, the entries in the livestock classes are up. There's over 7,000 animals entered. And the sheep entries are at a 10-year high. There's over 3,400 entries.
Yeah, it's all meat, no vegetables this year, I'm afraid, Gareth. But yeah, what an incredible feat for the organisers, really, to bring that many and such quality livestock down here to Llanelwedd. I'm in awe as I walk around this morning at the quality of the livestock. I'm very excited. It's going to be a big cattle day today, and of course we'll have a Supreme Beef Champion by the end of the day, so it's full bore on the Monday.
Thanks, Will. And Gerald, we had a glimpse earlier on of the sheep shearing section, and we have to mention the Welsh shearing and wool handling team following their successful campaign at the Golden Shields World Championships.
Yes, indeed. Faster and more furious than ever, I presume it'll be. But no, exceptionally good, to be fair. Congratulations to the Welsh team winning up in the Royal Highland Show and done exceptionally well. In fact, a major trophy which has been dominated probably by our Southern Hemisphere friends, and our Welsh boys have come to the fore and done very well. We look forward to seeing a lot of that later on.
And of course there's a unique atmosphere at the Royal Welsh. Gerald, I don't know if you've had a chance to wander about this morning at all, but there seems to be quite a few people here already.
Yes, indeed. By the traffic that I engrossed on my way in, there's a lot more people here. And our cameras are showing that there is a lot of people about, yes.
Yep, OK, thank you very much. We'll have a chance to speak later on. Of course, Nia at the moment is having a brief chat with a new member of the on-screen team, Hannah Parr, who will be concentrating mainly on the main ring and the horse section. And she has, of course, been here showing herself in the past. And, of course, she can relate to the other people who will be showing in the main ring later today. And Hannah's just admitting to the fact that from time to time it can be quite emotional.
Wel, swn lled, oedd y glaw wedi dyn o fi am ti 3 gloch y bore. Ond na fe, mae'n dechrau gwella, mae'n argoeli fod yn dda iawn hyn.
Wel, gobeithio gei di sioe ar ferchog achos.
Well, as you can see in the background, it's been a cloudy start to the Royal Welsh this year.
Holly Alex Humphreys.
We've had some light rain showers. Not the best start, but apparently it's supposed to be drier this afternoon. The temperature this afternoon is between 16 and 20 degrees. And it's apparently going to be dry later tonight with just a few scattered showers.
Mi fydd 'na ambell gawod yn bosib, ond ar y cyfan yn parhau yn sych. Y tymheredd yn disgyn i 5 gradd Celsius, felly...
And the temperature this evening, around 5 degrees centigrade. Tomorrow, well, a mixture of sunshine and showers and some light winds as well.
Diolch Alex, mi gawn ni fyw mewn gobaith beth bynnag. Ond os nad yw'r tywydd yn eich poeni chi eich bod chi'n gwylio adra, wel cofiwch fod na sylwebaeth Saesneg, a hynny yng nghwmni Gareth Roberts a'r tîm.
Yes, English language commentary is available on this programme on our main ring webcast. If you're watching on Sky Plus, Freeview or Virgin Media, press the red button. TiVo or Sky Q box users, go into settings and use the audio selection option. Bore da iawn I chi gyd. Good morning to you all. I'll be joined here with our resident panel of experts, Gerald Lewis, Emma Thomas, Will Pritchard and Lisa Marie Evans, and I hope you can join us as well. If you're having any difficulties at all, then contact S4C's Viewers Guideline.
Dyna ni pawb yn ei le ta. Wyddwch chi be, ma' 'na ryw deimlad o newid yn y gwynt.
Well, there we are. Let's get the ball rolling here at this year's Royal Welsh Show. Feature county, of course, this year is Glamorgan. And as it happens, it's 70 years since the show was held in Cardiff's Pontcanna Fields. That was before, of course, the show settled on the permanent site here at Llanelwedd. And as it happens, this year marks 60 years since the Royal Welsh Show was held at its permanent location back in 1963. Well, we will get the ball rolling. We're going to head straight to the main ring and say a very good morning to Lisa Marie Evans. Good morning, Lisa.
We're now into the first class of the main ring, and the first class in this side of the main ring is the Section C class. This is judged by Mrs Larry Wynne Marshsay-Jenkins from Talabon, Ceredigion. She's the Rye judge for this class. This is a very unique class at the Royal Welsh with the ridden Welsh breeds, because you get a Rye judge who marks the ride but actually rides the judges, rides the horses, which you don't see in shows these days. Normally they're just judging from the ground. And then you've got the confirmation judge, which is Mr Adrian Bowen from St Clair's Carmarthen. So once the Rye judge has ridden the pony, the tack then gets pulled off, and they get presented to the confirmation judge, who then gives a mark for the confirmation. So this is judged through a mark scheme. So the Rye judge, after she gets off riding the horse, will give a mark out of 50. And then the confirmation judge also gives a mark out of 50, which then gets added up to give the total and the final result. So there were 39 catalogue entries for this class.
What they did then, the judges pulled in their favourite horses there, and then the back line then were asked to leave the class. As there's such big entries, they ask normally around 20 entries to stay in to be for the final judging. As you can see here, there's the ride judge is riding one of the exhibits here, which is given a lovely ride there.
Mrs. Eleri.
So Eleri here doing the ride judge. She'll be looking for a pony with purpose, which needs to fulfill a job. You're looking for a horse that is responsive and mannerly and responds to what she's asking it to do. She'll have a walkout and a trot and a canter on each rein and ask for them to extend out. Eleri will put emphasis on the importance of the walk and the free movement from the shoulder and looks for a pony with plenty of length of rein. With the section C's, the judges will also be looking for the pony qualities, which include a big eye, small ears and quality bone. She's just bringing this one back into the line now after giving a ride. So this is actually the pony that got pulled in first. That's with Lisa Wigglesworth there. She's now giving the mark to the steward before going on to the pony that's been pulled in second place. Of course, this initial lineup could have no bearing on the final lineup because it'll just be the initial, what they saw as the ponies they wanted to bring forward to the final judging there, which caught their eye on the initial go-round. This is Amy Devine's horse, the one that she's got the ride on there. So the section C that was pulled in first, there was Hilgarth Just Do It, which has now been stripped off, ready to go up for the confirmation. Eleri's a very experienced jockey there. She's no stranger to this ring and has also qualified her Section D for Horse of the Year show this year. We'll be back for the result later, hopefully.
Gweld yr ymateb yn eitha da fyna I Eleri.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground here at Llanelwydd. First morning of 4 days, of course, here on S4C Live until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's head straight to the sheep ring and we'll join Gerald and Emma.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Yes, our first outing in the sheep ring this year then, and joining the Kerry Hill sheep, Gerald.
Yes, a very strong, easily identified sheep with their very tall, upstanding, carrying their head very high, and their black eyes, black ears, and black to the point of their nose. Hill breed that was perhaps has grown out of the hills, actually, because they've become so big and strong.
Yes, they are a big-framed sheep, aren't they? And we see them a lot in the show ring, don't we? Because they stand so well and they show themselves off so well as well, don't they?
We've seen the Kerry Hill come to the fore many, many times in the Native Breed Championship later on, and we're in the senior ram class here at the moment. And we'll have our first look at our judge, which is, funny enough, Neil Radner.
Yeah,
perhaps he's not judging the right class.
No, he should be doing the Hill Radners,
yeah, no, he's a familiar face here at the Royal Welsh Show and has judged here many, many times before. So obviously he knows what it's about, and the pressure that's imposed on him, I'm sure he'll carry it very well.
Yes. And yeah, so the commentator there just saying now what he looks for in these is he starts at the head, because they've got such a distinctive head. They've got to catch your attention. And interesting now, the judge now just looking at the wool there, he's parting the wool, isn't he? As a breed standard, they should have no black wool in their fleece at all. And again, checking the wool there on the tail head as well.
Interesting, I see there then, looking at the sheep from behind, and we can see that they're black down the back of their legs, and I do believe it's a trait that it is supposed to be not parted at all. Actually consistent black.
I know what you mean,
top
yes.
of the hock right down.
So a solid stripe,
solid
so
stripe,
to speak.
Got it,
yeah.
So
and in the front then, they look a little bit like knee pads then, don't they?
That's
like
quite right.
yes.
Yeah, that's quite, yeah.
And there we now.
Being such a tall and athletic type of sheep, you feel that feature a lot about the shoulder, because a lot of these sheep could go very narrow in the shoulder then because of their length, and it's a job to maintain that width right throughout then.
The type of frame they have, isn't it? There's some strong rams in this class.
See at the back of the ram at the end there now then has a broken with that, whether the judge will feature on that at all. I don't know, but it has broken.
But very powerful looking ram, isn't it?
Mine, yes, very.
Yes, it's a shame in a way that we can't see them from their front, isn't it? Because they.
But anyway, next time round we'll have to come back, because we're not going to finish at this class, but we will hopefully come back and see later on what Mr. Radner has made his decision.
Well, don't forget, you can download or upgrade the Royal Welsh app on Google Play or the App Store. All the information you require, the results of the day, a map of the showground, and it's all free of charge. All the details are on our website, s4c.cymru/shoy. Right, from the sheep ring, let's head straight to the cattle ring, and Will joins Gerald.
Well, it's the Hereford cattle that we start with, Gerald, and a breed which is increasing in popularity over the past few years.
Yes, indeed. Just a few years ago, we did see Supreme Champion Hereford taking the individual championship, I should have said, in the Royal Welsh Show here, and I'm sure they'll be trying their best here today, and there's some exceptional good, well-fleshed bulls here today.
Yes, indeed.
The Hereford Cattle Society, I believe, went further afield to get a little bit more growth, and they went to Canada and imported some of the Canadian bloodlines, but I don't know, is it quite as successful as perhaps they would have liked, because what they did was got cattle that grew tremendously well but lost their native shape then, or their original shape, I should say. And it's nice to see perhaps then the cattle here on show today are perhaps a little bit more fleshy than what the Herefords of just a few years ago were.
And of course a favourite with the dairy farmer as well for crossing over the dairy cows, renowned for their easy calving. Yes, and of course you you will be a bit careful with the size of the animal, I suppose. It can easily lose that.
Well, yes, indeed, because obviously the Holstein influence has come into the dairy cattle, and if the Canadian influence come into the Hereford bulls, well, we would end up probably with a lot of crossbred calves of enormous size, but just a job to put flesh on them then, isn't it, for the end product, like.
Just moving out of the picture there is, or moving back in, I guess, is our judge, Mr. Des Kelly, who's over from Northern Ireland, and I'm expecting him to do a very thorough job. He's an accountant by trade, Gerald, yes.
Examine every aspect of the animal then, surely.
I'm sure he'll be totting up the pluses and the minuses on each and every one of the animals. But yes, indeed, a past president of the Hereford Society as well back in 2019, so certainly knows his breed as well as his numbers.
That's right, and Hereford Society, obviously, Hereford speaks volumes for the name of the cattle, that they are derived from just down the road here in Herefordshire, and you don't have to go too far from Bilth, just across the border and into Herefordshire. So fetching a judge from very far afield to judge perhaps what is be a native to Bilth, perhaps, you know, realistically, but I'm sure he'll do an exceptional good job, and like you say, he'll know what type of animal he will be looking for.
And of course they're easily recognisable even when they've been crossed on other breeds. The white head always comes through, and whether you're watching cowboy films from the 1960s, or if you head down to Patagonia at the moment into South America, you'll always see the Hereford breed coming through.
In fact, yes, probably Aberdeen and Hereford would be two probably the most used terminal sires of crossbred cattle right throughout the world, and not only crossbreds. I mean, New Zealand, I was lucky enough to go there myself on a few occasions, and Hereford herds in New Zealand of enormous size, like, you know, 8,000 to 10,000 cows. So yes, and all Herefords. Perhaps they would roost a little bit of Aberdeen in, and you'd see them black animals predominantly then with white heads with a few spots on their faces, but you still knew what they were, Hereford cross cattle. And it's a very, very large breeding base now, I would think, right throughout the world, aren't they?
Des Kelly there, just watching the animals parade past him. Important that the feet and legs are fully operational. These animals are, after all, working animals that need to get from paddock to paddock.
Animals that, as I said, just down the road here in Herefordshire, and Herefordshire, very good grass county, just as most of Wales is, and a lot of these animals would pride themselves on being able to finish on grass, and obviously doesn't really feature here today, but there's no figures or whatever to go with these animals, but he would be thinking to himself, this is a very good fleshing animal that would produce good fleshing animals.
Trailblazer.
Ellen L. Bowen's Trailblazer is a bull that is in picture at the moment. And all of these bulls,
it's quite a strong class.
No, I'm very impressed. Very impressed.
Very strong class too, for first senior bull class of Hereford cattle here in the Royal Welsh. Turned out to exception as per normal.
Nia Roberts is Bromley Elgar. Just gone out of picture. And you can see the cattle ring is really starting to buzz now. The Charolais and the Welsh Blacks are out. I'm sure we'll be back very shortly, Gerald.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, we will be back in the cattle ring shortly, but in the meantime, let's head back to where we started the day's proceedings, in the sheep ring, and it's back to Gerald and Emma.
Yes, Mr. Radner has made his decision in the senior ram section here, and
we can see that the winner is 4979 from Tom Evans. And, looks like he did a bit of moving around
yes, indeed,
since we were here last. Strong ram there. There we go. And we can see the lovely head of the Kerry Hill there now.
Thank you. First red card of the show?
Yeah.
What a start. But this one's done really well in the past, has he?
Yeah, yeah.
What has he won with you?
He won overall, I think, at the Spring Fair. And that's all we've done up to now.
Yeah. But last year, I hear, there was a bit of a story. Did your father forget to put the entries in for the Royal Welsh?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
So you missed the Royal Welsh last year?
Yeah.
But back with a bang this year?
That's it, yeah. Yeah, perfect to be back.
You kept this breed for a long time. How did it start for you?
A man called Gwilym Pugh had a Cade lamb for me, and ever since then I've grown up with it and started off with a Cade lamb.
And how many have you got now?
Over 80 odd.
So one Cade lamb turned into a flock of 80 Kerry Hills and winning here at the Royal Welsh.
That's it, yeah.
Fantastic,
yeah.
well done you.
Thank you very much.
Llongyfarchiadau.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground here at Llanelwydd. Day one of this year's Royal Welsh Show. We've been to the cattle ring and the sheep ring and the main ring. Let's have the first visit of the day to the pig ring and join Gerald and Emma once again.
Yes, we first visit, as you say, in the Royal Welsh Show this year to the Welsh pigs. And,
yes.
Outdoors now, we used to featuring them indoors in the winter fair.
In the winter fair, yes. And even though the conditions aren't the best for maybe the people here, the pigs will enjoy this cooler weather compared to last year. It was not fun for them last year. But we are joining the class 1276, which is for a boar born on or between the 1st of July 22 and 31st of December 2022.
So it's quite a tight frame, isn't it?
It is actually.
Would you class these as senior boars then?
Well, they'll be just the year old.
Yeah.
So born between 1st of July 2022. They'll be just over the year old then, but they could be a bit younger as well. So it just goes to show the growth of a pig in a year.
And our judge is?
Our judge is Mr. Mark Horsley from Vicarage Field Farm, Yorkshire, and indeed his first visit to Wales, and straight into the pig ring at the Royal Welsh Show.
And into the Welsh pig section as well.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. And he'll be judging today then other breeds as well. But starting off with the Welsh pigs, he's a third-generation pig farmer himself, with some 260 breeding sows, then producing sort of 2,000 pigs in the place. Yes, I know, that's a fair old setup there. So we can see there.
As we see here then, the pigs are free roaming around the rings, and judge has to work very, very hard to keep up with them.
They do, the judges and the handlers, indeed, don't they? Because you can't halter a pig. There's not much to get hold of on a pig's head. They don't have much of a neck, and like a sheep or cattle then. So it's all done with a board and stick. And
we noticed there then, that they have a tag in their right ear and a tattoo in their left ear.
Yes.
Is that significant to the Welsh breed, or is it general rule throughout pig industry?
I don't know whether the different breed have different sort of standards, but tattooing of pigs is...
For traceability terms,
Yes.
And identification, obviously.
Yes, and because if pigs are, they've got those big fluffy ears, if they are sort of free range, it wouldn't be take much to to pull a tag out.
No,
so we have exhibitor number 8001 there, the Roberts family, who we've seen a lot of at the Royal Welsh with their Welsh pigs. So slightly maybe a younger boar there, not quite as powerful as some of the other ones.
Well, as you say, the
his
speed
date
at which
of
they
birth
go, he could only
actually
be sort of 3 months younger than the others,
Yes.
but it's a significant size in the pig industry that they grow that rapid, isn't it? Like,
yeah, so that one would
we'll
then...
have to come back, perhaps?
Yes, I'm sure the judges is work cut out trying to catch up with these pigs.
Don't forget, you don't have to be here in Llanelwedd to be part of the show. You can follow us on Facebook, Twitter or Instagram. All the information that you require is available on our website. It's s4c.cymru/sioe. Right, it's back to the Herefords and back to the cattle ring, and rejoin Gerald and Will.
Yes, Des Kelly, our judge, has been working diligently while we've been away, and still studying the livestock. Concentration easy to see on his face.
Dwi'n credu fel wyn ni'n rhagweld, falle.
Y tarw mwyaf yn y dosbarth yw tarw 3-6. Tarw wedi fagu ym Mhont Creuddyn, Ger Llambed, Gwyndaf Davies a'i deulu sydd wedi fagu. Bamp o darw, yn dwi?
Neu tynnu nhw mewn, mae fe jyst...
Tynnu nhw mewn, mae'n ni trefnu,
dwi'n meddwl.
Ond mae yna deirw arbennig iawn ar bryd yn mynd o nerth i nerth, a braf hefyd, newn ni sôn fwy am y gwartheg dion nes mlaen pan newn ni draw i edrych ar y dosbarthiadau yn fyny, Marian, ond braf gweld y gwartheg dion.
Well, I was just about to say, Gerald, they're such a strong class. He could quite easily have fooled us from one end to the other, but...
Pan bod ni'n dod i'r rhyngryd, ond fel ni'n gweud, mae'n dda i weld cystadleuwyr newi, a rhai sydd ddim wedi bod felly am gyfnod wedi dod nôl yn y gwartheg dion.
Edrychwn ni mlaen i fynd draw at y gwartheg dion yn y man nawr. O nôl at yr Henffordd. Des Kelly, y beirniad o Ogledd Iwerddon.
Well, a little bit easier this year than last year, of course. We were sweltering in 40-degree heat this time last year. It's a little cooler and a little more a little more like home, dare I say. Yeah. He's striding with great purpose as he takes one final look at the front.
Mae'n gwybod yn union siwt i ddenu sylw'r beirniad. Fes Kelly'n mynd nôl eto. Os mae'n mynd am seis ma fe a pwer, Marian, dwi'n meddwl mae'r
un ar y top.
Yr un ar blaen y cyw fel petai fan hyn eitha hi, yn dyna sy'n ni'n tybio.
A mae'r un sy'n nesaf tro hefyd dwi'n...
Well, I think this class in particular, Gerald, it will definitely be the judge's preference, and we'll see what he'll be looking for in the rest of the show. He's got various types, and he's switching two around.
Mae o'r un farna chi, dwi'n meddwl.
Ond so chi'n gwybod nes bod Rosette yn y llaw chi?
Nagi. Yn union.
Mae'n hala nhw cerdded rown.
Eisiau gweld nhw'n cerdded. Ond unne hefyd yn meddwl mae'n newid nhw o gwmpas. Ond na, eisiau gweld nhw'n cerdded. Cerdded ma fe unwaith eto. A pan mae'n dod i feirniadu fel hyn nawr, does na ddim rheolau yn ffordd.
That's exactly what he wants to do. He wants to see them. Yeah, head to tail. He'll be looking at the length, I guess, looking the top line.
Yeah. Mae'n galw mewn nawr ydy?
Galw nhw mewn, mae e. A dyma fydd y drefn terfynol sy'n ni'n credu.
Maybe a little shorter on the leg than some of the continental cousins that will be featuring a little later.
Pan fydden nhw'n dosbarthu'r cardiau coch na. Dwi'n meddwl mai te, Marian, dyma fydd y drefn terfynol sy'n ni'n tybio.
Dechrau da i'r ein i'r fywyd yn dyfa.
Peder hosan wen bersteg hefyd y does.
I'm beginning to get nervous myself watching him. It's he's certainly building a little atmosphere in the ring, that's for sure.
Un cam eto am yn ôl I wneud yn siŵr bod e'n neud y penderfyniad cywir. Dosbarth eithriadol o gystadleuol. Yn dwi'n dosbarth gryf.
Yn drydydd wedyn, mae'r un mwy traddodiadol felly, yn dyfa?
Ie, teulu Laifod, Heathhouse Virgil. Ond dwi'n meddwl bod y penderfyniad...
He's off to see the steward. It looks like he has selected his winner.
A dyna ni.
The fair weather stewards sheltering under the gazebo. I don't blame them. I'm sure they're claiming they're keeping the paperwork dry, isn't it?
O'n I wedi dala, hwnna wedi dala yn ligad I gweud y gwir.
And there's our winner. 3037, L&L Bowens, Solpol Trailblazer. September 2019 born bull. Bred by J and W McCordy. Well done to the Bowens.
Wel, da ni'n dal yma yn y cylch moch, a dwi'n credu bod y beiriad ma Chosley wedi penderfynu pwy sy'n mynd I fynd â hi yn y gystadleuaeth.
Well, we were in the pig ring earlier. We're going to return there now. Stay with Gerald, who's joined by Emma.
Yes, I'm back in the same pass as we featured earlier on. The boar born between 1st of July and 31st of December 22. And Mr. Horsley has made his decision. And it is number 8,000.
Yes, from Tavy Evans. And that's Goldfoot James, and he was born on the 28th of August 2022. So not yet quite had his first birthday. But that red card would make a nice birthday gift. And in second place then, Wakeham, Dawson and Hammer. With their boar then. Very smart boar there.
They're attractive pigs, aren't they? They're clear length in them, isn't there?
Yes, they are. And a lot of the sort of modern breeding of commercial pigs then were initially come from the Welsh pig then. Although as a pedigree breed, they did drop in numbers and were considered rare breeds.
Wel, mae'r neuadd fwyd yn weddol wag achos mae'n fore dydd Llun a dwi yng nghwmni'r ymgynghorydd bwyd, Myrddin Davies. So mae'r hwyl? Bore da. Iawn, diolch yn fawr. A mae'r deimlad braf ar fore dydd Llun y sioe wastad yn does?
Oes, mae pawb yn ffresh, dydy. Mae stondina i gyd yn edrych ar ei gorau.
A faint o stondina sy yma, Lenny?
So mae 'na tua 60 yn y neuadd fwyd, ond mae stondin cywain y tu cefn i ni, mae nhw'n newid bob dydd, so mae 'na 16 o gynhyrchwyr yn dangos yn fanon.
4 bob dydd. A mae hwnna'n gyfle gwych i gwmnïau ifanc yn dydi?
Yndi, mae o'n ffena siop, lot yn nhw yn arddangos am y tro cynta, a maen nhw'n gallu greu hynny hefo cefnogaeth. Mae o'n beth mawr dod i sioe fel un, fel busnes ifanc, ag arddangos am y tro cynta.
Wel, fel ymgynghorydd bwyd, wyt ti wedi ymwneud efo nifer o gwmnïau fel yna, do? Pa fath o gynghorion da chi'n gallu... Beth ydy'r cwestiwn na? Beth sydd angen i'r cwmni yma wybod felly cyn cychwyn ar y siwrna?
Dwi'n meddwl, ydych chi'n taro rhywle yn yr ffen na siwrna ydy, a'r peth pwysica ydy bod rwy'n yn edrych arno fo fel siwrna. So bod na fap mewn lle, o lle mae'r busnes na eisiau gyrraedd mewn flwyddyn, mewn 2 blynedd, mewn 3 blynedd. Ac wedyn bod ni'n gallu cefnogi nhw i gyrraedd yr cerig milltir yna ar hyd y ffordd.
Felly syniad, hufen ia er enghraifft, ia? Dwi'n dechrau fanna, a wedyn ti'n mynd â ni ymlaen ar y daith.
Ie, so syniad, edrych ar y farchnad. Os na farchnad i'r syniad yna, be di'r tueddiadau ynghlwm â hynny. Ydy o'n ymarferol, ydy'r adnodda, ydy'r arian i fuddsoddi, achos mae rai buddsoddi pan mae rhywun yn cychwyn busnes. Ydy hynny mewn lle. A wedyn edrych pa mor fawr mae rhywun eisiau fynd ag o.
Tys y ti'n ynghori i rwan, ta? Dwi'n gwybod, mae yna winoedd, mae yna gawsia, mae yna hufen ia fan hyn. Os na ormod o un math o beth yn cael ei gynhyrchu, neu os na brinder, lle mae'r bwlch yn y farchnad?
Mae hwnna'n gwestiwn mae rhywun yn gael yn aml. Ond y peth syml ydy, mae'r diwydiant bwyd a diod yn gyson newid, mae yna lot o arloesi'n digwydd yn efo. A be mae pobl yn chwilio am yn newid yn gyson hefyd. So, yr peth pwysica di rwy'n, yn y diwydiant, bod rwy'n yn awyddus ac ddim ofn newid, fel mae y cyhoedd yn newid i'w blas a be maen nhw'n chwilio amdano fo.
Wyt ti wedi gweld lot o newid, dwi'n siŵr. Ers faint wyt ti'n ymgynghorydd bwyd?
Dwi'n ymgynghorydd wan ers rhyw 6 mlynedd.
A pam ond mab ffarm o lan rws ti'n mynd i'r cyfeiriad yna, lle?
Dwi'n meddwl mae wedi digwydd yn naturiol o ran gyrfa a bod rwy'n dod fwy o ddiddordeb yn y maes ac wedyn yn datblygu'n broffesiynol o fewn y maes ac rhyw 6 mlynedd nôl penderfynu mynd yn ymgynghorydd ar liws fy hun.
Ac wedyn, ti wedi gweld newidiadau mawr, os mae rhywun yn edrych o'i gwmpas, a da ni'n mynd i ganolbwyntio rhai o stondina yn y man, dyda ni. Hynny di, mae pethau'n edrach yn dda. Dyna dwi'n deud hyn y flynyddol wrth ddod yma. Ti'n sylwi, mae'r pecynnu, mae'n ddeniadol i'r llygad, yndi?
Yndi, a mae rhaid iddo fod, achos pan da ni'n prynu bwyd a diod, yn aml iawn, da ni yn prynu i ddechrau hefo'r llygad cyn blasu y cynnyrch yna. So mae rhaid i'r apel i'r llygad fod ar y pecynnu yn ogystal a bod y cynnyrch ei hun yn blasu'n dda.
Wel, mae yna nifer o bethau wedi denu fy'r llygad i Myrddin. Da ni wedi gofyn i ti ddewis ychydig o stondina, a mi wnawn ni ganolbwyntio ar rheini tro nesa, a byddwch chi'n ymweld â ni yma yn y Neuadd Fwyd. Ond am y tro, diolch yn fawr i ti.
Diolch.
Mae'r hosglymau cynta y prif gylch ar fin cael ei dosbarthu. I ni wedi bod yn mwynhau cystadleuaeth yr ail hyfforddi ceffylau rasio ar gyfer y bryd pur tan gyfrwy i'r cesig neu'r adfeirch dros 4 blwydd ddod. Ar hyn o bryd, wrthi yn trafod mae'r ddoi sydd wedi bod yn beirniadu'r gystadleuaeth yma. Mr Nathan Deakins o Sir Benfro yn beirniadu y marchogaeth a Mrs Polly Walker o Ddyfnaint yn edrych ar y cyd-ymffurfiad. Y ddau wedi cael tro a golwg manwl o'r ceffylau ac ar fi'n dyfalu pwy sy'n mynd i fynd â hi. Owen wedi bod yn cyd-fwynhau'r gystadleuaeth yma dy fi hefyd.
Ie, felly'r ddau beirniad wedi beirniadu'r ceffylau yma'n unigol. Un beirniad wedi edrych ar y ffordd mae'r ceffyl yn ymateb, sef beirniad y marchogaeth, ac wedyn y beirniad arall wedyn yn edrych ar y ffordd mae'r ceffyl wedi cael rhoi at ei gilydd, sicrhau bod na ddim gwendidau yn perthyn i'r ffordd mae ceffyl wedi cael ei rhoi at ei gilydd. A'r ddau beirniad, dwi'n meddwl bod y ddau beirniad yma wedi rhoi marc i'r ceffylau, beirniadu gyda'i gilydd maen nhw, felly fyddan nhw nawr yn dod i gytundeb ac yn tynnu'r ceffylau i fewn i'r llinell yn y trefn terfynol. Felly'r ceffylau yn cael ei danfon allan ac yn cerdded mewn cylch o amgylch nhw. Felly'r ddau beirniad yn trafod. Y stiward wedyn, Barbara Green yn y pellter. Felly Barbara fydd yn gofyn i'r ceffylau yma ddod mewn. Felly y ddau beirniad ar hyn o bryd yn trin a thrafod.
Ac yn gofio cefndir y ceffylau yma, mae rasio oedd eu prif bwrpas nhw. Pob un ohonyn nhw wedi ymateb yn dda iawn yn y gystadleuaeth yma drwy gael ei ail hyfforddi a'i ail strwythuro bron y bod.
Ie, mae hynny'n hollol wir. Yn y gorffennol, ni wedi gweld beirniad yn cwmpodd ar y ceffylau yma, ond heddi y beirniad yn brofiadol tu hwnt wrth gwrs, ond hefyd y ceffylau wedi cael ei hyfforddi'n dda ac wedi ymateb yn dda i'r beirniad.
A'r eiliadau ola yma yn hynod bwysig mwyn i Nathan Deakins ac i Polly Walker wneud yn siŵr bod nhw'n cytuno ar pa un o'r ceffylau yma fydd yn mynd ar wobr gynta heddi. Mae'n bleser bob blwyddyn i weld y ceffylau arbennig yma yn cael ail gyfle ac yn ymateb mor dda i'r rheini sydd yn marchogaeth o ran y beirniadu ac wedi llwyddo i ail hyfforddi'r meddwl a'r corff hefyd.
Ie, mae'r ceffylau yma wedi gorfod newid swydd yn llwyr. Felly, dwi'n meddwl y meddylfryd o bosib yw'r peth anoddau newid. Y ceffylau yma'n dod fewn i'r cylch yn gorffennol gan anelu at y llinell derfyn, ond erbyn hyn yn dod fewn i'r cylch mwyn rhoi perfformiad ac yn dangos unen i bod yn geffylau hamddenol hefyd ac yn geffylau sy'n ymateb yn dda iawn i'r un sy'n marchogaeth. Felly, yn y gorffennol wedi sianelu'r egni hynny i'r rydeg ac i gyrraedd y diwedd, ond erbyn hyn, y ceffylau yma yn gorfod bod yn dipyn fwy hamddenol. Felly, ie, fel nes i sôn, y meddylfryd yw'r peth anoddau newid gyda'r ceffylau yma, ond yn amlwg, y rhai hynny sy'n marchogaeth wedi gwneud y swydd hynny'n dda iawn.
A'r elusen gath i sefydlu nôl yn 2000, y flwyddyn 2000, wedi bod yn edrych ar les y ceffylau rasio yma ers hynny, a wedi profi i fod yn llwyddiannus iawn.
Keith a Finne yn cael modd i fyw fan hyn ynghylch y defed gyda'r Cerrys. Nawr ta Keith, yr hwrdd blwydd sydd mewn nawr, ac am wledd 17 hwrdd blwydd yn y cylch. Mae hwnna'n ragorol.
O, mae'n bendigedig. Am fwy na hynny, mae'r safon mor uchel yn defe. Allwch chi ddim tynnu un mas o'r llall, ond bydd rhaid i wneud ond os dim un allwch chi weid dyle fe ddim bod, mae nhw i gyd o'r safon uchel.
A dyw e ddim yn rwydd i baratoi Cerry ar gyfer y cylch cystadlu, achos mae gymaint o wlad arnyn nhw.
O, os. Ond maen nhw yn dod ar ôl ni, ond jobyn cyntaf yw i pigo nhw cael o'r iawn. Mae'n dipendo cael o'r gwlan wedyn, cael hwrs i'r gwlan tynnu, mae'n dod a baratoi lot o hwyddach na fel arall.
A fel chi'n cael nhw edrych mor wyn, achos chymod, y tywydd ni wedi bod yn cael yn ddiweddar, ni wedi bod yn cael glaw, ni wedi bod yn cael sychter, mae fe'n effeithio ar ei glan nhw, a lliw y glan nhw'n dweud?
Odi. O, mae rhaid rhoi bas iddyn nhw. I golchi nhw lawr, maen nhw'n dod wedyn, gyda'r amser yn anffodus, a mae'r twaith maen nhw'n mynd yn was na gwell, os bydd y tywydd yn ffein, a bod nhw'n mas, o feddan mewn prydd neu beth. A mae jobi mae'n dael wneud e wedyn.
O, mae tipyn o ffys a ffwdar wrth yn ddangos mewn, dos e?
O. Fi'n mynd gwybod o'r i Welsh, ond mae fe'n y gwad, so mae fe'n cadw i fynd.
O, weithiau chi'n meddwl bod rhywbeth yn bod yn o'n i, bod ni moyn cystadlu, achos mae fe'n gallu bod yn rhwystredig tu hwnt yn dweud. Chi wedi paratoi rhywbeth ar gyfer y siow, a wedyn, fel chi'n gweud, gorwedd mewn prydd, neu mynd yn gloff.
O, di.
Diwrnod cyn y sioe.
O, gen i ddefyd nawr, cystadlu fawr na ddefyd na wynog. A bydd nhw'n gloff wrthnos fetha, weles i o'r siwt beth.
A mwy na thebyg, nhw heb fo'n gloff?
O na, dim o gwbl.
Cynni?
Ond o'n i'n gwybod beth i wneud.
Beth chi wedi wneud e? Pwy tip sydd â chi?
O dim tip, dim ond y diw mowr sy'n gyda wedi helpu fi mas tro hyn. Ond tipyn o fus.
A cholli chwsg?
Mae'r siow, mae fe'n y gwad, so allwn ni beth o help.
Na, a mae fe'n fraint cael bod yn y cylch yn dweud?
O, di. Mae'n fraint cael bod lan yn y sioe i ddechrau, cael dod â ni fel, a mae fe'n deimlad i llwytho bofen i ddod i'w sioe, a fi'n meddwl yn yma, fi'n cael cwt y trailer. O, sioe fan un ôl nhw, a teimlad o ddod, mae'n rhywbeth o fel yn dyfe.
Bach o pili pala yn y bola?
O ie, chymod, dod a batoi a dod cymaint y cysadlu, os ennill, mae'n bach o bonus, ond cael bod yn y sioa dangos yn y cylch mawr, mae'n lot o beth.
A chymo, nawr, mae nhw'n cystadlu'n galed, cythral y cystadlu'n amlwg iawn. Ond wedyn, unwaith bydd y cota gwyn yn cael ei tynnu off, bydd pawb yn un teulu mawr yn cymdeithasu a joio gyda gilydd. Dyna beth sy'n gret, ynddo fe?
Ond mae sawl llygad ffo yn mynd nawr, amser un nawr, gael gweld bethau mynd.
Llygadu'r hwrdd drws nesaf, eich o hwnna'n edrych i gymariau ni.
A gael gweld mae ma bewniad wedyn, ond fel o'n i'n gweud, mae'n adeg cysewus iawn.
A mae'r ein yn crefftwyr wrth ei gwaith, y ffordd maen nhw wedi trimo rwy'n yr hyrdod yma.
Mae eisiau mynedd i wneud, mae amser yn mynd i wneud nhw'n tefe. Dwi'n gweld nhw ar y dydd, dwi'n ddim byd i ateb y gwaith sy'n mynd i ôl i rhywbeth. Mae'n bendigedig yma.
Wel, y dyn pwysig yn y cylch fan hyn heddi yw Nia Roberts, a fe yn amlwg wedi beirniadu ar ddangos, gwneud y cwbl lot. Mae'n gwybod beth mae'n chwilio amdano. Felly nawn ni adael ni am ychydig tra bod Nia Roberts yn mynd o amgylchu bethau ac ddawn ni nôl i weld pwy fydd yn gosod yn y safle cyntaf.
Ac I ffwrdd â ni ar y rhagfraf nesaf o gystadleuaeth dechreuwyr y trin gwlân. Maen nhw'n gyfrifol fan hyn dros ddau y gyneifiwr ac felly dwy o ddefed yn y gorlan. Mae'r rhain yn bobl ifanc sydd yn dechrau ar ei gyrfa cystadleuol ac mae'n braf iawn gweld cymaint ohonyn nhw yn cystadlu yma yn y sioe fawr. Ar y stondin un felly mae Maggie Lewis ar ddau Annie Mae James ac ar dri Charlotte Nixon. Y tair o'r rhain o Gymru o mae'n gystadleuwyr yma o bob cwr o'r byd. Jack Fagan fanna mynd o dan y tansail. Fagan wedi dod yr holl ffordd o Seland Newydd, mae fydd o'n cystadlu nes ymlaen yn yr wythnos ar y cnifio peiriant. Ond ar hyn o bryd, mae ddigon hamddenol i'r cystadleuwyr fan hyn. Maen nhw'n clirio'r stondin i wneud siŵr bod yr cneifiwr yma ddim yn llithro ar y gwlân man sydd dod yn rhydd o dro i dro. Dan I traed nhw, Richard Jones yn y canol fel cneifiwr y fanna, pencampwr byd y tan eleni. Felly mae safon y cneifio yma yn ddi amod. Cneifwyr I gyd yn trio gorffen yr un pryd fel bod y trinwyr gwlân yn cael yr un cyfle. Mae yna ar hyn o bryd felly 6 o gneifwyr allan ac mae'r defed cyntaf o ran I cnyddiau mynd I ddod yn rhydd. Mi welwch chi yn fan hyn rwan. Charlotte Nixon yn cadw llygad ar y gwlân ac gwneud siŵr bod y cni yn un darn tafliad rwan, gwneud siŵr bod o'n agor allan gymaint sy'n bosib I weld be di be. Mae rwan yn clirio'r llwyfan, gwneud siŵr bod hwnnw'n daclus gyntaf fel tasau hi'n paratoi ar gyfer y cnifio'r nesaf. Ond oes ar un o fan hyn achos mae'n gystadleuaeth weddol syml. Tafliad da ochr yma wedyn I Maggie Lewis ac wedyn yn y canol Annie Mae James fe sy'n byw Penrhyn Coch am dipyn yma. Annie Mae James yn un o'r teulu James bellach o Penbank Penrhyn Coch. Mae'n braf iawn I gweld hi yma ac mi oedd hi wedi gwneud argraff dda iawn yng ngheifio coffi ydy Gwener cyn y sioe fawr felly mae yna ddisgwyliadau mawr ohoni hi ac mae wedi bod yn daclus iawn. Sbiwch pa mor dyn ydy'r cni yna ganddi hi. Mae o fod fel sausage roll y cni yna a mae wedi cael hwyl dda iawn arni. Ddim coed cystal o ran y cni fanna gan Maggie Lewis ond mae rhaid I chi gymryd beth chi'n gael. Mae bob cni yn wahanol, mae bob dafod yn wahanol, mae bob cneifwyr yn wahanol o tafliad gwych fanna gan Maggie Lewis fan hyn. Felly pwy sy'n mynd I orffen efo'r cnyddiau yma gyntaf ac wedyn dechrau ar y glanhau o dan y byrddau yma. Mae'n edrych yn debyg. Mae Maggie Lewis wyddi yn tafliad da iawn yma. Unwaith eto I Annie Mae James. Mae'n gallu gweld yr ddwy ochr y cnyddiau. Cofiwch mae'r cnyddiau yma'n cael ei lapio efo'r tu mewn allan mwyn I gadw yr cni yn lan. Ac wedyn dyma ni pen arall Charlotte Nixon ydy hon. Mae hi newydd sylweddoli bod hi wedi gadael gwlan bol allan. Rhawn nhw mewn. Clirio'r stondin wedyn fan hyn I Maggie Lewis sydd yn bell ar y blaen ar hyn o bryd i'r ddwy arall. Ond cofiwch mae yna fwy ddyn ag amser. Mae taclusrwydd yn dod I mewn I fan hyn yn union rhyw peth ar gweddill gystadlaethau'r cneifio. Annie Mae James y fan hyn wan ar cwlwm ar yr ail gni a Charlotte Nixon fawr I ddewis rhwng y ddwy ohonyn nhw. Ond Charlotte Nixon yn cael y cni yna mewn i'r bocs gyntaf. Fydd hwnna'n mynd I lawr i'r blaen I gael ei ferniadu rwan clirio'r llwyfan I ddechrau. Cneifiwr ydy'r peth sanctaidd yn y gystadleuaeth yma trwy'r amser. Ond cofiwch, fydda yna ddim byd yn digwydd o ran y glân heb y bobl yma. Mae nhw'n amrisiadwy ac mae'n braf iawn gweld bod yna gymaint o ddiddordeb yn y cystadlu yma ar gyfer y dyfodol. A mae llwyddiant Cymru yn y maes yma yn annog bobl ifanc I mewn i'r gamp. Dyma ni felly, Maggie Lewis fawr iawn ar ôl gen I hi wan, gwneud yn siŵr bod yna ddim ar ôl I gael ei ferniadu o ran blerwch o dan y bwrdd na. Mewn na fo i'r bwcad, da ni'n gweld y beirniad y cadw llygad barcud arni hi fanna yn y cefndir. Llaw I fyny fanna I Maggie Lewis. Llongorchiadau I Maggie Lewis gynta. Fawr iawn rhwng hi a Charlotte Nixon, Annie Mae James. Hitha, mae'n hollol bosib, mae hi ddaw i'r brig os bu hi gallu bod yn ddigon taclus. Yn sicr, oedd y gwlad cyntaf na, y cni cyntaf gath hi, ymysg y gorau o ran lapiad dwi wedi weld. Dyma ni felly, Annie Mae James jyst yn gorffen y gorchwil a llaw I fyny yn y fanna. Llongyfarchiadau iddyn nhw I gyd, a diolch iddyn nhw am gystadlu. Mae'r dyfodol mewn dwylo diogel.
Wel gyfeillion, croeso mawr iawn I chi. Barchus lywydd, gwleidyddion, aelodau a ffrindiau'r gymdeithas. Croeso mawr I chi agoriad swyddogol Sioe 2023. President, dignitaries, members and friends of society, a very warm welcome to you here to our opening ceremony of the 2023...
Nicola Davies, Cadeirydd y Cyngor.
Yes, Nicola Davies, the Chair of Council, welcoming everybody in the opening ceremony here at Llanelwedd. Mark Drakeford, the Welsh First Minister, is present as well. As well as many of the representatives of the Royal Welsh Society. Of course, as we mentioned earlier this morning, the feature county this year is Glamorgan, and it's been 70 years since the show was held in Cardiff in the Pontcanna Fields in 1953. And that, of course, was before the show settled on the permanent site here at Llanelwedd.
The Minister for International Trade...
Oes, mae yna swyddogion yma o Lywodraeth Prydain yn y
Yes, there are several dignitaries here present at this opening ceremony. And the President this year is John Humphrey.
Wel, croeso...
Y sir nawdd, ac yn llys genad, a hyn am y tro cynta, llys genad gwrywaidd eleni, sef Jacob Anthony.
And Jacob Anthony is the first male ambassador.
Eleni, yn mynd at y ddau brosiect. Adnewyddu Nia Morganwg, a hefyd y rhaglen arweinyddiaeth gwledig, ac wrth I Brif Weinidog Cymru ddweud gair, gai sôn am cynllun yma.
Bod y da, diolch yn fawr iawn I chi gyd, am y cyfle I fod yma ar y llythyr mor pwysig.
Mark Drakeford just thanking everybody for the opportunity to be able to take part in this opening ceremony this morning.
Such an important event in the calendar of Welsh life, a moment when rural Wales turns its face to the rest of the world, where 300,000 people will be welcomed to the showground over the next few days. 2/3 of them people who don't work in the Welsh rural economy, but people who are interested to know everything that goes on here, the brilliant experience that you have by coming to the Royal Welsh Show. And for that reason, it's an occasion always to celebrate the fantastic things that go on in the rural economy, in the world of farming, in everything that goes on alongside it, the culture, the language, the communities that mean so much to us here in Wales. And the challenges, well, we know them, of course. The challenge of climate change, the challenge of events elsewhere in Europe that cause such turbulence in global food markets and supply chains. The challenges are apparent to us all, but the show is about celebration. It's about looking at the fantastic ways in which people meet those challenges, plan for those futures, turn that face, that confident face of Welsh farming, outwards from the show, to tell everybody else the story of what it means to be in Wales, what it means to be part of rural Wales, and then to celebrate that amongst ourselves and for others. So diolch yn fawr I chi gyd, llongyfarchiadau I pob un sydd wedi gweithio mor galed I roi y siow dy gilydd, a diolch yn fawr, diolch o galon I chi am popeth chi'n neud, a chi'n mynd I...
Mark Drakeford just thanking everybody and congratulating everybody who's been involved in putting everything in its place for this year's Royal Welsh Show. We'll leave the opening ceremony and return to the cattle ring and join Will and Gerald.
Hywel Morgan yn dyfe, o myddefe bore da.
Well, Gerald, things are hotting up in the cattle ring. Most of the breeds now have classes being judged, and you can see the crowd starting to draw. And that's the thing about showing, I guess. It starts with maybe some of the younger classes, but it sort of grows, doesn't it, as the day goes on, and the excitement as you head towards the championships. But those who are really interested in what's going on will be watching for those stars in the very early classes.
Yes, it's a real buzz because obviously these cattle that come to the fore in these classes will know that they'll be featured again later on, and the message gets around that my father's won, my brother's won, my son's won, or whatever, and they will win a particular class, so they know they'll be going to the individual championships, and the teams will be selected for later competitions, and groups that represent every breed. They're hoping that they will have done enough to get into that qualification to get into them competitions. So yeah, it's nice to see that every animal has its day and every animal has its chance. Then
here we're focusing in on the beef shorthorn, another of the native breeds of the UK, and being judged here by Andrew Evanson, all the way down from Cumbria for a busy day's work. And it's a young bull class. All these will have been born after the 1st of January 2022, and we see Evans and Price's, including her Welsh Sheriff, being handled by our judge. And it's a breed that's improved considerably over the past 10 years or so.
Yes, and you stated the cattle numbers are up, and especially these native breeds, and there's 11 young bulls in this particular class, and testament to the breed society, and they have brought them to the fore, haven't they, to show, and exceptional good animals then.
Not a lot of waste on that bull, is there?
No, indeed. No, to be fair, we've always talked about this, then the beef shorthorn, then the colour ratios, then there's some solid white animals and some solid red animals, and we almost think that the bit of cross in between the ones with the strawberry or the mixed colours, I would think so, but no, they are the beef shorthorn, probably one of the only breeds that would have significant different colours then right throughout. Then obviously red and white would be the same colour, but there is solid reds and solid whites, so
a roan, as my dad would tell me, a roan animal.
Yeah, would be the correct term, yeah. Almost like a purple, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's very attractive.
Oh, indeed, yes, to be fair. A good class of cattle then for our judges travel down from Cumbria. Well, like you say, he'll have his work cut out throughout the day anyway.
Yeah, all standing very square, aren't they? And they look good on their feet and legs, and
numbers have grown significantly, and you as a dairyman, then will you use any shorthorn on any of your dairy cows as a class?
We have done in the past, yes. Not currently, but one of the biggest issues we always had, of course, there would have been a slight dairy shorthorn influence in our herd. So actually signifying which of the calves had actually come from the shorthorn bull could be a bit of a challenge. So currently not at the moment, but yeah, it throws really good, strong calves again, fairly easy calving, and
these would be very, crossbred calves out of the cows would be very similar to a Hereford, and would be very easy to flesh these animals when in the crossbred bull section for beef especially then.
And it's another one of the native breeds that retailers are showing a lot more interest in terms of the eating quality of the meat as well, isn't it?
That's quite right.
Wel, y nifer fwyaf wartheg, yr ail nifer fwyaf wartheg, yn adran y gwartheg eleni, dim ond y limousin sydd â mwy o wartheg.
Oh, good strong class, to be fair. Good start to the Monday morning show when so many cattle there, but I'm afraid we'll have to come back a little bit later on to see what Mr. Everson has decided to go forward from this particular class.
Thanks, Gerald. Thanks, Phil. Yeah, no result in the cattle ring as of yet, but I believe, yes, there has been a decision made in the sheep ring, so we'll go back to Gerald and Emma.
Yes, we rejoin the Kerry Hill, and it's the yearling ram class that we featured a little bit earlier on, and the judge has made his decision in this particular class, and it is number
4.989, which
You're
is Tom Evans again then. It's not Tom himself out showing, but his flock has come to the fore once again.
Well, congratulations!
Thank you very much. Thank
You're
you.
having a cracking show.
I'm not crying yet,
You're
though.
not crying yet?
Not yet.
Oh, it's early yet
not
then.
yet.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Wow, what a brilliant start to the
Great.
show.
Fantastic, absolutely fantastic. His first time ever out, homebred. 2 months ago, we didn't even look at him. And all of a sudden, he just gone bing. Bred by ourselves, as I say. His grandfather was 2 years champion here. About 17, 18, I think.
The breeding is right.
Yes, the breeding is right.
But it's always extra special when you've bred them yourself.
It is extra special when we bred them, but the effort we put in, we should have a good show.
Yeah.
We put a terrific amount of effort. And young Tom.
Tom is fantastic. He's a credit
He's
to you.
up there now, isn't he?
Yes, he's got taller than us all.
He's ate all the sheep food.
Well, there's something in your sheep food, I'll tell you that.
Something's happening, right? Yes.
Well, congratulations
Thank
to
you very
once
much
again.
indeed. Thank you.
Have a good show.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Well, there we go. A delighted man in the Kerry Hill, winning first in the old sheep and first in the thing. So back to the cattle and the beef short-on class, and we featured a little bit earlier on, Will. And our judge now is going to leave us a little bit in limbo, I think, in deciding which end this particular judge is going to start from. But you're a clever man in the cattle. You've already sorted that one out, haven't you?
I love the suspense, Gerald. I love it. Yeah, no, it is a really strong class of young bulls here, really, isn't it? And a credit to the short-own breed.
Price. Ysyll Llwyn Hywel wedi galw o hyd.
Ie, na chi.
A hi sy wedi fynd ar garden go.
Da iawn.
Well, there it is. We picked him out earlier on. Evanson Price is Llwyn Hywel Sheriff. The short-horns are well known in Scotland, but it sounds like it's a Welsh. It's a Welsh animal, a Welsh-bred animal that takes the first prize rosette here at the Royal Welsh Show, so very apt.
Very attractive, and as we said, a mixed-coloured animal.
Diolch yn fawr.
I do believe that
Wel, mae fe mwy special.
from Aberystwyth, through an owl, just close to Aber there.
Na gyd yw e. Brynon ni hither Elliot Mysleia am 15,000 yn
This bull now will hedge my bets and say we'll probably feature in the Fitzhugh 5 then later on as one male or two males, three females line up, and the first prize card. I'm sure that we will see this bull later on.
Well, if the rest of the short-horn classes are as strong as this one, it'll be a breed that we need to keep an eye on as the show progresses.
Yeah, let's hope so. Anyway, a delighted lady then has come to the fore in the yearling bull class, and hopefully we'll feature him later on.
Does dim gormod o amser nawr cyn bod ni'n cael...
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground here at Llanelwedd. It's great to have your company here on the Red Button English Language Service. We're going to head straight now to the main ring, and we'll join Lisa.
We are now back with the retraining of racehorses class. It looks here, so there's 18 catalogue entries in this class. It looks like they've pulled them in. At the top of the lineup here is number 2437, which is Victoria Bertaroli with Ancathwa. This was last year's winner also.
Yep, ni'n hollol wir.
The breeder was Miss Emma Jane Gallagher here, and he's by Turtle Island and out of Money for Buttons.
Fel cyffyle rasio, ond erbyn hyn, pwrpas newydd.
Next to Victoria in the lineup there, in second place, is Helena Hamer's Little Brian. The class sponsors are now in the ring here, and the rosettes are in hand, ready to be handed out.
Mrs. Polly Walker and beirniadu cyd...
Also, the horse in first place, you can see when it goes to the next camera angle that he's actually only got one eye, but it doesn't affect his way of going at all. He's had the second eye removed there.
Wedi canolbwyntio ar gwahanol elfennau o'r cyffyle hefyd, felly...
In clip there we can see Ancathwa, Little Brian, and in third place there is Alice Rees with Sorgo. And the rosettes are here being handed out.
Mrs. Polly Walker.
First place.
Our steward.
And as discussed previously, it's a big atmosphere here for these retraining of racehorses.
I suppose it's self-explanatory, Lisa. Retraining racehorses, all these horses will have at some stage been on the racetrack.
Yes, that's the requirement of this class, that they have to have had raced. You know, there'll be different success rates here. Some of them might have been winners and done a lot of races. Some might have only been out maybe once or twice and realised that racing wasn't for them. And then, in which case, then they've had a change of career. And it's lovely then to see them being used for other disciplines, such as showing here. And they also go on to do a lot of other disciplines as well, such as dressage, eventing, jumping, and so on. It's lovely to see their versatility.
So you say that some wouldn't have made it in the racing fraternity, so it could be quite a wide range of ages in these particular classes then?
Yes, there'll be a big variety of ages and experience there. Of course, they will have done their homework before bringing them to a show such as this to ensure they're up to the atmosphere. But, of course, they'll have to put the work in to make sure that they're used to a ride judge. And a horse that's done a bit more showing will have a lot more experience and be more calm there.
Well, we wish you all the luck in the world. I hope it stays dry for you, and many...
And you can see the winner here just been interviewed. Back to the main ring later for some more results.
I did not grow up with the Royal Welsh Show as part of my being, my fabric, my horizon. I came to Wales to study chemistry at Swansea University.
Well, that's the voice of Natalie Hepburn addressing those attending the opening ceremony.
Joshua Govier
there as well from Cowbridge has already addressed the crowd here, and Natalie, who was brought up in Kent, who came to study at Swansea University. And of course, as we have mentioned, the feature county this year is the county of Glamorgan.
Hefyd, ac mae hynny'n cael ei gynrychioli. Mae'r tri yma'n rhan o raglen arweinyddiaeth wledig sydd yn gynllun i hybu arweinwyr y dyfodol mwyn gwella a chyfaethogi'r byd amaeth a'r gymuned yn ehangach. Diolch yn ei wrando ar Natalie Hepburn.
No matter what your background in farming, farming has a relevance for all. Whether it's lettuce or lamb, beef or beetroot, whether it's an ice cream at Barry Island, a curry in Butetown, or a roast dinner in Bargoed, we all consume food and have a vested interest in how and where our food is produced for our own health, environment and economic reasons. So here we are at the Royal Welsh Show 2023, the best highlighting the best of Welsh farming and food alongside some great entertainment and attractions. Sioe doi fil a 23 wedau hagor in Swyddogol. It gives me great pleasure to announce the 2023 show now open.
Natalie Hepburn yn agor y sioe.
Natalie Hepburn emphasising that the Royal Welsh Show is a show for everyone. It's often referred to as the People's Show, and that's what makes it so special. Right, we haven't been in the pig ring for a wee while. That's where we're heading to next, and we'll join Gerald and Emma.
Yes, our second visit, Ems, to the pig ring, and we are in class 1280.
Yes, class 1280 is a gilt born in 2023. So these are youngsters now who have been born this year. And you can see they're quite a bit livelier, aren't they? It's like the kids have turned up now. But
lively younger generation pigs and younger generation people to run round after them.
Well, I guess we could say these are the teenagers now, isn't it? Running riot.
Yeah, fair going.
But smart gilts there. We have that's the gilt from Tavy Evans. And 8019 there is from the Roberts family. So a gilt then will be a female pig that hasn't bred, the equivalent of a heifer in cattle. But 8022 there then is Karina Taylor. Most of the gilts in this class then are January born. Well, in fact, all of the gilts in the class are January born. Oh, handlers there now. They're doing well because it's from here. They all look very, very similar, the gilts, don't they? So you wouldn't want to take the wrong pig out of the class with you.
Quite a strong pig there, 8017 though. She's
yes,
quite a significant
that's the
difference in size. Perhaps it's, but actually at the rate that these grow, then perhaps it's only what 6 weeks.
Oh,
probably
make
it is,
a huge difference. Yes.
Yeah.
So
they're enjoying their freedom tearing around anyway, and
working condition
and the weather ideal for the pigs then.
They look very happy in the environment.
A hiw ag ela, chi'n dweud, maen nhw'n bridio ar gyfer be maen nhw eisiau.
8018.
Yeah, that's actually a young gilt from Green Meadow Community Farm.
Mae moch nhw'n y ffeiria werth I gweld bob blwyddyn.
A wedi glod
glod mawr iddyn nhw, ffordd maen nhw'n gwneud y job.
Some strong gilts. That gilt there with the young lady from the Roberts family then. Very
nice, good top line to the pig,
good top line. And I think
well proportioned.
The judge did mention, Mr. Mark Horsley did mention that the top line was something he was looking for. Very important to have a strong top line, slightly arched in the females then, because when they're heavy in pig, they could be carrying, not Gilton, but later on, 10, 12 or more piglets. So there's a lot of weight on their back.
For them to sustain,
So they need a very strong top line.
Sa chi'n teulu bod y dair yna o'r un torllwys?
Ie.
Wych chi, tos a fawr rhwngthyn nhw'n agos?
I rywun cyffredin fel fi sydd yn gwybod yw lawer am foch bod fi'n dysgu yn y gwmni dihew.
Mr. Horsley there is studying as I say, judging pigs is eye assessment only. There is no hands-on and no handling. It's just
very
locomotion and type.
To handle a pig. It's hard to tell how fat they really are. You can only really tell at carcass, really, unless you have like a sort of scan them. And of course, with their conformation, they haven't got a coat on like the sheep.
It's all exposed.
So you can't hide anything. So, yeah, you can do
a
lot more.
width in a lot of these for young pigs, aren't they? They're very wide, aren't they? And that would play a big part in his mind, wouldn't it?
Oh, definitely. He'll want strong hams, the hindquarter, then you call hams in the pig. And the loin, very important as well.
I would have thought then the loin would feature significantly in his judging.
Definitely.
Is there a requirement then in the length of the years, or?
Yes, they should meet at the tip, I think, with the Welsh pig, and also they should have an even number of teats on them. And I think
that's right, for future breeding reference.
Yes. In commercial pigs, it doesn't matter. The more, the merrier. But I do believe it's 14 equally spaced teats on a pedigree Welsh pig. I'm trying to think back to my stock judging days now. It's been a few years now, Gerald, a few years. But we'll come back
perhaps
to this.
The rules have changed since then. Well, we'll have to come back and have a look later on, see what Mr. Horsley has decided.
Ma' 'na sylwebaeth Saesneg. English commentary is available on this programme and on our main ring webcast. Depending on your device, either press the red button or use the audio selection option. Any problems, contact the S4C viewers hotline.
Well, we're back in the sheep shearing shed, and it's another heat, I think, of the novice wool handling competition. Now then, according to the manual that we all have, the official show catalogue, Gerald, I understand it that this competition is confined to competitors of novice standard and non-classified competitors. And once a competitor has won 2 novice competitions, they will then be classified as an intermediate standard competitor. Am I right in thinking that?
Yes, you are indeed. Basically the same rules apply through shearing. Once you've won certain competitions in the junior, they class it probably as junior in the shearing, right through to intermediate, then to senior, then to open. Well, the wording is slightly different in the wool handling, but intermediate obviously is the middle then of their wool handling class, and obviously they get faster and better, just the same as the shearers do themselves.
And how many ewes will be shown during the heats?
I think there's 4 actually in each particular section, and obviously then as they go up in senior and whatever, then probably the number of sheep would increase, because obviously the speed and the duration of the job would be a lot longer. But as we say, they will get more experience, and the only way they'd experience is working, and as I alluded to before, then by travelling to New Zealand and working at it day in, day out, whereas in this country it's such a short season and it's all over. So the only way that you will learn is by experience of actually doing the job. And these young ladies mostly then are featured here then in the competition, because most of the boys have aspirations of being shearers and like to go straight on and learn to shear rather than do this. But in New Zealand it is a lot of young potential shearers have gone through the process of wool handling skills to start. And this young lady then, a little bit inexperienced, and usually can take the fleece from the shearer and assess where the last leg is when the time the shearer is finished. She was just a little bit unsure there, and where that back leg, as they catch onto the fleece and put it, pick it up and then take it and put it on the table. A familiar face in the shearing world there, just kicking the tray away, Mr. Ray Davis from Llangamach then, who was a former shearer and contractor just up the road here. But there we go then, they assess, and all them little buckets as we see on the side there, they will sweep and put the belly wool into one, the fleece will go into another, and then obviously the little bits of wool which they have will be will be put in place into another. And these girls are very skillful with this implement and will leave the place as spotless as they can. So obviously there's several heats when we'll have to come back later on to see who comes to the fore in this one.
Yes, and later on, of course, there'll be the intermediate wool handling competition, as well as later on in the week, perhaps the open wool handling competition.
Clirio'r bwrdd, ond fi wedi gorffen mewn dim o dro rwan. Cystadleuaeth y fferwyr ifanc ydy hon, a mae'n braf iawn gweld cymaint ohonyn nhw yn dod ymlaen.
Wel, dyn ni'n dal yma yn y cylch moch, a mae'n gystadleuaeth.
Well, there's still plenty going on in the pig ring, so we'll stay with Gerald and Emma.
Yes, we're back to the young gilt class, and Mr. Horsley has been working diligently when we've been away, and hopefully he's arrived at his decision.
It's quite hard to tell which way he's going with the cattle and sheep. We have a line-up, but we can't get these pigs to stand still.
We still find that quite confusing, actually, but this is very confusing for myself. Anyway, it'll be the first one to get it in the corner, perhaps, and have a bit of control, and then he'll award the prize, perhaps.
It's quite a class, actually, because quite a few of these are
very similar, aren't they?
Very similar, yeah, sort of in their size.
It's the finer points of what Mr. Horsley has decided is the strongest point then. Oh, he's got the rosette in his hand and he's off shortly.
And he has mentioned then that what he will be looking for is the top. There we go. Just catch a number there. I do believe that it's number 8020, which is the Roberts family. Again, the Roberts family taking the second place, number 8019 in second then.
Dad had the best pig.
He did today, although very smart gilt.
There we are, we'll feature him later on, hopefully see in the championship.
Yes.
Ar Cymru. Gwych, diolch i ti, Hugh.
Croeso.
Welcome back to the showground here at Llanelwedd, and we're going to head straight to the cattle ring, and I think we're looking at the Welsh Blacks.
The native breed of Wales. We've been talking about the native breeds, the UK, the native breed of Wales, and always a lot of support around the ring to watch the Welsh Blacks being paraded and showed and judged, Gerald, and a lot of cattle in the ring there. Cow in milk or in calf born before the 31st of December 2018. Again, another strong class.
Yes, very strong indeed, to be fair. We alluded to before, the livestock entries are up, and we ain't seen a weak class at all so far in cattle or sheep, to be fair, and the livestock producers of the country have come out in force to support the shows. And we always featured that the Welsh Black is, plus with a little bit of our fingers crossed that maybe they will come to the fore this year again, but we've been struggling now for a couple of years, haven't we? But maybe this year will be the one.
There's always a little romantic notion that the Welsh Black should be coming to the fore here at the national show, and Judge Nia Roberts, a native of Anglesey, going to work in the cattle ring. He, of course, is breeding the Treville herd up in Sir Vaughan in Anglesey.
Testament to these stockmen here, these cows, then Welsh Blacks have that little bit of inkling of being a little bit on the sharp side, but to be fair, every animal that's paraded around here is well behaved, well turned out, and every judge has no worries about handling it. On the testament to the stockmen, they do an exceptional good job in presenting these animals in the Royal Welsh Show.
Of course, during the course of the morning, we've been talking about the conformation of some of the other cattle. Of course, the Welsh Black is slightly different in terms of the fact that Judge will be looking for the robustness, and I read here that he'll be looking for an animal with commercial qualities, a balance, and an animal that must move well. And their native home, I guess, is on the hillsides of Wales, and they need to be just that little bit more robust, I think is the right word, really, than some of the other breeds we've focused on this morning.
Yeah, fair comment. Obviously they're bred to survive on harsher conditions than in terms of weather and some of the forage that they eat, and in that. So yeah, and obviously climbing the steep slopes of which we have here in Wales.
Well, he's a very experienced judge. He's won at Sir Vaughan and Sir Meirionydd show with the Welsh Black Championships, and of course he's been in this ring before. Back in 2017 he judged the group of 3 interbreeds here at the Royal Welsh Show, so nerves should not be the problem, but still, you don't know what's going to be put in front of you when you get up in the morning, and he has got a little bit of a task ahead of him by the looks of things.
Yeah, we can see quite a crowd building for a Monday morning, Will, and in our show here. We feature a lot of other classes that are going on, and we can see that they're well supported right throughout every ring that we can see.
I think most people would have woken up this morning and seen that there's been a drop more rain on the ground, and there won't be many farmers complaining about that, but they're now realising that actually it's probably perfect show weather, really, isn't it? Slightly overcast, not too warm.
Yeah, fair comment.
But very little precipitation in the air at the moment.
Of course, we see the little calf following its mother around here, but there is no bearing on the judge's mind of that at all. It's a cow in milk or in calf is what he's featured, so the calf is just basically just there to keep the cow content that she knows where her offspring is.
Now we see him Jenkins and Jenkins is Caran Kerry. Is the cow that's being inspected in front of us, and she's standing very square there. I'm sure we'll be back to find out what the judges' deliberations bring us to in a very short while.
Mae 'na sawl ffordd o wylio'r sioe ar wefan S4C.
Don't forget, there's more than one way of watching the Royal Welsh Show by visiting s4c.cymru/sioe. And for the first time, there's added live feeds from the 3 rings within the main ring. So you won't miss a thing. We're covering everything, all the best that the Royal Welsh Show has to offer. s4c.cymru/sioe.
Digon o wenu, digon o drin a thrafod.
And as we mentioned, the main ring, that's where we are headed next. And it's welcome back to Lisa.
Thank
you. We're back in the main ring now with the Section C under saddle class. A shot there of the judges. There was a large catalogue entry for this class of the Section C's under saddle. There was 39 entries. The judges would have selected around 20 of their exhibits to stay in. They're just checking the marks at the moment before giving the rosettes out. This is a very strong class here today, this morning. A lot of ponies forward will have been placed at the Royal Welsh Show previously, or had qualified Horse of the Year show as well, either this year or in the past as well.
You just stated now that they're checking the marks. Is that compulsory, or is a judge's preference or whatever to assess the class?
The ridden Welsh cobs and the Welsh Pony cob type, they're judged through the mark system, with 50 marks given by the ride judge and 50 marks given by the confirmation judge. If there's a tie, then the ride judge ride mark takes precedent then.
You say out of 50 points. There is 50 points allowed to be awarded. So if the judge thinks it's 45, then it'll be a 40. So it's the maximum, highest amount of points that can be gained will win?
Yes, that's right. That's right. So they've just been pulled forward now. So the horse that had been initially pulled in first has come forward to first still. That is Hilgarth Lucky Legend, owned by Louis Dennis and Miss Esclava, by Blind Killer Ashley, and out of Hilgarth Lucky Lady. I believe it's Lisa Wigglesworth in the saddle there. Second place is Costa Joe the Boss, with Amy Devine riding and Rachel Cooper the owner. Third place is Ringside Gamekeeper, bred by Kate Williams, by Ringside Game Over, who's also had a lot of success in the saddle, and out of Waxwing Keepsake, owned by Daniel Heathcote. Fourth place goes to Parcabedu Sparkling Diamond, owned by Cheryl McIntosh. And fifth place is Garland's Flashjack, owned by Robin Jane Hadland. And sixth place goes to Menai George, ridden today by Beth Simons, and owned by Sarah and Hannah Lee Turnock. That's one that's also qualified for Horse of the Year show this season. Nice shot there of second place, getting his rosette, which is Costa Joe the Boss. Costa Joe the Boss is also qualified for Horse of the Year show this season.
We alluded to earlier on then that the sheep classes and cattle classes are up in significant numbers. Is the horse classes up this year?
What I've seen so far here, they look about on par there. The Royal Welsh does attract competitors from all over the country, and I think I'm right in saying that the top 3 here all travel down from north of England, a great distance, but are outside of Wales. And that's a lovely shot of the winner there, and also champion section C in the saddle. Given the extension in front of the grandstand, which is an amazing experience for the riders there. And the grandstand getting behind them.
Llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn I ti, Steph. Many, many congratulations having won the first championship of the 2023 Royal Welsh Show. How are you feeling?
I'm in shock. But I thought it went well, and yeah, I'm over the moon.
And how nerve-wracking is it when the judge has to get on the horse and you're left stood watching?
Nerve-wracking. You just never know, do you?
Pleased with how you performed?
Yeah, I was really pleased, because it's his first time competing here at the saddle. To him, yeah.
And you're going away with the championship?
Better than...
Well, I'm sure the bubbles and the tears will be flowing later on today. Definitely. Enjoy this day, enjoy every moment. Llongyfarchiadau mawr I ti.
Can I just say thanks for allowing me to ride?
Of course you can. Enjoy the rest of your day. I can see you're tearing up already. Diolch.
Tro'r wy'n hwrddo dwi fan hyn nawr gyda'r...
Right, from the main ring, we will move swiftly to the sheep ring and join Gerald and Emma.
Yes, we're back in the sheep ring, and the Kerry Hill breed. We featured him quite a bit this morning, Ems.
Yes, it's always nice to follow the competitions and follow the different classes of the same breed to see, you know, how the judge progresses, and they will, of course, the winners of each section will come back then for the overall champion of that breed at a later point. And we're in class 877 now, which is the Ram Lamb class. And 19 entries in this class, again, very similar to the yearling ram.
To be fair, they Kerry Hill have done their bit this year for the Royal Welsh Show, haven't they, in the numbers? And
yes.
All the breeders, well, a significant amount of breeders have come up and presented their lambs, and to be fair, these are very strong lambs, aren't they?
Yes.
You know, March-born lambs, they have tremendous strength and weight in these lambs.
Yeah, and it's a very strong ram there now, ram lamb that the judge is just inspecting at the moment. And again, he's very keen on the wool, this judge, and the breed standard does indeed say that the wool should be white and free of kemp, which is a very coarse, dark-coloured wool, and there should be no dark wool in the fleece, and no spots then on the skin at all, then, which you don't really see on these sheep then unless they're shorn, but you can see the judge there parting the wool, and of course checking out every aspect of the ram lamb.
Working equipment essential.
Yes, it has to be it's important when you go to a ram sale. You have to check that he comes with the right equipment, should we say?
Everything is in order.
Yes, and very thorough on all the exhibits here today. The judge, Mr. Neil Radner from Shropshire. And taking his time. Teeth are very important as well. They've got to be right in the mouth to be able to go on and graze.
Mae 'na hen hanes o bobl da wedi bod yn 'u bridio nhw, ynddoes e? A chithau wedi...
Quite a bit of significant difference in colour of some of them. The black is a little bit stronger, or quite a bit stronger in quite a few sheep than the others, isn't it?
Just inspecting this one now, the back of its ears are actually almost completely white, which is... Is that
a breed society requirement? But I wouldn't have thought the show that they would come to the show if they were not fitting the actual breed's society's requirements. I don't know, but no, they are quite light, aren't they? And that particular lamb overall is quite a lot lighter than his half-brother standing by his side. Actually, there's more variation in size and type perhaps in these ram lambs than there is in what we've seen in the yearling rams and the aged rams. So
The breed standard there does state for the colourings then that the sheep should have a black and white face. The odd spot on the face is acceptable, and legs should also be black and white. So there's no sort of stating years have to be. No.
It's a judge's preference and what sort of how much black he would like.
Yes, yes. But
I alluded to before that I thought that the back of the legs had to be black. Or unbroken is the correct term, but obviously that perhaps the breeders find it difficult to...
Yes, but maybe in the past that was more something that people preferred, but we can see the face there now. So they have that black nose then, and then the black around the eyes and on the ears. Very smart Ram Lam on the end there. He really knows how to show himself off. Yes.
Indeed, yes. Some of them have been trimmed quite hard, and then some not quite as hard as the others, and fair variation, but there we go, that's Ram Lambs, and it's entirely up to the owner then how they want to
present the sheep,
their sheep for the show, and what they think that is the requirement then, or the best chance, I should say, probably, isn't it, to impress. Mr. Radner has kept his coat on all the way. I thought perhaps the work he's had to do, he might have thrown his coat off by now, but
well, we're back with him in a little while now, so we'll see if he's still got his coat on.
Then, yeah, okay.
Thank you, Emma. Thank you, Gerald. We'll stay with Gerald, who's joined by Will. We're back in the cattle ring.
Back to the Welsh Black section, and the cow in calf or in milk. And our judge there has been working tirelessly since we've been away, Will, and I don't know, as we've stated many times, we're not too sure on how different judges line their particular cattle up, but
yeah, certainly Mr. Nia Roberts has a difficult task, but a very enjoyable task, I would say, with the quality of cattle in front of him, and he seems to have lined up. The Jenkins is Caran Kerry at the head of his line currently. Of course, no final decision being made yet. And the Welsh Blacks maybe more than any other breed. I'm not sure how much emphasis they will put on the quality of the calf as well, because as a sort of maternal breed.
Yeah, I don't think it has any significant bearings at all on that. We've got a very consistent line of cows here, haven't we?
We have.
The cows look very consistent in size and type of cow then. A little white patch on the, thank you. Cow's elder there, I don't know, is that permitted in the Welsh Black Society? I'm not too sure. Probably allowed one spot somewhere, aren't we? Mr. Roberts is still deciding. On the guidelines on the field and all, look.
Well, they're over the try line, whether or not they can put the ball down, dab the ball down. Yeah, they're all over the try line.
Yeah.
Of course, the line's there for the young farmers rugby, which takes place a little later in the day. It's the job of the showman, isn't it, to try and make these cattle stand as squarely as they possibly can. You can see them working with a show stick, walking them off again.
Must be a tight decision.
We saw this with the Herefords a little earlier, where the judge wanted another look at them parading, not just standing. That's the mobility of these cattle is quite critical to their existence on the Welsh hillsides. The judge strides up ahead.
I was going to say,
he wants to see them head on, doesn't he?
I believe he's stuck with his original selection, and Looks as if 3007 has come to the fore. We better not state that quite yet until he's awarded the red card. Oh, indeed, I thought he'd be coming back with his rosette in his hand by now, but no, he's still undecided.
There's a really strained look on his face as well there, isn't it?
Yeah, he's made a decision this time, and
in we come.
There
it is, the Jenkinses. Karen Kerry. Take the red rosette back to Ceredigion. It's a happy, smiling face. They've had a bit of success in the ring before, and we'll look forward to some more, I'm sure, as the week goes on.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground at Llanelwedd. Well, it hasn't been the best of weathers on the first morning here at the Royal Welsh Show, but it's busy, to say the least. And what a fantastic view there, the River Wye and the showground itself. And you could see the dull clouds above, but that is of no concern at all to the people who have come here to the showground to visit on this, the first day of 4. We've been to the sheep ring earlier. We're going to return there now, and here's Gerald and Emma.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, it looks like our judge has been busy while we've been away, Gerald. And I thought we were going to have a little bit of a shuffle around there then, but we can see at the head of the class there, I'm presuming, is Mr. Chris Adamson.
There's the ram that you stated earlier on, Ems, that you really liked, that showed himself off and carries his head exceptionally well, like a very proud lamb, isn't he?
Yes, and he's well handled. The handler there now hasn't got a halter, he's showing him in hand. And he's got the legs you like, Gerald.
Yes,
with
indeed,
that,
solid back leg, yeah.
Smart ram actually, isn't he?
It is, show sheep, we would say, isn't he?
Yes, definitely. And the second place then, 5020, second place at the moment, I should say, is J&P Owens, a name we've heard many a time at the Royal Welsh Show.
Is John Owens' daughter, I believe, from down there, Knighton country.
Nifer o wobre yma yn y gorffennol.
Feature them in the Royal Welsh Winter Fair we do with.
Yes, that's right, yes.
That many times, yes.
Yes.
Oh, he's made
is that
his
a thumbs up?
I Lancashire, Chris Adamson.
And, I'm sure he's just off to the stewards now to collect his cards. A big smile on his face anyway.
Spent a fair bit of time handling that lamb to be able to stand with a ram lamb in the class, as you say, with no halter or any form of restraint, to be fair.
And the Kerrys can be quite a flighty breed then. They have to be. Yes, they have to be. Oh, and that ram lamb knows what he's doing, doesn't he? Yeah.
Poor bean.
Wel, diolch i chi, Keith. Na I weld ar enillydd. Wel, llongrwch. Well done,
Thank you very much.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Did you expect that?
I don't know. I wasn't expecting it. He was at the Yorkshire last week and won there, so yeah.
He's on a winning streak.
He is, yeah. I was hoping he'd do well, but I wasn't expecting a first at the Royal Welsh, so it's brilliant.
How does the Royal Welsh compare to the Yorkshire Show?
It's just, another step ahead. Like, the Kerry game here is just unreal. This is, the top of the top sheep come to this show. And, no, it's my first time showing here, under my prefix, so it's...
and most probably not the last.
No, definitely not.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, very nice to hear visiting exhibitors confirming that the show here at Llanelwedd is the creme de la creme, and you can keep in touch with everything that's going on here by visiting Facebook, Twitter or Instagram. All the details are available on our website, which is s4c.cymru/shoy. Well, we have left the sheep ring and we are going to head straight over to the main ring, and it's back to Lisa.
Y prif gylch, mae'r dosbarthiadau i'r ceffylau hela yw marchogaeth yn cael ei feirniadu. A'r beirniaid ar gyfer yr adran yma.
In the main ring now is the first of the ridden hunter classes. This is class 150, which is the small show hunter, mare or gelding, 4-year-old or over. This is a class for those horses that are exceeding 148 centimetres but not exceeding 158 centimetres. They have done their initial go-round and are currently lined up with the Rye Judge riding them. So the Rye Judge this year is Miss Leslie Whitehall from Aylesbury.
Ydy, mae hynny'n hollol wir, felly gyda'r
Her occupation is she produces show horses whilst her partner's a beef and sheep farmer in Buckinghamshire. She's a very experienced judge. She's judged at Hoy's Horse of the Year show 3 times, the riding horses, hacks and cobs. She's also been out to Australia and South Africa to judge, but this is her first time judging at the Royal Welsh Show. She'll be looking for a horse that enters the ring with presence, something that will draw your eye to it, like a supermodel, is what she's quoted saying. Something with a good walk, plenty of limb, and a horse that's able to carry her without much effort. As you can see now, she's having the canter at the moment, so she'll have taken each horse out individually, given it a walk, trot, canter on each rein. She'll be looking for it to be a responsive ride, light, and something that you'd want to take into the hunting field. It's nice to see the judge with a smile on her face. Looks like she's had a nice ride from that exhibit. She's now taking it back to the lineup where she'll get onto the next horse. There are 12 catalogue entries in this class. The confirmation judge is Mr John Keane from Usk Valley House, Monmouthshire. As you can see there, the horse has been stripped off from its saddle and then will be taken out to be presented to the confirmation judge. The confirmation judge will look at the horse standing, have a good look around it before the horse walks away and trots back, so he can assess the movement of the horse.
Mr John Keane.
We can see that the judge has just got on to exhibit 1606, which is Carnsdale Huntsman, property of Catherine Roberts.
Catherine Roberts.
The judge is just changing her stirrups. It's important that the judge is comfortable when she rides the individual exhibit. Usually the stewards will have gone round each individual horse first to get the stirrups to what they think the judge length of the judge will be. There we go. This horse looks nice and relaxed now, with a good walk.
Catherine Roberts.
The judge won't be looking at anything that's tense when she gets on, something that's a bit looky. We have to remember that the Royal Welsh is one of a kind, really, with this atmosphere. As you can see, this horse is given a lovely manly ride. You also have the Welsh cobs in the next ring, which can sometimes be a bit distracting for the hunters that are in this ring, especially when they do their individual gallops in front of the grandstand.
Fel ys yn sôn, y ceffyl yma wedi cymwyso i sioe ceffyl y flwyddyn yn y gorffennol. Felly, yn geffyl profiadol iawn.
Horse is given a lovely responsive ride. It's going off. Some background as well on the confirmation judge. He's a farmer and stud director, and also is an experienced judge who's ridden hunters at Royal Welsh previously and has judged the ridden Welsh cobs at Royal Welsh. We'll be back for the results later.
Thank you very much, Lisa. And we join Nia in the food hall. She's once again with Myrddin Davies, the food consultant, and I think he's going to take her around a few of the stalls who are exhibiting their produce here at the food halls, and he's been concentrating on the drinks section. And to start off with, it's the Radnor Hills Mineral Water Company. It's a family-orientated business who had to diversify about 20 years ago, and they now produce quite a few different soft drinks.
Gerald oedd y chwadan y perchenog William Watkins pan oedd o'n tyfu fyny. A dyna pam bod y chwadan mor allweddol I frand Hartrees Farm.
Ac mae hwn yn frand, da ni'n reis gyfarwydd ag...
And we're very familiar, of course, with Radnor Hills mineral water. It's grown over the last couple of years across the UK and overseas as well. And they're here today, or this week rather, to showcase new products. There's the apple and rhubarb, and also the apple and pear. These are some of their new produce which they are featuring here at the Royal Welsh.
The rhubarb, please, for me. Yeah, diolch yn fawr iawn. Oh, sorry. Oh. Lovely nails. Thank you. Ti'n siarad? O, na ti gyd I siarad.
Na I siarad. Diolch.
Sioe dda, have a good show. Diolch. Yeah, right ta.
I think Nia's gone for the apple and rhubarb.
Rhubarb, mae'r ystadiodydd ar gael yn eang, mae'n busnes
and it's a very sustainable company. And they were one of the first companies to sell water in cans, and they also sell their water in bottles as well. And of course the show itself is becoming a greener show, as it were.
I leihau ôl-taid carbon ag edrych ar becynnu yn benodol.
Moving on. And they've reached the Hensel Castle Distillery stall. They've recently won the best Welsh gin in the World Gin Awards. Obviously, the castle is a 17th century castle. That's where they produce the gin. Nia's just suggesting perhaps it might be a little early to be drinking gin. Maybe we'll smell it, she said.
Do you recommend the gin or the rum?
Give the gin a try.
Okay. What's so special about this gin then to have won this award?
So we distill in the cellars of a 17th century castle. All of the production is done in Wales, so a lot of places outsource various parts of the production of the bottling. We do everything in-house in the castle itself, so it's it's a nice story.
Wel, iechi da.
Iechi da.
Iechi da, sioe dda I chi. Ai ogleuo hwn, dwi'n meddwl de.
I don't think Nia's going to be drinking the gin at all. Well, it's a Monday morning, as Myrddin has suggested, and quite a few people, I suppose, have had a few cups of tea since arriving here at the showground. And, of course, we've got plenty of water here in Wales, and making tea from the water, obviously, is quite popular. And there's a Welsh company called Welsh Brew, and they've developed a beneficial type of tea which uses Welsh honey.
Be good to yourself.
Be good to yourself, yeah. It's a partnership with Cardiff University, who actually produce the honey.
Yn y gymuned ac o ran cynaladwyedd eto yn y diwydiant lle.
Ac wrth gwrs, beth sy'n ardderchog am yr wythnos yma?
And of course what Nia's mentioned is upstairs, of course, there is a business lounge which gives all these companies an opportunity to sell their produce, and they can meet with several buyers from different supermarkets, etc. And it's an opportunity, it's like a one-stop shop to all intents and purposes. And of course, it can change the history and the journey of several of these of companies. It's an opportunity that normally these companies wouldn't have. And coffee to finish with, but a bit different. It's a cold brew coffee. It's brewed in cold water for about 16 hours, and they add the liqueur. And it's a ready-made cocktail.
Mae'r liqueur, 75% yn llai o siwgr.
The liqueur is 75% less sugar than your normal liqueur.
Chris ydw I.
And this is Chris. who's just explaining, I don't speak much Welsh, I'm learning at the moment. And the company is based in Anglesey, on Anglesey, in Beaumaris. Welcome to the show. And he has just noticed the names on the different liqueurs, and there's one there called Cold Fashioned. They're ready to drink cocktails. They're pre-mixed. Just give them a good shake prior to pouring, and you're ready to go. Well, Nia's just thanking Myrddin for accompanying her around the food hall, and as Myrddin's saying, there's plenty to see in the food hall, and it is always a very, very popular destination to those visiting the show. Right, we're out of the food hall and we're going back outside, back to the pig ring. Here's Gerald and Emma.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Yes, joining the pigs once again. It's been a great morning for the pig exhibitors. And we are now joining the male championship competition for the Welsh pigs.
There you go, it's the senior pig. Come to the fore in the championship, number 8,000.
Yeah, that's the one from Tavy Evans that we saw earlier on then. And there we go, it's the championship there from Troedr Aur that has taken it. Very well done to them.
Wel, croeso cynnes iawn I chi nôl ato ni gylch y gwartheg. I ni wedi symud ymlaen nawr at y gwartheg Charolais. Bryd sy'n agos iawn at galon y gwestai nesaf. Mae Ben Williams a Bermeiri, Ceredigion, siwr wyt ti?
Ifan, ti'n glaw?
Wy'n dda iawn ychan. A
Da
ti
iawn.
wedi mentro i'r sioe fawr eleni ar y diwrnod cynta.
Ydw, blether gyda yma, yn neis gael dod yn fe. A mae'r dosbarthiadau cryf iawn mae'r Charolais lenni, so na, disgwyl man.
A ni'n gweld wrth y got ti, pa bryd sy'n agos at y galon i'r gwartheg gwyn tu ôl i'r
gwartheg gwyn i
Charolais.
nhw, ie. So,
Gyda hanes y fiches adre, Ben, faint o wartheg sydd â chi ag ati?
Wel,
Welcome back.
ni'n cadw 20
Straight to the cattle ring. Gerald and Will.
Charolais de.
Well, it's the Charolais that we're starting to focus in on now, the big boys of the cattle classes.
First of our look at the continental breeds.
The Continentals of French origin, but I can assure you all of these are very much UK born and bred.
We have the heifer born between the 1st of April and the 31st of December 21. Significant size in these animals, Will.
Gold Star Sally is the name of this particular animal.
Lot o sport. Mae'n gymuned neis. Mae'n gymdeithas da.
Thor Atkinson,
Rhanbarth Cymru.
the exhibitor, and our judge, David Barker, across from Hertfordshire. The Barker family, renowned Charolais breeders of many, many years, over 50 years within the breed. Established their first Charolais prefix, or Charolais cattle back in 1973.
When did the Charolais cattle be imported first? Well, it was around that time it was, wasn't
I would say it wouldn't be far
much
off.
earlier, would it?
Wouldn't be far off. These certainly one of the pioneers of the breed, or certainly his mother was the pioneer. Greta, a past president of the Charolais Society here in the UK. So we've got a bit of breeding in the judging as well as the cattle.
The Charolais was one of the first continental breed of cattle to come across the water and was introduced to the suckler herds of Wales and was crossed with a lot of the Hereford cross cows, which was strong then, and the Welsh black native herds then. So then producing that grey, mostly the grey or orange coloured crossbred cattle. And since then, obviously, we see, and we'll see later on, a lot more breeds have hit this particular island and of continental breed. And
I guess it would have been quite controversial when they came in originally, isn't it? There would have been a lot of debate around whether or not they were well suited to the UK conditions, but they've certainly proven their worth over the years.
yes, obviously the debate was that the growth rate of the particular offspring was the one, and that we were getting the suckle calves that the suckle herds were producing would be in hundredweights then, obviously at 300 weight, 400 weight, 500 weight, whatever, and then all of a sudden these particular cattle with the growth rate were 700 weight. So obviously the bigger the animal, the more money you were getting for your suckle calves, and that was the main draw to them then, isn't it? We've seen turnarounds since then in terms of native breeds now of eating quality and whatever have upped their game and upped their game in the sizes. We see it in the Herefords earlier on then, a little bit of Canadian influence, and so size was the order of the day back then. These Charolais cattle, to be fair, then are very, very athletic, good moving animals then, and as I say, with exceptional good growth rates. But obviously they've got to remember there is confirmation because they are a meat animal, and no point in having the biggest animal in the world without any muscling on it, is it?
It's interesting how things change as decades go by, and I can quite easily recall the Continentals being praised for the meat to fat ratio that they would be producing as well, and when the supermarkets were very keen to be supplied with lean meat, and I guess that's changed a little bit as well. The marbling and the amount of fat on red meat at the moment is probably a little more than it has been.
Yes, most definitely, you're right. I think every breed within the cattle world and in the sheep world has to say look at its breeding strategy to be able to market what they've got. And like you said, if if the housewife or the catering industry or whatever require very lean meat, well, obviously they have to produce it. But I think the quality of eating has become a little bit more apparent, and most of us have been reared on a 3-course dinner, or a meat and vegetable dinner, then I should say, and gravy is essential, and what makes the gravy is the fat of the animal, and yes, trends have definitely changed. We're looking probably at the continental animals. These are the biggest of the imported continental animals, the Charlery, aren't they? And probably would produce the carcass of the highest weight. But then again, they've reduced it. There's a lot of animals now at 400 kilos dead. These would reach that quickly, but they wouldn't be finished when they reach that. So they've had to look at that as well, haven't they? Same as the 22-kilo carcass lamb, then that's all they'll pay on. So what's the point in producing a 500-kilo carcass if you're only going to get paid on 400 then?
Well, we'll very shortly find out what Mr. David Barker thinks of the Charlery cattle.
Thanks, Phil. Thanks, Gerald. And, well, Gerald's going to stay with us because we're back in the pig ring, and he's joined this time by Emma.
Yes, a visit to the pig ring to decide another championship, Ems?
Yes, we're now going to join the female championship. So we have 3 exhibits here. So we have a sow in tremendous size on her. She's an outstanding exhibit, I have to say. And trading well there. Can't quite see her number there.
This would be a sow that could possibly just probably weaned the piglets, or she would be actually in pig again.
In pig again, I would imagine. Yes, so that would be a sow. She was the winner of Class 1 1278 then, a sow born on or before the 30th of June 2022. And indeed, she was born October 2021 then, so not quite 2-year-old yet. So
I would hazard a guess to say there's younger female here, which probably be in pig too, by the way she's carrying.
I think you can just tell. Well, as she turns to the side there, yeah, it looks like she's quite full there.
Carrying her first litter then.
Yes, because she won the older gilt class. Yes.
Yeah.
As we said earlier on, then a gilt is a female pig that hasn't bred yet.
3 quality animals for the judge to select
this
from
is
their respective classes, haven't they?
Tough class, I would say, because they're all quite of a similar style. Tremendous young gilt there from the Roberts family. We watched that class earlier, and she's really well developed in the hams there. Really nice.
That is the young gilt that Dad was handling, I believe, in the previous class, and Dad has come to the fore with a older gilt this time then.
Yes. And then the sow then is from Wakeham, Dawson and Hammer. Parading really nicely, these females.
The young lady doing very well to control the enthusiasm in a little gilt.
They look a little bit like Russian dolls, these pigs, don't they? They sort of could fit into each other almost. So there we go, great shot there now of all 3 there together. Oh, there we go, on the judge there.
It's the senior sow that has come to the fore.
Yes, from Wakeham, Dawson and Hammer. JNS Hammer. Tremendous condition on that sow there.
Will we see the sow against the...
It'll come back against
now for overall
championship. So hopefully we'll be back for that soon.
Okay, thank you.
Indeed, we will. Thank you, Gerald, and thank you, Emma. Well, there's the River Wye. The showground in the background. And we're heading straight for the main ring. And welcome back, Lisa.
Thank you. And we're straight into the winner of Class 150. Here we can see number 1609, which is Penstrumley Our Lative, owned by David Thomas and ridden by daughter Tori Thomas. This Penstrumley horse was bred by Kath Hall, and we are now going to an interview with the winner.
Bach or small hunters.
Well, arbennig. Tori Thomas on your horse Penstrumley Our Latif with another red rosette, no stranger to these at the Royal Welsh. Tell us a little bit about your day and your horse.
Oh, thank you very much. He loves this ring. From when he was supreme here as a show hunter pony previously, he's then turned his career now to show jumping, so today was a bit of a shock for the system.
So what have you been doing this week now to prepare for the Royal Welsh?
Surprisingly show jumping training. But he just loves a bit of everything. He's a horse of a lifetime. I can do anything with him and he'll always try his hardest for me.
And pulled second, but in the final walk around now the judges decided to swap things around. How is that feeling?
Oh, it's ecstatic. It's that look, the look you give them when you're like, oh, is it me, is it me? And then that second the hat turns towards you, oh, it's the best feeling in the world. Best feeling in the world.
Well, llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn I ti, Tori. Enjoy every second.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome back to the showground here at Llanelwedd. First day of 4, of course, of the Royal Welsh Show, and we're here on S4C broadcasting the best that the show has to offer live from 9 in the morning till 5 in the afternoon. Right, let's head back to the cattle ring and join Gerald and Will.
Well, there's a sight, Gerald, isn't it? The Charolais, they're a big breed. You were saying it earlier on, but they're a very impressive breed when you see them all standing side by side like that in the ring at the Royal Welsh Show.
Yes, indeed. Some of our handlers are dwarfed by the size of these particular cattle, but as I alluded to before, they're all exceptionally well behaved and well turned out, and yes, an impressive sight quite there, isn't it?
And remember, some of these heifers aren't quite 2 years old yet. I mean, that's the impressive piece. They've got a fair bit of growing left in them yet. Well, there's a
very attractive headed cattle now. Then they very small and neat head in comparison to the rest of the size of their body, aren't they? And the ears are facing north, which is very nice to see, to be fair.
You see the ribbons that they're using for the exhibitor numbers, showing a little bit of patriotism, and indeed it is.
It's worked.
The Welsh.
It's worked.
The Welsh heifer that takes the first prize. Kevin and Sioned Thomas, his Moelfre Silk, is our winner.
Happy young man.
A lot of work gone into getting this heifer to the Royal Welsh Show in that condition, and what a relief.
Yes, to be fair, then to win any class, but there's a very, very strong class of 10 heifers in this, and to come to the top of that is one of the biggest shows in the country, is exceptionally good, to be fair. We will feature her later on in the overall championship, I'm sure.
Look forward to that.
Thanks, Gerald. Thanks, Will. Right, let's head back to the sheep ring then. And this time, Gerald's joined by Emma.
And we move on, Ems, again in the sheep, and we're now into the continental. First look at continental sheep on the Royal Welsh Show.
Yes, and something new for us then is the Dutch spotted sheep, which have got their own classes here this year, and a tremendous number of entries for them. They're really a breed that have, well, exploded over the last few years.
Yes, grown in popularity in all aspects of the sheep world, and I'm not quite too sure, to be honest with you, how to describe them, but they're not the Beltecs as we've seen, and the real muscular sheep.
No, but they are a well-fleshed animal.
Yes, indeed, to be fair, yes.
But quite eye-catching as well. I think their popularity is down to how they look at there's the spots there look reminiscent of a Jacob cross, possibly, with their markings, but certainly they would be towards the meatier end of the breeds.
Oh yes, most definite, and I'm sure there's a lot of these will be producing rams which will be sold in the ram sales in the autumn, which will go to be used as crossing
and quite interesting
rams on different breeds of commercial ewes.
And interesting as well, like the Jacobs, they generally throw black lambs then as a cross then.
Oh, indeed, yeah.
So this is yes, you 2-year-old or over, which would have reared a lamb this year.
And as you stated, it's become a breed that has grown in strength, and this is a very, very large class of 2-year-old ewes as well, isn't it?
It is indeed, and quite a variation, I would say, in types, maybe quality of sheep in this class, which I think comes with being a new breed as well, isn't it? You know, there's lots of different bloodlines have been imported and things, and they maybe haven't got the consistency of type or quality then that other breeds that have been around a bit longer have.
Maybe so, yes, indeed.
Daflid wyn fel arall yn groes, ond...
Like you say, there's a lot of strength here, mind. For a 2-year-old, they're large, quite a large animal, aren't they?
They are. They're large-bodied sheep. So 20 entries in this class then.
Am I right in saying they're quite fine-boned, though that particular animal there is quite fine-boned, isn't she?
Yes, yes. Yes. Also, as their breed name alludes to, they are from Holland then. And
Ond hefyd, fel na chi sôn, i'r tyddynwyr neu rhywun sy'n eisiau cadw chydig o ddefaid o
so the judge there has got a fair bit of work to do there. The judge, Mr. Edward Adamson. So we'll come back and see what he's decided a little later on.
Indeed, we shall. Thanks, Emma. Thanks, Gerald. Right, let's head back to the main ring. It's been a busy morning there, of course, and Lisa has been watching everything that's been going on in the main ring.
Thank you. We're now into the main ring for the hunter riding, the 4-year-olds. So these are 4-year-olds, and the winner of that class is number 1613 with Zara Owens riding.
Tell us how you're feeling.
Oh, no, it's lovely. He's only a 4-year-old and he's had a phenomenal season, so it's just nice to bring him here and him do that for me, really. We think a lot of him. He's going to be very special, hopefully.
4 years old and winning the Royal Welsh, and of course you were in the previous class and you were second there, so this one's come out for you and coming home with a red rosette. And have you got more to do today?
One more today, so not too bad, only the 3, so nice sensible day today for a change.
Sensible for you, but maybe not everybody else. Well, many, many congratulations and good luck in the championship. Llongyfarchiadau mawr.
We are now over to the Welsh Cob gelding class. This is registered for 4-year-olds or over. This class is judged by Mr. Leon Stewart King and confirmation with Sue Hardy. The winner has just been called forward, and we can see there's a change from the initial pull-in. That's Julie Halliwell's Treforest Versace that has been pulled into first place. That's lovely to see them coming up from the line, so it's obviously caught the confirmationised judge's eye and given the ride judge a really nice ride. Second place has stayed the same for the initial pull-in, and it goes to Hannah Brock and Llanarth Majestic.
Well,
this horse is no stranger to the show ring and has also competes at affiliated dressage, winning at the Area Festival's National Championships this year. So it really does show the versatility of the breed. Lovely shot there of the winner, Treforest Versace. Third place goes to Gabrielle Gaynor with Gwent Bryn Flashpoint. Chestnut there in third place.
Well, Mana Patrum van hyn, chwarae teg.
Coming into sixth place there is the horse that was initially pulled in first, which is Ringside Zorba.
Yeah.
Some interesting notes to note about the ride judge, which is Mr. Stuart King. So he works for the Devil's Horseman film production teams as well, and has been in films and shows which include Game of Thrones, The Crown, Napoleon, and The Last Duel, to name a few. Also does a few stunts, and from viewing that class, he's given the horses some really good ride, and they've really performed well for him. He's ridden and produced horses all his life and is very experienced, having produced and ridden over 40 Royal International Horse Show and Hoys winners for clients, having been champion hack and hunter as well, and many major shows.
Versace and Carl, plus Llanarth.
Oh, lovely shot there of first prize. It really does mean so much to these competitors. There was 44 catalogue entries for this class. The judges then chose around 20 exhibits to stay in to do the conformational judging and the ridden ride judge. The winner is now given their lap of honour and will be back for the championship later on. The gelding, mare and stallion, first and second prize winners will all compete for the championship later on this morning.
Wow, wow, wow. Llongyfarchiadau mawr, Cassie. Many, many congratulations. Coming up from 6th place to win the cob class today.
I actually can't believe it.
So, what's left for you at this show? You've got the championship to come. How do you think he's going to cope in there?
Oh, he should be okay. He should be okay, hopefully.
And what was your favourite part of the class?
The gallop and the trot.
The gallop and the trot. I think that's the same for everyone. How did you feel he went with the judge?
Oh, yeah, he was really good. He was really good.
I have to say, I think that's what brought you up. He was really well behaved for the judge and seemed to love the atmosphere. Well, llongyfarchiadau mawr, many congratulations and good luck in the championship.
Yes, another success in the main ring. And before we leave you for the news headlines at midday, let's go quickly over to the pig ring and join Emma and Gerald.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Yes, we're now back for the championship of the Welsh pig overall. So we've got the female and male champion out here, but we can see that young gilt earlier on as well. So we've got the reserves of the male and female champion as well. So say that the sow takes the overall champion, or then her reserve will come in as a chance for overall reserve as well then.
Same as everything else then? We could
Yes.
have 2 all-female or an all-male?
Yeah. But with the pigs, they tend to be in the ring at the same time because it's hard to keep them on the outside. So it does look like there's 4 there, but it's actually the senior sow that we saw earlier on up against then the middle boar for the overall championship then. 2 tremendous pigs. Heck of a length on this young boar from Troedfedd, isn't there?
There is indeed, to be fair.
So the judge, Mr Horsley, from Yorkshire. I'd imagine he's got an idea who his favourite is. He's seen the pigs.
Yes, indeed. This will be the third look.
Third look for him. But again, he wouldn't have seen the boar up against the sow.
Fair comment, no.
First time to be out together.
Ie. Ond yn mynd a drafod yn y canol. Dwi'n mynd I fynd am y bai, ddiw. O, no, Cymru pres ni. Dwi'n edrych, dwi'n os am o bres gynnau.
Super sow, that female champion.
Dwi'n moch, ond dwi'n mynd I roed ymhen ar y bloc fel o'ch chi'n deud. O, no, a mynd I mynd mlaen.
Now then,
os eithi'r baidd, mi fydd
is he...
Ar is troed yr air yn hapus iawn. Yn fynd a ddawnsio dwi'n darogan.
He's not giving much away, is he, the judge?
No,
he's
quite interesting there, then. And there's two handlers within this particular boar. Is that a requirement, or...?
I don't know. I wouldn't know then.
Mae'n cadw ni aros, wan.
Maybe it's just to keep family issues.
Yeah.
They're both in the ring then.
We showed him.
Yes. Oh, and it is the young boy there, Tavy Evans then. I've seen him here many times over the years, and huge congratulations to them. They'll be absolutely delighted to take the Welsh Pig champion here at the Royal Welsh 2023.
Ar Gil Wobber yn mynd I Dosam, Wakeham and Harmer.
I'm not sure if we'll get a chance to see. Yes.
Young male will come in now against, but fortunately, champions to the... Congratulations to the champion. To win here at the Royal Welsh Show.
Thank you, Gerald. Thank you, Emma. Well, it's been a busy morning here in Llanelwedd during our first visit to the Royal Welsh Show. But what's the weather got in store? Well, here's Alex, and there is, well, there are some light showers here. Alex just saying that she was hoping that things would have improved by now, but for the rest of the day, well, it's going to get drier. Not an awful lot of sunshine. It's still going to be a bit cloudy in the south east. As you can see, the temperatures, high of 18, a low of 16. Tonight it's going to continue dry. Maybe a few light showers here or there. The wind will be quite light, and overnight here in Llanelwedd the temperature will be around 9 degrees centigrade. Now tomorrow it's going to be a bit of a mixture. Some sunny spells and a couple of showers, but we'll be clearing up towards the afternoon, and it'll be 18 degrees. It'll be warmer here in Llanelwedd tomorrow afternoon. But for the rest of the week, well, we'll have more information regarding the forecast for Wednesday and Thursday later on. And he was just asking Alex about the fact that the high temperatures are making the headlines, of course, in south of Europe, in Greece and Rhodes especially, where people have had to evacuate that particular island, people who are on holiday. But anyway, that's all from the Royal Welsh Showground for the time being. It's going to be a busy afternoon. We'll be back after the news headlines.
Prynhawn da, mae pobl nawr yn cael eu gorfodi i adael y rhannau o Ynys Corffw wrth i'r agor o danau gwyllt gydio yn Ynysoedd Gwlad Groeg. Eisoes, mae 19 o filoedd o bobl wedi gorfod gadael eu cartrefi yn Rhodes, gyda llawer o dwristiaid hefyd yn gorfod ffoi o'i gwestai ac heb yr un lle i aros. Mae'r tymheredd yng Ngwlad Groeg wedi bod dros 40 gradd Celsius. Mae angen mwy o hyblygrwydd wrth gyflwyno cynllun newydd i newid cymorthdaliadau ym myd amaeth. Dyna alwad llywydd Undeb Amaethwyr Cymru. Fe ddaw sylwadau yn Ricman ar ôl i arweinwyr NFU Cymru ddweud ar faes y sioe fawr, na fydden nhw rhan o'r cynllun oherwydd y rheolau ynglŷn â phlannu coed. Mae'r gweinidog materion gwledig Leslie Griffiths wedi dweud bod y cyhoeddiad hwnnw yn siom iddi. Mae ymchwiliad gan BBC Cymru yn codi pryderon fod y gwerthwyr cyffuria'n defnyddio'r cyfryngau cymdeithasol i fanteisio'r blant. Mae Comisiynydd Plant Cymru nawr yn galw am fwy o oruchwiliaeth ar gwmnïau cyfryngau cymdeithasol a chosbau ariannol os byddan nhw'n torri rheolau. Fe ddwedodd un ferch y cafodd ei gorfodi werthu cyffuriau ar ôl cyfarfod un ifanc ar-lein. Yn Sbaen, mae arweinydd y Blaid Geidwadol wedi hawlio buddugoliaeth yn yr etholiad cyffredinol nad oes gan y blaid fwyafrif, hyd yn oed gyda chefnogaeth y dde eithafol. Mae'r Blaid Sosialaidd sydd mewn llywodraeth hefyd yn hawlio peth llwyddiant ac mae yna ddyfalu o bosib y bydd angen etholiad arall os na all yr un blaid ffurfio llywodraeth. Mae Whisky o Gymru wedi ennill cydnabyddiaeth arbennig gan Lywodraeth Prydain yn yr un modd â chi gwyn ac eidio'n Cymreig. Fe fydd y statws newydd yn golygu bod hi'n fwy anodd i ddynwared neu gan ddefnyddio whisky Cymreig ac mae 4 o gwmnïau yn rhannu yr anrhydedd honno. A dyna'r newyddion ar hyn o bryd. I'r sioe fawr yr awn ni nesaf ar S4C. Mwynhewch yr arlwy o Lanelwedd, y bwletin nesaf am 2.
On the banks of the River Wye, we're back at the Royal Welsh Showground here in Llanelwedd. The feature county this year, of course, is Glamorgan, and the opening ceremony was held at about 10 o'clock this morning.
To announce the 2023 show now open.
Yes, there were some very familiar faces in the opening ceremony. And since then, it's been a very, very busy morning here at the Royal Welsh. And we're looking forward to a very busy afternoon here. We are, of course, broadcasting live from the Showground until 5 o'clock this afternoon. And before the end of the day, we'll see the individual beef championship. All will be revealed during the next couple of hours. Obviously, we'll be returning back to the cattle ring and featuring the limousines. And there'll be some of the Welsh champions taking part in the wool handling competitions. And of course, we have live feeds from the 3 rings within the main ring. The south, the middle and the north ring. Just visit S4C, click. All the information, of course, is on our website, s4c.cymru/show. There's going to be plenty going on this afternoon. Nia, looking forward to visiting the new food village that's being opened this afternoon. A new feature on the Showground this year. So let's get the ball rolling. We'll head straight off to the sheep ring. And here's Gerald and Emma.
And we return to the Dutch spotted class of the ewe, 2 years and older. And we have 2 ewes, we think, at the top end of the line here that our judges looking at the moment. Very, very similar types, Em?
Yes, very similar. 2 strong ewes. Oh, now then we're having a bit of swap around there. Now, the judge there.
That's the first time that we've had a chance perhaps to look at the business end of them, and
yes,
quite a good confirmation on the first ewe that went forward there.
Yeah, they are quite a strong bodied. So that's number 7295, was it? And quite, you can see tremendous back on her there, width throughout the body. Wow. That's the ewe then from Alistair Jackson.
These ewes actually look quite fat, to be honest with you, don't they? They're very fit, aren't they?
Fit, yeah, fit. Fit
is the word,
Fit's the word
okay.
now.
I replaces the A, is it?
Yeah, definitely. And in second there then, the ewe then from JDR and JL Corbett.
They are actually carrying a lot of meat, aren't they?
A tremendous chest on that second place ewe there. She is broad, isn't she there?
She is broad.
Yeah, but fine boned, as you mentioned. Some of these ewes are quite fine boned. So meaty ewes then. So a bit like the shorthorns, there's a variation in sort of spotting and colouring on them. Some of them are darker, and some of them more spotty and white.
Anyway,
yes.
It is.
So the ewe from Alistair Jackson.
M295. We'll feature her again, obviously in the Dutch Spotted Championship later on.
Yes, and class of 20 in this aged ewe class then, and a lot more Dutch Spotted entered then, so
yes,
we've got some tremendous classes coming up.
But this is a regular occurrence for you?
Well, this is actually my first time at the Welsh. So
at the Welsh?
Yeah,
ah! But the sheep have been here before?
Yeah, the sheep have been here before plenty of times.
So what do you think of the Welsh show then?
It's been good so far.
Yeah?
It's been good so
far.
Yeah. So, yeah. We'll see how the rest of the day goes.
Yeah, and Ali's running around doing other stuff?
Yeah, he's showing cattle this morning, so he is. So yeah. So
you texting back and forth? How's it going with him?
No, we won't yet. We'll wait till we're all finished and then we'll let him know how we're getting on.
Well, congratulations to you. Well done, you.
Thank you.
Yes, some Scottish success here at the Royal Welsh Show.
English commentary is available on this programme and on our main ring webcast. Depending on your device, either press the red button or use the audio selection option. Any problems, contact the S4C viewers hotline.
Well, let's head over to the cattle ring. Our first visit of that particular area of the showground this afternoon, and it's back to Will and Gerald.
They're queuing up there, Gerald, to get into the ring now. There's a there's a fair number of cattle waiting for their turn in the judging rings, but we're going to focus in on wonderful little class of short-horn heifers here.
It's not a little class, Will. It's 23 entries in this class. We've only got just a little camera shot, that's all we've got. But
I'd only seen 3 at the moment.
23 heifers, to be fair, in this particular section. I would say there'd be a very, very proud winner to walk out at the end of this lot. Some lovely heifers, some maiden heifers as they are, and they are born on or after the 1st of January 2022. So they can be somewhere in the region of 17, 18 months, but they could be down a little bit younger.
I just reviewed my catalogue, you're quite correct. It is a rather large class, sorry about that, Gerald. Yeah. No. Andrew Evanson down from Cumbria. This is your moment, sir. This is where you earn your supper, as they say.
I hope he had his lunch before he started, then, is it? No, strong, to be fair. Strong heifers and... Job to remember. Inspecting every particular animal. It'll be a job to remember the first one to the last one when he goes by, but obviously he will have decided or seen on his visual assessment of him walking round, and it will be an odd animal that he will really, really like and favour, so this is what will be his prerogative and his choice, and every person in the ring will leave no stone unturned trying to impress, and this young lady is no exception in making sure that she's standing correctly and always trying to be in the judge's eyesight, and that's what showing is all about. And these animals have turned out exceptionally well.
Mary Cormac with Scarlett standing very squarely. I think that's about as good as it gets, isn't it?
Yes, to be fair.
Keeping them there is the next challenge.
I would go as far to say, Will, that the short-horn classes then are very, very strong and have got a lot stronger this particular season than per normal, because we sort of featured these on many occasions, just a few entries in each class, but the popularity of the breed has increased, and so has the popularity of showing them.
Well, that's a very farmable breed, I think, isn't it? It's easy to look after, and they'll look after themselves at grass. There's a lot to like.
Yes, indeed, to be fair. And
it's a fashionable breed, and we've got a judge with a very fashionable shirt on as well, haven't we?
Nia Roberts.
That is a large class, and as we can see then, there is few, as we said, solid red, solid white, and predominantly, though, that roan colour, as you say. So he has made his mind up, and number 3401, first prize in this particular section.
Joe Dam Susie Q, exhibited by M.R. Suter, is the winner.
Second place, the white heifer of 3393.
AK and JK Smith.
Yeah, many congratulations, and we're back in the sheep shearing shed, and this is one of the heats in the open wool handling competition, and it's worth mentioning, by the way, that the World Champion Wool Handling Team event was won by the Welsh team, which included Fionn Jones, who I believe is involved in this particular heat, and Sarah Jane Rees, who will be competing in another heat. So it'll be interesting to see how the two of them get on if they were to reach the final.
It's all for one, or one for all in this one. They ain't worried about their partner. They're hoping to take the individual award away here from the Royal Welsh show. So we will see how they were good. And you can see here now this particular shearer is looking after 2 shearers. So this is where the open section takes us, and the pressure increases, because you would have thought that the 2 shearers will probably be of similar speed, and therefore she won't have no time to waste and wait in. So, and as you can see, as I alluded to before, she will have picked this fleece up correctly there by the hind legs, and will have thrown that fleece across the table to make it easier for her to roll the fleece in, as we are watching her do here at the moment.
Just roughly, Joe, how do the judges judge this? I mean, it's not all about speed, is it?
There is speed element in it, yes, it will come in. There is a factor. I'm not too sure on the ratio of speed, and but obviously throwing that fleece, picking that fleece up off the shearer when it finishes, clasping it with, like I say, the hind legs as predominant, throwing it onto the actual table with the hind legs still facing herself, hopefully that it will land completely flat, so she doesn't have to throw any little individual piece over. Like there's a little bit there that should have probably landed fleece down, cut edge down. She then will have actually rolled it up. Then, as we can see, as fast as she can ever do, clean the board for the shearer to come out onto a clean piece. Twist the neck piece there to make it as an actual tie, to tie the fleece together. And therefore she has to put that fleece there now on the floor, out of the way of the shearer, ready for him to come out and shear the next one.
There's an awful lot to think about, isn't there?
Oh, good grief, yes. She's got pressure on, yes. And there we are. That particular fleece landed that time, I would say, perfect. Look, every cut edge is to the floor. Now she has to repick this particular fleece up, gather it correctly and throw it again. But to be fair, every cut edge is down. And she would have to take all little dirty bits off the side, as she will be rolling it towards herself. She'll be seeing if there's anything there. She will take that bit off and throw it away, or throw it onto the bucket.
And how important are the shearers here as well, Gerald, to get the pace right?
None whatsoever. Them shearers, you wouldn't worry about the shearers, or shearers wouldn't be worried about them, because they're shearing on an individual basis. Obviously here in this particular competition, perhaps they're thinking we mustn't put too much pressure on her, but if all shearers are working on what they call piecework, every sheep that they shear themselves they get paid for. So it's just they go in, catch the next sheep, bring it out, shear it, and hopefully that it'll be clean and tidy for them to go again.
And I noticed Fionn there put a piece in her mouth before getting rid of it in the bucket, because her hands were tied.
Fair comment, yeah. We're actually doing quite well, because we are in the late July, and to have full wool sheep to be able to shear at this competition is a testament to the farmers that have been looking after these particular sheep for this period of time, because most sheep in this country will have been shorn by now, and they will have to supply quite a lot of ewes for this particular competition for all the groups. There we go, the first sheep shearer has finished, and this will be the last fleece that she will throw. But still, her work will have to continue, because you can see the board is quite littered with little parts of wool and all under the table, so when she leaves it, it'll have to be as clean as when she started. And we can see, obviously, we've featured one or two of these particular sections now. The pace has picked up quite a bit, and we can see that, to be fair to these young ladies, then once they will have finished, every fleece will be exactly the same and rolled the same, and every little bit of wool will be in the buckets provided by the committee. There we are, one fleece left, which she put one side when she got under pressure, and now she will be just a significant amount of time behind this particular shearer. Oops. Let's just say it's just falling apart, perhaps, is it?
There's a wry smile on her face now. I think she thinks the game is up a little.
Her smile gave it away, yes. It's just, she knows that she's up against probably with the best, actually, isn't she? Or one of the best. But to be fair, done a very, very good job. And as I say, leave it as clean. And we can see then she's sorting the little bits on the floor. The bits of dags, which would have probably been on the odd sheep, will go into the one bucket, and the usable bits of wool will be put into the other. And she holds her hand up when she finishes, and she'll have to complete her task. She's completed her task, and obviously, as there is a marks for time, as well. You could see that they had a table each, so they couldn't throw one onto one table and move to the other.
Wel, croeso cynnes nôl ato ni fan hyn yng Nghylch y...
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. We're live here on S4C from the Royal Welsh Show until 5 o'clock this afternoon. Right, let's head to the cattle ring and join Gerald and Will.
Another continental breed, Will, for us to cast our eyes over. Red ones this time, limousines.
Yeah, the French heritage, quite easy to spot there, and a breed that's done exceptionally well here at the Royal Welsh Show for many, many years, Gerald. I'm looking forward to seeing this class of Limousin heifers. They're always a real treat to see, and you can see them, did I say, waddling around the ring there, isn't it, showing off the business end of the breed, of the cattle.
A very consistent size class too, because these heifers are born between the 1st of January and the 31st of March. 2022, so they would be, I would think, a very even size. The growth rate of these particular animals is exceptionally good, and quite a good class of animals for our judges across the Irish Sea to come and judge.
Yeah, James Quayle, a Northern Irishman, and a man who should know what he's looking for. He's a butcher by trade, and his family have been butchers for over 120 years. So there's a bit of experience behind this judge.
Oh, you'd have to take them. But these animals have got the jackets on, mind.
They have indeed.
There's some good shape in these heifers here. Very nice heifers. Heifers that I would say estimate as this walking around that 450 to 550 kilo mark. Nice, even size, good conformation, good locomotion, attractive animals. He'll have his work cut out to assess what he thinks is the best animal in here.
I've always believed that of all the breeds we see here at the Royal Welsh Show, this is probably one of the more difficult ones to judge. They're very similar animals. There's a lot of consistency through the Limousin breed.
Oh yes, indeed, to be fair, yes. And it looks, yes, this looks a very, very even class. We've alluded to in the beef shorthorns what we've seen previous, but there is no difference. It's not even an ounce of colour difference or nothing. Every one of these animals is red from the point of his nose to the tip of his tail, and all of even types of coat, and he's just got to sort out the finer points now of the locomotion, and conformation is paramount, but the end of the big back ends seems to have gone, and it's more now the breeds of all have focused a lot more on the loin and good top lines, whereas perhaps some of the breeds at one time were all about that back end, and we've come to realise that the most expensive cuts and some of the best cuts of beef are in the loin area, and obviously an animal with a good loin and a good top line is even and consistent throughout, rather than this massive back end which the continental breed tended to bring into this country many years ago.
Certainly their calling card originally, wasn't it? And it's interesting, as we've talked about all morning, how breeds are developing for the marketplace. And the Limousin are no different to any other. Just reading through the catalogue tells you a lot about the Royal Welsh Show. There's a good number of these animals who've come across the border, and it just goes to show, I guess, how revered, I guess, the winning this red rosette at the Royal Welsh Show actually is. It isn't just cattle from Wales, cattle from all over the UK vying for the top position in the ring here on Monday morning.
Well, these particular heifers then obviously will go back into their respective herds and obviously produce bulls for the commercial market, and they will not be shy in advertising that the fact that the bull's mother or grandmother or even sister or whatever came on top in a strong class of maiden heifers in the Royal Welsh Show, so therefore it's a real PR for them when they're trying to promote and sell their bulls, where whichever sales is. Carlisle, I believe, is probably home of the limousine sales, and they will not be shy of taking their very good bulls up there with perhaps their bragging rights that they've got red rosettes in the Royal Welsh Show.
A'r heifer enillodd yn sioe'r Ucheldir, dwi'n deall bod hi yma yn y sioe eleni yn y sioe fawr.
A lot of these particular individuals as well will be looking at these heifers as prospective purchasing from their own stock bulls and different bloodlines, which they will use within their own herds. And if a heifer wins at the Royal Welsh Show, a breed that they're actually interested in, well, then they'll come back. But anyway, we'll have to come back and see later on who comes to the top of this particular section.
Cofiwch ddiweddaru neu lawrlwytho app y sioe eleni o Google Play neu'r App Store. Ac yn fanna mae yna gyfarwyddiadau teithio, map o'r maes, rhestr cystadlaetha, canlyniadau'r dydd, gwybodaeth am bopeth sy'n digwydd yma. A mae'r cyfan am ddim. s4c.cymru/sioe.
Right, let's head over quickly to the main ring, and we'll rejoin Lisa.
Thank you. We're back in the main ring now for class 152, which is the lightweight show hunter mare gelding. So this class is for the lightweights of the hunters. They're expected to carry up to 12 stone 7 a pound in weight, and are usually around the 16 to 16.2 hands mark. There were 9 entries in this class. 9 catalogue entries. Looks like there's 5 forwards. They've now asked for the class to go out for the final walk round. Here, the judges will make their final decision based on what they've seen, the ride they've given the ride judge, and what the confirmation judge has seen. They'll be now discussing and having a final look at these animals out in the walk. The walk is such an important pace for the show horses. It's what the judges first see when they come in, and it's the last thing they see before the pull-in. So you really want a horse that's relaxed, striding out with a good, purposeful walk. Also, their overall expression and look for the show horse, you know, they really need to have that star quality and look at me as well. The steward's now calling the final positions in. So, called into first place there is number 1625, the property of Lorna Morgan, Colorado, the 6th. It's ridden here today by Gemma Summers.
Wel, mae yna rhyw newid, dipyn o newid wedi bod yn y safleoedd. Mae'r un oedd yn ola wedi dod fyny i'r trydydd safle.
They've changed around the positions quite a bit here, with third place coming up from further down the line as well.
Deiarth yn jwmpo ar y ceffil, mae hwnna'n gallu wneud holl waniaeth.
It's a big ask for these horses with a ride judge. You know, horses are schooled and have their buttons in certain places, and to be able to perform just as well for a ride judge as their owners, it really does show how well schooled an animal is. First place they've been handed out to number 1625. Congratulations to the connections there.
Lorna Morgan, Colorado.
Ie, wedi cael ei fagu gan Mrs R Thomas. Y march y felw ac allan o caseg o enw Rapid River.
Second place they've been handed out. Can't quite see the numbers there at present.
Ceffil hela ysgafn gore y flwyddyn hyn. Wedi dod lan i'r brig ar ôl cael.
And third place there, which moved up from further down the line.
John Keane.
Yn trydydd, Dyfrchog y Cwyna Owen, sy'n awer Max.
Third place they went to Tinawern Maxen with Gwenno Jones.
Pwysau ysgafn, the berchnogaeth Lorna Morgan.
Congratulations to all connections of Colorado.
Mae Hannah yng nghwmni enillydd.
The interview is now going to take place between the winner and Hannah Parr.
Well, am fore arbennig I Gemma. Gemma, what a fantastic morning with you winning the Royal Welsh Show 2023. How are you feeling up there?
Overwhelmed.
I can hear the tears are starting to flow. Now, the name in the catalogue, of course, is Lorna, and Lorna owns the horse. Can you tell us? I'm sorry to make you talk while you're crying, but what does this mean?
This means so much to all of us. He's only a baby, he's only 5, so, yeah. Really proud of him.
And why the Royal Welsh Show? Why is it the Royal Welsh Show that means so much to everybody?
Well, it's the show, isn't it? What else can I say?
Well, you've got the championship coming up later. I bet you didn't think you'd be saying that earlier this morning. So you've got another chance to ride around this amazing ring. Many congratulations, good luck. Is there anything you're hoping for in the championship?
Can only do our best, really, can't we?
Wel, pob lwc a llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn I chi.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. It's great to have your company here on the English language service. We're going to head over to the sheep ring and join Emma and Gerald.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, we're back with the Dutch spotted sheep. First time for them to have their own classes here at the Royal Welsh Show, and we're joining the yearling ewe class, Gerald, and 38 entries in this class.
Aye. This is one of them times that I'm glad I'm sitting where I am and talking about it and not out there judging, because it's outstanding class of sheep, to be fair.
The judge will be going home with spots in front of his eyes tonight, won't he?
Aye. This is serious strength of class.
Nice shot there now. You can really see the sheep, see the character of the sheep. And tremendous ewe there. Really nicely turned out and trimmed as well, aren't they?
Every single one of them, to be fair. Gee whiz, this is a strong class of good sheep, to be fair. Very, very good sheep.
Sort of, you can still see a sort of difference within the breed, can't you? Like this ewe here now, 7-3-3-8. That's one from, that's Tom Nash there from Pembrokeshire there. Significantly taller than the ewe to her left there.
I thought perhaps then we've seen the 2-year-old and over, then obviously you can have a 3 or 4-year-old ewe in there, then it could have been a significant difference. I thought this perhaps would have been a bit more consistent. Oh, there's a young man I know very well. There's Oliver Watson from up north. His father runs Ulverston Auction Mart up there in the north of England.
Have Louise.
He's travelled a long way.
He has. That's Louise Nash now then. She's, got a lad between her and her husband then.
They've in the background there, Will Workman from Sennybridge, Orchard Castle, I should say, and then in the background there again is Sarah Gibbon. We've featured Sarah Gibbons many times in prime stock shows and obviously in these shows,
added a new breed to the flock then.
She was Blue Texel.
I wonder if they'll have any spotted at the Winter Fair this year.
We will have to wait and find out, but I should imagine, yes. Oh, this is a very strong class of good sheep, and this is going to take a long time for our judge, Mr. Edward Adamson from County Antrim in Ireland. He's travelled over and he's going to have to earn his keep, to be fair, isn't he? To judge, as we say, there's a significant amount of, not only that in this class and in the Ram, and with 7 entries, there's 14 entries in the yearling, there's 29 in the older youth, 34, 32 in the Ram Lamb, and goodness gracious me, doesn't work it out to there'll be a good champion at the end of this.
Definitely, certainly will be.
Good length in these ewes.
They are, and not as extreme in shape as your Beltex is, or maybe not quite as heavy as maybe your Blue Texels or Texels, but very well conformed sheep, useful body.
There isn't too much wool on these particular animals.
I think they're pretty well trimmed. Yes,
but they know what you see is what you get here.
Yeah, but they're not excessively woolly on the necks. No.
Long length of a ewe then in camera shot.
So a breed coming from Holland. I think it's probably only in the last sort of 5 years that they've really exploded in numbers, and they've got a very proactive breed society. And
well, actually, what we've been featuring here at the show is just the few in the other hill class, in the other continental bred classes, and they've been mixed up. But anyway, we'll have to come back later on to see what's happened in this class, maybe once or twice.
Thank you, Gerald. Thank you, Emma. Well, wherever you venture around the showground, you're not far away from for food and drink. And Nia is at the Meat Promotion Wales stand with Siwan Jones, and proceedings here started with the annual breakfast event, including the company of the Meat Promotion Wales Chair, Kathleen Smith, and the Minister for Rural Affairs, Leslie Griffiths. And Meat Promotion Wales chair, Catherine Smith, was explaining that Meat Promotion Wales continues to operate in a crowded consumer marketplace where red meat products are surrounded by confusing claims and counterclaims, and where their honesty is heckled by a lot of misinformation. She advocated a collective industry commitment to further build on the tireless efforts of Wales's fantastic farmers, saying that the Welsh Promotion Wales, Meat Promotion Wales rather, was meticulously building clear and compelling evidence to fully substantiate all assertions that the production of Welsh lamb and Welsh beef was a global exemplar. And currently at the Meat Promotion Wales stall, there's a cookery display going on with Nathan Davis and Coover Biscup of the SY23 restaurant in Aberystwyth.
Wel, bopdy bach neu barbecue anghyffredin iawn, clyfar iawn.
Nia just mentioning the fact that they have an unusual type of barbecue there that they're using to cook the lamb and the beef. And obviously this cooking demonstration attracts a crowd, and people of course can see that not only the meat being cooked, but maybe it's a bit of an inspiration for them to go and look up some recipes and cook Welsh produce themselves. They're here, they're watching the display of course, but there's also an opportunity for them to ask different questions to the chefs who will be cooking here at the Meat Promotion Wales tent, and obviously there'll be quite a few cooking displays going on between now and the end of the show come Thursday afternoon. And also they can also explain to the people who come and watch the displays the nutritional value of the Welsh lamb and Welsh beef, and introduce them to maybe unusual cuts and cheaper cuts that are available. And she was just saying that as well as the lamb, the chefs are currently cooking with the neck, for example.
Keep going, Cymru.
And yes, just asking Siwan what's her favourite cut. But she's, well, according to Siwan, it's really hard to beat a good leg of lamb. It just pleases everybody. Well, hopefully you'll have a successful week here. I know it's going to be busy in the kitchen, and I know a lot of people will be calling to see the cooking displays during the course of the week. Right, we're close to a result, I believe, in the cattle ring, so let's rejoin Gerald and Will.
Yeah, we're back in the limousine heifer section, born between the 1st of the 1st and the 31st of the 3rd, 22. As we stated earlier, Will, an exceptional even class of maiden heifers, and our judge, Mr. James Quayle, has been working very hard while we've been away, and I would imagine that he's should be getting close to his decision shortly. And as we've alluded to before many times, it's which end of the class does the judge prefer, but it's their prerogative, it's their day, and they can choose whichever end they want, even though it causes us a little bit of confusion. But I would hesitate to say that he's got an exceptional well-shaped heifer at the top at the moment anyway.
Yeah, she's just about got it all, really, hasn't she?
And as a butcher, he would be looking at, as I alluded to, that top line, and that back end would be in his mind.
Foxhill Farm touch of class. Heifer siapus dros ben.
Certainly brings a different perspective to the judging. As we said earlier, 120 years of family experience in the meat trade would mean he's well qualified to pick out a winner here.
Mae wedi rhoi y nod.
A dyna ni.
And it looks like...
touch of class, felly.
He's made his decision.
Yeah, Foxhill Farm touch of class from the Alfords. And they know strangers to success in this ring in Llanelwedd.
No, to be fair, I've got a Foxhill prefix would feature very highly in a lot of hybrid limousines throughout the country.
Mae'r ceffylen rhoi o'i gore.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. Another busy afternoon here in Builthwells, and just to remind you that we'll be broadcasting live until 5 o'clock every afternoon between today and Thursday, of course. Right, let's head on to the main ring, and here's Lisa once again.
We are now on to class 153, which is the middleweight show hunter. We're on to the results now. And the middleweight class is for horses around 16.3 hands usually. And they're expected to carry between 12 stone 7 and 14 stone. There's 9 catalogue entries in this class today.
A'r sacwyn.
So
o'r march. A'r cedio.
The ride judge is dismounting there from the I think she's just done the last horse of the line there. So we will be going on to the results shortly.
Di cael bore prysur dina yn y cystadlu?
Do, fi wedi'n barod, do.
You can see in the background the other competitors from the class just remounting ready.
Mae'n arbennig.
The 2 judges will now discuss.
Achos, wel, sy'n pawb yn cael y cyfle i nhw. Felly, mae'n fraint cael bod na. Mae rhaid wneud siŵr beth bynnag sy'n digwydd, bod chi'n joio, a bod chi'n gweud diolch ar y diwedd, a wedyn,
see the ride and the confirmation judge. They're just discussing how they've seen the horses. The ride judge on how manly a ride the horses have given her, and the confirmation judge on what he's seen when he's had a closer look at the horses. So you can see in shot there were 4 horses forward to this class.
Mae'n arbennig yn enwedig fi'n credu I bobl sy'n cadw copiau am erlog Cymreig. Hwn yw'r uchafbwynt i'r adde.
Shot there of the judges, so ride judge Miss Leslie Whitehall from Aylesbury and the confirmation judge Mr John Keane from Monmouthshire.
Chi'n methu ond bod wrth dy fodd wedyn.
And the rosettes are now being handed out. First place there is Zara Owens, own Well Park Don Giovanni. A 2018 horse. So by Hallmark DS.
Yn yr ail safle, Cumano Cassini. O'r march.
Second place there is Cumano Cassini, property of Robert Screen.
Jimmy Hooker yn reid o hwnna.
Bred by Teresa Walsh. Jimmy Hooker there in the saddle, taking the ride on this one.
Kevin Stanworth. A san o'r march Benetton Dream ar gaseg Lorina.
Third place now being handed out.
Guys, pob un sy'n cystadlu yn y prif gylch yw cael y cyfle i'r rhedeg o flaen.
There is your winner, Zara Owen, with Well Park Don Giovanni.
Yn eiddo I Zara Owen ar ddod i'r brig.
Congratulations to all connections.
Cyfarched gresog I Well Park Don Giovanni, sy'n nawr yng nghwmni Hannah Parr.
Now going to the interview with Hannah Parr.
Yet another red rosette at this year's Royal Welsh, and I think your pony is very happy with himself. How are you feeling?
Oh, it's lovely because they're all novices, so I'm just pleased they've come here and gone how they have done, so anything after that's a bonus.
And how are you going to cope with the championship now? You've got a few in there.
Decisions.
Because you can't ride more than one in the championship, so are you going to be grabbing in some friends?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, we'll have a chat now and see.
Well, as you say, all of these ponies are young, but are you happy with how they've all coped?
Delighted, yeah. No, to handle all this atmosphere here is great, so I'm really chuffed with them all.
Well, many, many congratulations. Pob lwc yn y pencampwriaeth. Many good luck now in the championship.
Thank you very much.
Wel, dwi wedi gadael y moch a di ymlwybro lawr i'r ardal y ffermwyr ifenc. A mae yna glowns tu ôl I fi, jocas ar y dde, a dwi'n stuck yn y canol. Boris Richards, a mae wedi fathodi'n pwysig iawn yn y res.
Oes dad, oes, dwi'n cyfel bod fi'n pwysig iawn wrth yma gen i'r flwyddyn yma. Fi di ysgri'r clwbiau ffermwyr ifan Cymru eleni. Joban pwysig iawn a mae'n lot o waith, ond profiad gwych, ffantastig.
Pen o fraint.
Yndi, mae'n hollol, dach chi'n cael y cyfle fwy nag unwaith yn y bwyd, a wedyn, dwi'n dramanteisio gymaint o fedra fi ar y cyfle I fod yn deg.
Glwbod edern oedd y ti?
Glwbod edern, dwi dal yn oed.
Ti'n dal yn oed cystadlu daw?
Spring chick.
Edrych yn hen o ti?
Dwi'n mynd yn hyn sy'n ifanc.
A mae'n wythnos brysur a dipyn amrywiaeth o gystadlaethau. A ni'n gwneud thema syrcas eleni.
So bob blwyddyn mae'r rali, mae'r thema newid o bethau gwahanol, a wedyn syrcas gath I benderfynu
according to the competition committee this year, they decided on the theme of circus skills.
Fel y gystadleuaeth sy'n mynd ymlaen rwan, sgiliau syrcas. Mae'r sgiliau'n amrywio, jyglo, acrobatics, magicians, da ni wedi cael bob math ar y llwyfan. A mae'n ffantastig gweld yr aelodau yn neud fel hwyliog ac yn mwynhau.
Ac yn syml iawn, faint amser maen nhw'n gael i berfformio wedyn?
Nid at 5 munud da chi'n cael ar y llwyfan lle yn cynnwys gosod a clirio. A wedyn mae gyn dibynnu pa fath o props os gynnach chi. Fel yr ogia, efo cadeiria, na rhywun efo rhyw fox yn neud i ryw lew ddiflannu a rhywbeth efo chi.
Dim llew go iawn.
Wel, na. Onsi oedd o i fod deg.
A mae'n neis gweld bethau newydd, ynddi, achos mae'n rhaid gadw bethau'n ffres a symud ymlaen.
Ynddi, mae'n anodd meddwl am thema gwahanol bob blwyddyn, lle. Ond rhywbeth ei hwyliog ydy syrcas mewn ffordd i lliwgar, a wedyn...
Circus skills, well, we thought it'd be a lot of fun, it'd be colourful.
Mae'n gyrru gweld gymaint o bobl ma'r fore di llun, ambell llun chydig bech yn worse for wear ar ôl neithiwr, falle ti'n i plith nhw?
Na, dwi'n rhaid da i fod yn deg, rhaid da.
Ond ambell llun i fod yn clownio o gwmpas, i gadw'r y thema, ti'n jyglwg?
Yn sobor.
Ti'n sof?
Ond dwi'n gwybod...
O, ne, roi wers i ti fan. Sefwch nôl bawb. Ti'n fara, dwi'n ei jyglo blynyddoedd.
Aaron can juggle, he hasn't done it for a few years.
Right,
which is quite evident, but he is going to give it another go. I promise you I can juggle, he said. Oh, that was a better attempt than the previous one.
Please. Gyd i gwsna drysur o dy flaen di, pob lwc i di. Gwni sgwrt i ddiau falle.
Wel, di eto.
Diolch yn fawr.
31 oedd yma i gychwyn.
Right. Wel, i feiron to it.
A mae'r beirniad wedi cael gres i grad yn llythrenol. A dwi'n meddwl bod y defaid ar hyn o bryd yn bahafion ofnadwy o dda i fel bod yna dipyn o amser wedi bod ers iddyn nhw gychwyn.
Yes, we're back at the yearling Dutch Spotted Ewe. And we alluded the judge had been working very hard since we've been away, Ems, and has trimmed his class down a little bit. And
yes, down from the 38 initially entered.
Quite a difficult task now for a judge with such a large class of sheep. Not only in the fact that being able to select what he wants, obviously, is the winner, but there's obviously sheep in there that he doesn't quite think are quite there. Well, how do you administer yourself, and you don't want to feel anybody that they are hard done by or whatever? And how do you select, say, the ones that are in with a decent chance then? And, it's a difficult scenario myself, even when I've been judging, how to... you just basically got to select a few forward which you think are in with a chance, and treat the rest of them basically as the same, isn't it?
We've got some more up the end here. Oh, and there we go. 7-3-2-2, which is Alice Jackson once again taking this. They took the U class earlier on then, and they've travelled all the way down from Dumfries and Galloway.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Your son's having a good show.
Yes, great show.
He's had a few good shows though. What has this one had?
Well, she was champion at the Highland, and she was champion at the Yorkshire, and then reserve interbreed at the Yorkshire. So, yeah, pressure was on.
Is there a triple crown?
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Well, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Cheers. Da iawn.
Wel, mae yna bencampwyr yn cael eu coroni ynghylch...
Anyway, we're back to the native breed, cattle breed of this country, the Herefords, or one of the native breeds. And
dosbarth cynta bore yma, a wedi mynd â hi...
Champion Hereford.
Y gwartheg Henffordd, sef Sol Paul...
Male against female, but the champion is Sol Paul Trailblazer, which we will feature obviously in the individual championship later on, Will.
Na. Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Show, and as Nia has just mentioned, there's a lot of emphasis on food and drink at this year's Royal Welsh Show, and of course there's a new addition to the showground. There's a new food village which Nia will be visiting later on, but currently she's still in the food hall with a company called Crust, speaking to Rhodri, and it's their first time at the Royal Welsh Show. They did visit the Winter Fair previously, but the first time at the Royal Welsh Show. The company started back in 2016. Rhodri's sister, Catherine, and her husband, Osian, had started baking from home and selling then to local markets and local businesses, and then in 2018 they opened a cafe in Cardigan, and of course by now they have another cafe on the outskirts of St Dogmell's on Poppet Sands. So as Nia's asking, did Catherine and Osian ever imagine that things would have developed as quickly as they have? Not really, but it's happened due to an awful lot of hard work. And the latest development now is that they are delivering further afield, from Cardigan to places like Newport in Pembrokeshire and Llandeilo. Well, the donuts are selling quite well in the food hall. They've got jam, salted caramel, chocolate brownie, vanilla, and meringue. And then you've got the blueberry buns. And they all seem to be quite popular. That's a very good question. Yes, just asking who cooks all these for you or bakes all these for you, and how do you work how many produce or how much produce you have to bring with you. Well, they've been baking since 2 o'clock this morning, and we weren't too sure how much to bring with us. We'll just have to see how things go, but things are selling very, very well. We'll just have to see if we've got enough stock to last the rest of the week. That's Max, who's assisting at the stall, trying not to eat the produce.
So chocolate salted caramel tarts.
Chocolate salted caramel tarts are Max's favourite. They seem to be quite popular, and just in the front there's the custard raspberry tarts, and they seem to be selling quite well as well. Donuts, of course, they are the best seller so far.
Our buns.
And the buns, Madagascar vanilla glazed buns, nice and shiny, plenty of brownies as well. And also there are some things that are being sold as far afield as London. The caramels, the granolas and the hot chocolate are now being, well, we've been very, very fortunate. They're now being sold at Selfridges in London. So it seems as if things are going from strength to strength. And of course we need to congratulate your sister, because Catherine and Osian have just had a baby, so they're probably watching from home at the moment, and the name is Alaw. No doubt we'll be back with Nia quite soon, but in the meantime, let's over to the main ring here at Llanelwedd and join Lisa.
Thank you. We've now rejoined the main ring for class 144, which is the Welsh Cob Mare, registered 4 years old and over. There were 39 catalogue entries for this class. They're now going through the mark. They've been awarded for confirmation and ride. It's a lovely shot there of the Welsh Cob mares that have been kept in for the judging. They're now coming to the front of the lineup, the judges and stewards, so it looks like a decision has been made. We can see then whether the lineup will get changed around after the confirmation and ride has taken place. Called forward into first place there is Pennell Royal Anthem, the property of Lynn Scott. Congratulations. The breeder, Di Harris from Ceredigion. Sire is Pennell Welsh Guard. And the dam is Ilston Lady Marie. Pulled into second place is Anna Marie Chester. She's moved up the line with Pensawel Miss Middleton. That's bred by the family there, by Victoria Montgomery and out of Gwendraeth Sally. Third place goes to the property of Peter and Elaine Graham with Boothroydon Annabelle, ridden today by Claire Evans. This is bred by the owner, by Gwentland Sampson out of Bryn Boothroydon Rosie G. That really is a dream come true to win this class. We can see the winner of the class doing her lap of honour there. Also qualified for Hoys at Derbyshire Festival, despite being a low mileage mare. Third place is also qualified for Hoys this season as well.
Well, llongyfarchiadau mawr.
A big congratulations to Pennell Royal Anthem. And we are now going to Hannah Parr to interview the rider.
Absolutely over the moon. A dream come true to win the Royal Welsh.
Is this your first time taking home the Red Rosette from the Royal Welsh?
It is, yeah.
Well, we cannot say congratulations enough. You've got the championship coming up now, where the mare will go up against the winner of the gelding and the stallions. How do you feel your chances are?
We'll give it a good shot.
And what was your favourite part of the class?
The gallop.
I have to admit that that's been everyone's answer today. And of course, the judge has to ride the ponies. How did you feel your pony went today for the judge?
Yeah, I felt she gave him a nice forward ride. I could imagine when you've got so many ponies to ride, you wouldn't like one that you'd have to kick round. But she looked to go lovely, so I'm really pleased with how she went for him.
Well, best of luck in the championship now and enjoy every second.
We're now over to class 154 of the main ring, which is the heavyweight class. Congratulations, the winner of that class, Teresa Jones with Rose Gold.
Well, we're back in the sheep shearing shed. And another heat, I think, in the open wool handling competition. We saw Fionn Jones earlier on, a member of the successful Welsh team in the World Champion wool handling competition at the Golden Shears World Championships. And this is another heat. Now then, from what I can see, there's 19 entrants or competitors, and because of that number, it says here that the top 6 competitors will qualify for a semi-final, with the top 3 then in the final. Had there been fewer competitors, then there wouldn't be a semi-final stage. So it's nice to see that there are plenty of competitors taking part, so that we will see a semi-final and a final.
Yes, indeed, testament that the means so much to these young ladies, predominantly ladies, and to win this prestigious award here, I think, and a lot of people trying, so it's a real buzz to come out on top of 19 competitors, just the same it would be to win in any class with 19 animals against you. I suppose it's just the same as well, as we all get it, on the shearers would get this as well, that you're on form or you're not on form, and if it goes your way, well,
John Till yma yn symud o ymlaen I gael ei ferniadu ar y blaen.
Judges have their work mind cut out to study these young ladies as just the same as they would be if they were studying the shearers.
I
think the three competing in this particular heat are Jessica Morgan, Kushla Abraham and Alice Derryman.
How much variation, Gerald, do you think there is between the quality of the fleeces? You could have a good one or a bad one?
Well, yes, definitely so. A more mature fleece will hold together, perhaps a little bit better. And we did see in the last heat then a young lady was struggling with just, say, a half fleece. But this would be done. They would be selected. These ewes would be selected for this. There'd be no favoritism with competitors. So every ewe would be inspected that she would have a decent fleece on her body before start. So, yeah.
Ddim angen ail ddidol felly, dyma Rhydwyn Price yn arall o'r beirniad yma yn cymryd I le. Colwm unwaith eto fan hyn I Jessica Morgan. Dyna ni'n cael golwg da fan hyn ar Cwsla Abraham eitha yn tynnu'r fflam bigdyr yna rownd pen ôl yma yna. Hwna wedi mynd. Colwm mor dyn.
The fleeces then would vary slightly then actually in size of ewe obviously then but the shearer would make a big difference as male mine. If the shearer cut the fleece in half, well obviously when he threw it under the table, well then that wool handler would be at a disadvantage. But these are professional shearing boys, they wouldn't be doing such a thing as that. But obviously then another thing that is coming on, we see some of these ewes would have pelled a little bit of wool. By what I mean pelling, they would have lost a little bit, and there is that second cut growth. So therefore they have to shear the sheep clean, and therefore we see a lot of the little bits of wool that is on the board would be detached from the fleece because it was not growing in part of the fleece in the start. So therefore they got a lot more work in cleaning up.
We saw earlier on in the novice competition there was only one shearer. In this open they're dealing with two shearers.
That's quite right, yes. You'd move up a gear, yes, to be able to manage the pair of the shearers. I think because obviously this is a rousey bout there called in terms of their professional terms in New Zealand, and you could well be dealing with 3 or 4, so they have no time. Well, Jessica Morgan here is Raya's know Jessica Bynan, and she would be living down in Drysloin, just down below ourselves, below Llandailo, and this is featuring something. She is living with Kevin Bynan in Drysloin, whose father and Kevin themselves are big in the sheep buying business for meat companies. She hasn't forgotten her youth. She would have grown up on a farm over in near Hirwain in South Wales there, and she's where she learned to trade.
Yes, Alice Derryman there with the last fleece, I think.
Just there, like leaving that little bit exposed on the side there, which she would actually tuck in again, but she would have obviously lost a point or two for allowing that to happen in the start. Even though she has put it right, she would be penalised a little bit for that.
I'm just bemused, Gerald, where all the fleeces are disappearing to when they finish. They seem to just disappear off the side of the screen.
There's judges out of sight, actually, just below the stage. They place their fleece down and thing, and we just got a little slight camera shot of them there. They will be taking the fleece apart and actually assessing how it had been rolled up in the start.
I think, well, the cameraman's concentrating on the action rather than the end product, I think.
Well, it is all action, actually, and there is, like, the competitor is what we are focused on initially, but there's a lot more to this than actually, like with the shearers, just actually shearing the wool off the sheep. There is no inspection after, but these are actually inspected in what they're doing on their job, and every aspect of their job.
I think it was Kushla Abraham who was the first to finish. Doesn't mean to say that she's won, but...
Oh, certainly not, no.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. It's great to have your company. A reminder that we are broadcasting live here on our main channel on S4C until 5 o'clock this afternoon. We're going to head now to the sheep ring and join Gerald and Emma.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Yes, we've hopped from one breed back to the Kerrys, I believe. Yes, we're now joining the male championship. So we've got the winners then of the Ram Lamb, Yearling Ram and the Aged Ram here, Gerald.
Yes, indeed. And we come back onto these shores now on the native breeds, haven't we?
Yes.
Back from Europe and...
Very smart, that Ram Lamb. I like him. He's very showy. But then we got the Aged Ram and the Yearling from Tom Evans. Oh, what was he tapping him out there?
I'm not too sure what he was doing, to be honest with you.
No, I don't think anybody knows quite what he was doing. Oh,
it's champion for...
Champion and reserve, is it?
Champion and reserve.
There we go. There we go, the Evans family.
Ydyn Glei yn gweithio'n galed. A troi nhw mas fel pin mewn papur.
Very well turned out sheep there. There we go. Tom Evans taking the championship. That's not the first time that Ram's had a halter on his head.
Certainly not.
That's tipyn o led o phwer yn iddo fe. Ac wedi cael y gwobr arbennig. Pencampwriaeth y gwrwaidd. A wedyn y tad. Wel, yn I siarad ar tad yn gyflym iawn. Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
The son showing you how to show sheep.
He is, in fairness, and he's getting taller and big. Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
great
but the
day.
ram
He's superb. He's beautiful. He is absolutely beautiful. Like I say, he was at the Spring Festival, as you know. The champion at the Spring, won a champion at the Spring Festival. Male champion now. Just needs to go that little one more.
We'll see.
And I might cry then.
I'll hold you to that.
Okay, no worries.
Thank you
very much. Cheers.
Yeah, it could get very emotional in the sheep ring later on, but in the meantime, we're heading for the cattle ring, and it's Gerald and Will.
Well, the hard work of the morning, running through the classes, has been done, and now we're heading towards the championship of each of the breeds, and we're focusing in on the Charolais. Here, Gerald, David Barker.
Yes, the two mature animals of each section seem to have come to the fore with the cow in milk and obviously the senior bull. So these would have seen off some of the younger animals that we featured earlier on. The cow with a bit of power, Will, for you. Very wide, very thick, heavy cow.
Yeah. Two exceptional animals. One of which that will take away the Royal Welsh Show 2023 Charolais Championship.
Obviously then will be the representative in the All Breeds Individual Championship later on. So, and will represent the Charolais breed.
Ar fuwch wedyn 3.95. Beth yw hanes y fuwch yma?
So this bull coming down from Scotland to compete at the Welsh Show, and the cow coming all the way down from Cumbria. So both have travelled a great distance to be with us today in Llanelwedd, and both of them will be hoping to take away the highest accolade that the breed can achieve here.
Yes, indeed.
Ond fel ti'n dweud, y fuwch yma gyd llo da, ni'n gweld y llo fyna.
See the testament of how big that particular animal is, because there were judges having to get up on his tiptoes to have a look over the rear end of this particular animal.
Mae'r tarw yma, mae rai gweud, yn darw arbennig.
As we mentioned earlier, David Barker, and indeed his family as well, have been heavily involved in the Charolais breed for many, many years. And, he's hugely experienced in selecting cattle within the show ring, and He's doing a very good job. He's going over every inch of it, both those animals, making sure he hasn't missed a positive or a fault.
And as you stated, Will, in the ring here, the rings are looking outstanding, aren't they, today? Very, very green, and the red cattle are shining, the white cattle are shining on these particular green background, and lush grass which they are being shown on. Testament to the ground staff here at the Royal Welsh Show to produce such lovely arenas for these exhibitors to be able to go out and show their livestock on.
I'm pretty sure they'd have been a bit more concerned about a month ago. It would have been a very dry early summer until that point.
Yeah.
But you're quite right. All credit to the grounds team here at Llanelwedd at the Royal Welsh Agricultural Society.
Ond dwi asgwrn ddim yn or-drwm.
Dim or-drwm na, mae locomotion mae'n cerdded fyda wedyn.
Big animals, quite heavily boned bull.
Yes, they did. That's quite a wide Shallery cow in my opinion. Very, very well beefy cow. Yes, indeed, it is the cow that takes it.
Yep.
3095, and she will be going forward to represent the Shallery breed in the final.
Sean Mitchell's Hairstone Rapunzel is the Charolais champion, and you can see exactly what it means to the exhibitor. Quite emotional. There's a few tears come all the way down from Grassknop Farm in Cumbria.
Congratulations. Well done. What's that, talcum powder?
Aye, talc. Plenty of it.
Hey, it was touch and go. It was a close call because that bull is a cracking bull, but it says a lot about the cow you've got.
Yeah, she's a tremendous cow, really. She's been to the Highland, the Yorkshire. So this is my first time at the Welsh as well, so just icing on the cake, really.
You'll have to come more often
now.
now.
Yeah, I'll have to start coming more now.
But she's a tremendous cow. What's the story with her?
I bought her in Carlisle, it will be 2 years ago in May. I showed her as an in-calf heifer last year, and she was second in the class last year at the Yorkshire. Never got her to the Welsh last year, but I wish I did. But then she come back this year, and she was second at the Highland, second at the Yorkshire, and then come here and
done it.
Done it.
You've done it. Done it. She's really got the wow factor. Many congratulations, and best of luck in the championship later on today.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
guys.
Yes, we'll see them later in the championship around 4 o'clock. Now then, traditionally, when Nia is at the moment, is where the horticulture section used to be. They'll be relaunching the horticulture section next year, but this year they've added a new Welsh food and drink village called Gwledd or Feast, and that's where Nia is at the moment. And as you can see, it's quite a popular area, and she is about to talk to Edward Morgan and Clive Alexander, who are basically responsible for this new development here on this showground, and people have been asking for something like this. And as Clive rather is saying, people have been asking for this kind of facility where they can sit down, enjoy their food, and it was the new chief executive's idea, Aled Rhys-Jones, and he's to be commended for that. And there is a feeling that there's a change in the air, as it were, and seeing a development like this and how popular it is must be very pleasing. And Clive's just saying, yes, as we can see, there are hundreds here, and people are enjoying. The standard of the food is very high. And of course there's entertainment and singing in the background, and there'll be a variety of artists singing here during the week, and as a company like Castell Howell, we are working with a promotion called Big Food Box, which we're promoting here today. There was a school from Merthyr here earlier on, and later on there'll be some representatives from a primary school in Barry, and it's a pilot project which operates a pay-as-you-feel food banks promoting healthy diets, growing vegetables, and deliver cooking lessons in many, many primary schools across Wales. Clive is more often than not seen in the food hall, and for you, who's been involved with the food hall in the past, how important is this kind of development for you? The original idea was to have some kind of connection between the food hall and this particular area here. So we sell the products in the food hall. They're available here to eat. So the idea was you could eat here in the Welsh Food Village, buy the produce in the food hall and take them home with you. Edward, there is an emphasis, of course, a lot of emphasis here on food and drink, which must please you, bearing in mind your association with Castell Llywel. Yeah, and the connection between the food hall and the new Welsh Food Village is a very important one, and it's a new facility. It's a new addition because it can be quite confined within the confines of the food hall. Here, it's more relaxing. There's a great atmosphere here. There's more room, and just reacting to the fact that there's a stage, and just asking Clive if he was likely to be appearing on the stage later on, but unfortunately he's not. Right, from the new Welsh Food and Drink Village, it's back to the main ring, and here's Lisa once again.
Thank you. We're back to the main ring now for the Champion Ridden Hunter exhibit. First and second prize winners came forward for the championship.
Wellpark Don Giovanni.
Champion is Wellpark Don Giovanni, which was the winner of the middleweight show hunter class. That has now taken the championship.
Zara di cael diwrnod arbennig.
She's had an amazing day today. She had to have somebody step in to ride one of her other winners from another class. And her other ride has taken the reserve champion spot also. Which has got Nia Roberts taking the ride for the championship.
Oes. A rhyddhad.
This really is a special winner. He's looked so relaxed and really looked so light in his way of going and given such a manly show for the judge.
Don Giovanni.
Wellpark Don Giovanni, the winner of the Hunter Championship, with reserve championship going to the 4-year-old class winner, which was Basimo Distant Lands.
A dyma ni wireddu breuddwyd I Zara Owen a llongyfarchiadau I Wellpark Don Giovanni.
Congratulations to Zara Owen.
Gyda'r ceffylau hela yw marchogaeth a maen nhw gyda Hannah.
Well,
we are now going over to the interview between the champion, winner and Hannah Parr.
Champion and reserve. How are you feeling, if you can even describe it?
Oh no, it's amazing. I've been champion before, but to do the double is just amazing. It was a hard decision to know which one to ride, but thanks to Catherine, she did a great job.
Yeah, has Catherine ever ridden that horse before? Because it was perfectly behaved, and obviously you had the tough choice of deciding which one to jockey. I think we went with the right one. So, yeah, Catherine did an amazing job for you up there.
Yeah, no, Catherine has never rode it before. Literally, she had a little trot, and I said, oh, off you go, you'll be fine. So threw her in the deep end, but no, chuffed to bits with both horses.
Perfect. And back for the Supreme on Thursday?
We'll see how it goes. I've got a couple more classes, so we'll see how the week goes.
So you've got even more to do. You've had a really busy morning on the first day, and we've got more chances to see you back in this main ring. Well, have a great week. A llongyfarchiadau mawr I chi.
Welcome back to the showground. Without further ado, it's straight back to the cattle ring, and we'll join Will and Gerald.
And we're back to the heifer class that we featured earlier on, and he's trimmed the numbers down slightly. These heifers born after the 1st of June 2022. Sorry, it's a different class.
Olaf and
now a judge. Mr. James A. Quayle has been working very hard since we've been away. Become slightly smaller, a little bit neater type of heifer this time, Will?
Yeah, and I think we talk about trends, and we talk about fashion within cattle and cattle breeds, and I guess that's what people are looking for now. We talked about it earlier, that they're looking for slightly smaller weights, and I guess that makes its way through to the show ring as well. And, James Quayle being quite thorough, making sure he's putting his hands on the cattle. It isn't just what they look like, it's what they feel like as well.
Yes, indeed. Tremendous pin bones muscular on that first heifer. Well, the heifer he's got in first place at the moment. Tremendous. Very prominent. The continental animals tend to take quite a while to actually mature and become real fleshy animals, so you can say the makings, or the raw makings of them, are there at the moment, and as they grow older, and that they tend to fill out a lot more, perhaps more than the native breeds are, more fleshy when they're younger then, aren't they? And
it's a little bit like the junior rugby, isn't it? Somebody who's a good player when they're going through the junior ranks doesn't necessarily make it through as a senior player, but
Mr. Quayle is very, very thorough in his assessment, as you would expect, and it looks as if he's made his decision, and yes, he has. And
he hands the rosette to the winner.
So we'll feature and see this young limousine heifer in the limousine championship later on. Wish her all the best.
Pencampwriaeth benywaidd y David Bryniau Cerry sy'n mynd i'n sylw ni nawr. Well, Keith.
Now we're back to the sheep rings, and we will feature the overall championship of the Kerry Hill. We witnessed the male championship.
Fi'n gofyn yn neis.
And term of the females then to come.
Fi'n credu mae ddafad bella sy'n mynd â'i gyd.
Yes, we're joining the best female in the Kerry Hills. So now then, he's not got his crook with him this time, the judge.
Mae o'n fenw Sean Jones van Goy yn y canol. Wow, just ar pen.
Now then, which way? Now then, is he... Ah, now then. Oh, there we go. There's the judge with his crook.
Both gentlemen have got the waterproofs on.
So it's hard to tell, is it the ewe that he's got at the head at the moment?
I would hazard a guess to say it must be the mature ewe, then the yearling ewe, and then the ewe lamb at the base.
Looks like
but the ewe lamb is exceptional size if she is only a ewe lamb.
Yes.
At the back end here. This particular competitor isn't showing his sheep off too well because he stood in front of the judge. Go and have a word with him, Em, and tell him that.
Beth chi'n meddwl?
Wel, fi'n hoi ddafad blwydd am heddi'n ti fe'n.
Now then. Come round.
Oh, that's better. Oh, he knew he was going to make his decision from that side. That's what happened,
must have been. Must have been.
Yeah.
So the age due then is from J&P Owens.
Y dair yn dangos I
Yes, the
yearling.
pair of years in this Ulan, they are facing north, aren't they?
Yeah. The yearling from Katie Esler.
Sean Jones wedi wneud yn dda iawn Frongoi yn y gorffennol yng Nghaerdigion fyna.
So I don't think he's quite made his decision. Do you think he's going to have a little move around?
Oh,
no.
it's the mature you. It is the mature you.
Yeah.
The Owens family have come to the fore.
Tremendous strong you there. Very smartly turned out, isn't she?
Y llynedd, a athyn nhw mlaen I ennill pencampwriaeth Brydier Ucheldir y llynedd. Mae yna hen hanes o nillwyr yn y teulu yma hefyd.
So the mature ram come forward in the male section and the mature ewe, so we'll have two very good matching strong animals to go for the overall
unfortunately, but it's
championship.
Still, yeah, same family.
Yeah.
So
you all help each other as a family.
Oh yeah, we couldn't do it without one another. Yeah.
But how do you get them all to stand so perfectly every time?
She is a bit of an exception. They don't all do this. Yeah, she is a show sheep, and I think that's probably what's won her it today, to be honest.
An extra sparkle.
Yes, yeah.
Well, good luck later on.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dim rhaid bod yma I deimlo'n rhan o'r sioe. Mi fedrwch chi ymuno'n yr hwyl drwy gysylltu neu'n dilyn ni ar Facebook, Twitter neu Instagram S4C. Ond os nad ych chi'n hapus I ddarlledu eich sylwadau chi, nodwch hynny yn eich neges os gwelwch yn dda. S4C.Cymru am fanylion hysbysiad preifatrwydd S4C.
That was just a quick reminder that we're all over Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, and visit our website s4c.cymru/show for all the latest information. Right, back once again to the main ring and we'll rejoin Lisa.
Thank you. We can now see the championship of the Welsh Cobs under saddle. So you'll have first and second prize winners from the gelding mare stallion class. There on the left of the screen you can see Anna Chester with the Pensawel Miss Middleton. She was second place of the mare class. Alongside her there is the winner, which was Pennal Royal Anthem. The chestnut in the centre of the screen there is the second place of the geldings, which was Llanarth Majestic. And coming in alongside is second place of the stallions, which was Monohawk Masterpiece. They've now come to line up in any order, whilst the judges come and have a closer look at the animals. So whilst the individual classes were marked on the points, the championship is a separate class altogether. So the points from the earlier and the marks from the earlier classes won't have a bearing on the championship now. So they will have seen them have a walk, trot, canter and gallop. And now having a closer look at the conformation there. So the judge won't ride them again, and they won't get stripped again. So the winner of the Stallions class was Steppers Relight My Fire, which can be seen there on the right of the screen, with Amy Devine riding it.
Amser yn dydi beth, wyt ti wedi bod yn y sefyllfa yma troi on. Sut teimlad ydi I ddisgwyl am penderfyniad?
The ride judge there having a closer look at the winner of the stallion class. Left of the screen there, we can see the winner of the geldings class, which was Treforest Versace.
Gobeithio. Fi'n croesi mysedd amser hyn, David, y gwir. Wastad. Os chi'n edrych yn ofalus,
of course, how the horses went for the ride judge will have an influence on this class as well. So it'll be taking account everything, the confirmation, the ride they gave, the show they've just given now on the go-round of the championship. It's nice for the judges to see them there stood alongside each other, because whilst they saw them in the individual classes, and they might have, felt that they had a favourite during those classes and one that they felt that would shine in the championship, when they're all stood side by side, you really can get a comparison of each exhibit.
A fi. Ond yn agos iawn.
There's a lot of discussion going on. And that can be a difficulty sometimes when you have two judges. You might have a slight difference of opinion, especially at a show such as the Royal Welsh, where your winning exhibits will be full of quality. So it could go either way, you know, depending on the judges you have on the day, when you do have the classes full of this calibre of animal. It looks as if they've made a decision. Yes, a decision's been made, and the stallion takes the championship. So the winning stallion, Steppers, Relight My Fire, with Amy Devine riding. And reserve champion goes to the winning mare, Pennal Royal Anthem, bred by Di Harris.
Bydd Amy wrth I bod yn cyrru, a Emma.
Amy Devine a Steppers Relight.
Big congratulations to Amy Devine and Steppers Relight My Fire. There she goes on her lap of honour.
Pencampwr Adran.
Champion, Steppers Relight My Fire. With Amy Devine. We'll be back for the Supreme Championship later the week.
Well, Amy, what a morning. Llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn i ti. Many congratulations on winning the Section D Ridden Championship. How does it feel?
It feels amazing. I've never won this class before, this championship, so it's the first time for me to win the D, so I'm like, oh, I'm nearly crying, I can't.
You're allowed to cry, it's okay. Not every day do you win the Royal Welsh. Have you got a busy week planned now?
Yeah, we're off to the RI on Wednesday, and we're leaving. Yeah, so we're off to Royal International on Wednesday, so...
And the Royal International, of course, down in Brighton is miles away, so you're going from one end of the country to the other. Well, you've started your week fantastically. We wish you the best of luck. And yeah, celebrating now for the rest of the day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Diolch.
Wel, mwy o bencampwyr sydd dan I fan hyn ynghylch y gwartheg. A dyna chi, bencampwr y gwartheg.
And in the cattle ring, they've come to a decision with the champion Welsh Black. And it's gone to Machreth Sian, 49th.
Arwen ar y gwynebau yn dweud y cyfan.
Irian Lewis there from just outside Lampeter.
Y sioe fawr ac yn y ffair a wedi dod i'r brig yn y sioe ele.
And we'll see her in the main championship later on this afternoon. That's one of the things we will be looking forward to. But let's look forward to the weather forecast now. It's not as dull as it was earlier this morning. Here's the latest from Alex Humphreys. It's getting warmer. Patches of blue sky up above, but there's more dry weather to come, more so in the north. But the temperature at its highest here in Llanelwedd, about 16 degrees centigrade. Dry overnight, a few showers here or there. And it'll be about 9 degrees centigrade here in Llanelwedd compared to 12 degrees down in the south. Now then, tomorrow is going to be a mixture of sunshine and scattered showers, some of them heavy. And temperature-wise, 18 degrees centigrade here in Llanelwedd, much warmer than here. And it's not sure about how the weather's going to be come Wednesday or Thursday. Alex, a new member of the weather forecast team, has had an opportunity to wander around the showground. She'll have plenty of time this afternoon. And she plays in the brass band, plays the cornet. And there's the cliche, have you had an ice cream yet? No, I haven't, but I'm going to be looking for one within the next couple of minutes. Well, we are going to leave you for the time being. We're going to leave you for the news headlines, but of course, we will be back. There's plenty more to come from the Royal Showground here in Llanelwedd. We'll see you soon.
Mawr a gwobra hefyd I ddod. Pidwch am yn rhy bell.
Prif straeon am ddau. Mae pobl nawr yn cael eu gorfodi i adael rhannau o Ynys Corffw wrth i'r agor o danau gwyllt gydion ynysoedd Gwlad Groeg. Eisoes mae 19 o filoedd o bobl wedi gorfod gadael i cartrefi'n Rhodes. Ac yn ôl i'r prwyfair yr ynys, mae rhai o'r tanau hynny tu hwnt i reolaeth. Mae llawer o dwristiaid hefyd yn gorfod ffoi o'i gwestai ac heb yr un lle i aros. Mae'r tymheredd yn Gwlad Groeg wedi bod dros 40 gradd Celsius. Mae angen mwy o hyblygrwydd wrth gyflwyno cynllun newydd i newid cymorthaliadau myd a maith. Dyna alwad llywydd Undeb Amaethwyr Cymru. Fydd aw sylwadau yn Ricman ar ôl i arweinwyr NFU Cymru ddweud ar faes y sioe fawr, na fydden nhw rhan o'r cynllun oherwydd y rheola ynglŷn â phlannu coed. Mae'r gweinidog materion gwledig Lesley Griffiths wedi dweud bod y cyhoeddiad hwnnw'n siom. Mae hwn yn amlwg yn bwnc trafod.
Llynedd, o'n i yn y siow llynedd, a 10% cod oedd y topic mor oedd pobl yn siarad ambwyty yr adeg ni, a blwyddyn lawr, a ma'n ni'n still yn siarad ambwyty'r un peth. Sydd yn drenu achos fi'n credu allith ei cael effaith negyddol ar y sgîm gyfan gwbl.
Bu farw'r cyflwynydd newyddion George Alagaya yn 67 oed. Roedd wedi bod yn dioddau o ganser y colyddin ers 9 mlynedd. Yn wreiddiol o Sri Lanka fe ddechreuodd ohebu'r BBC ddiwedd yr 80au, ac wedi hynny fe fy'n cyflwyno'r newyddion am 6 y prynhawn. Fe rhaid rhoi'r gorau hynny ar adegau oherwydd salwch. Fe fydd perchnogion gwesty Parc Ystrada mynd i'r uchelus yfory geisio atal protestwyr rhag mynd ar safle'r gwesty a rhwystro eraill rhag mynd yno. Mae yna bwriad i gynnig llety geiswyr lloches yn y gwesty, ond mae protestiadau wedi atal hynny hyd yn hyn. Mae cyfnod Da Young fel cyfarwyddwr rygbi Caerdydd wedi dod i ben. Fe gafodd ei wahardd dros dro mis Ebrill yn dilyn honiadau o fwlio a gyntau'n gwadu rheini. Yn dilyn ymchwiliad gan fargyfreithiwr, doedd dim digon o dystiolaeth i gefnogi'r honiadau, ond mae'r clwb yn cydnabod y bu hynny'n straen ar y berthynas ac mae yna gytuno o'r ddwy ochr y dylai adael. A felly mae hi ar hyn o bryd yn ôl i'r sioe fawr yr awn ni nesaf ar S4C ac fe fydd y penawdau nesaf ychydig cyn 7 o'r gloch, ond mwynhewch yr arlwy yn Llanelwedd yn y cyfamser.
Well, the opening day at this year's Royal Welsh Show has been very well attended, and there's plenty to look forward to. The feature county this year, of course, is Glamorgan, and they opened the show in style. In the beef ring, we're concentrating on the beef cattle, and the highlight today is the Supreme Individual Championship. And that will be judged at about 4:15 this afternoon. And we'll be here with you live on S4C until 5 o'clock this afternoon. As I said, there's plenty to look forward to, and this is what's coming up later. Well, the sheep entries are at a 10-year high, and we'll be concentrating on the Suffolks later on. And there'll be more national champions competing in the Open Wool Handling Championship, Bronwen Tango, amongst the competitors. And we're also looking forward to see who wins the coveted Sir Brynner Jones Award. All will be revealed during the course of the afternoon. But first of all, it's to the cattle ring, and we'll join Gerald and Emma.
Yes, welcome back to the cattle ring, and we're in the highlight, or the climax, I should say, of the limousine cattle show, and 3 fine animals that have come through their classes if each year to be supreme champion of the limousine section, which will go forward as the individual section and champion of their breed.
Tremendous bull there, isn't it, Gerald?
Yes, indeed, and a lot of the limousines have featured quite strongly in championships over the recent years.
Yes.
And
yes.
There is Mr. Tequin Jones
with Saesiog Rio.
Gwyn, a North Wales farmer that has been very successful in the commercial cattle
Seen him at the
section, and especially in the Winter Fair. He's featured very high there as well.
Yeah, we do see him there. So 3182 is a winner of the cow in milk or with calf at foot from R&J Graham. Powerful cow there.
Yes, a very well fleshed cow. Very, very similar perhaps to what we've seen previously in the Shallow. Then the cow was very, very fleshy, and the bull was just sort of raw muscle, wasn't it?
Yes,
and,
yes. No, I see what you mean.
Interesting to see what the judge will. He went for the fleshy, different judge obviously, but went for the fleshy animal last time. The Quayle is certainly not going to be willing to give anything away with his hands in his pockets.
No.
You would say playing his cards close to his chest, but...
So the judge there, Mr. James Quayle from Northern Ireland. Quite a few judges have come over across the water to the show this year.
Yes, indeed, they have.
And they're being kept very busy with some tremendous stock on show here. And there we go. That's what the limbers and cattle are all about. That conformation, that fleshing in the hindquarter.
That's a big cow, isn't it? There you go.
Powerful, yes.
Cow that has come to the fore. And we've seen so far, and 2 of the most dominant cross continental cattle, the limbs and the Shalrays, will have 2 strong representatives in the individual final, won't they?
Absolutely.
Both females, both cows.
To keep that condition on a cow who's bred like that, it's some achievement, isn't it?
To be fair.
And,
so we look forward to seeing the later on.
Mae 'na sylwebaeth Saesneg. English commentary is available on this programme and on our main ring webcast. Depending on your device, either press the red button or use the audio selection option. Any problems, contact the S4C viewers hotline.
Wel, dyna ni, Penllanw.
From the cattle ring to the sheep ring, and it's Emma and Gerald once again.
Thank you very much, Gareth. And this will be the last look for the Kerry Hills for a little while until we see the interbreed competitions, because we are coming to the overall champion of the Kerry Hill sheep.
Taylor Owens, Woodhouse, Henffordd.
As we see then, both champion and reserve in both sexes are on display, but obviously the judges only featured on the actual champion, and then therefore if it's awarded to the female, then
she's a pretty ewe, isn't she?
Very, very smart, attractive sheep, yes.
It's lovely, and it's nice to see them on parade like that, because having a bit of style and being correct in motion is all important.
Style is a good word you've used, Emma. These are very, very stylish animals, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Attractive, stylish animals.
Yes, eye-catching, aren't they? Yeah, yeah. She does walk lovely. So the ram then from Tom Evans then just coming in behind. She holds herself very well, though, doesn't she, the ewe?
Yes, indeed, to be fair.
Gosh, I wouldn't like to call it.
Dwi bach yn nerfus fan hyn. Drostyn nhw. Yn teimlo drostyn nhw, achos mae fe'n... Mae'n meddwl lot yn dweud.
He's got a tough job here now. Nice to see them from front.
It isn't the first time that this ram has been in the show ring, is it?
No, he knows what he's doing.
He knows what it's about, yes.
He does.
Mae werth e.
Mae werth e, ie.
Ond hefyd, fel chi'n gweud, sioe genedlaethol, y bryd yn fan hyn yn y sioe, a mae'r nifer
very strong
25 o geris wedi bod yma hyn.
Interesting to see that the tags have been put in towards the back of the ears on these sheep, not to interfere with how they look as much as possible.
Mr Neil Rudge.
Now then, he's gone away now, so I'm just wondering, has he gone to collect the champion card?
O'n i'n meddwl byddwn i'n mam o fi, ond mae wedi gwneud gwaith bendigedig.
Right then, Keith, lle mae'n mynd?
Now then, he's on his way back. Where is he going to tap that crook? He's keeping us waiting, Gerald.
Yes, certainly is. Yes, indeed he is.
He's trying to not give
more
too
than
much
keeping
away.
us waiting, he's keeping the two competitors waiting.
Oh, now
anyway.
then. He's doing a little dance with the crook now, so... Oh, he's looking at the... Oh! Now that was a little bit... That was a bit sneaky. But there she is, the ewe from J&P Owens.
Arbennig o'n Henffordd fyna. Ennill am yr ail.
Lovely ewe. And very well done to them.
Amazing! Fair play to you. Oh, and not forget the star of the show.
She's definitely the star of this one.
She is stunning, isn't she?
She is, yeah.
And look at her, she knows what she's doing.
Yes, she's actually very wild, would you believe it? But
that helps, doesn't it?
Yes.
They show themselves better.
Yeah, no, she hasn't been shown a lot. She went to one show as a ewe lamb, and that's it. So this is her second outing.
And what will you do with her now?
She probably won't go to another show. I don't know, I might try and buy her off my dad, but...
Well, you have done all the hard work here today.
Well, I don't know about that, but we can't do it without one another.
Oh, well done. Well, congratulations to you. Well done. Our team is
Thank you very much.
Yes, you are the star of the show. She's showing herself off, isn't she? Very good. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Show, and it's within the new food village that the show is hosting the Big Box Bwyd, the Big Food Box Pilot Project. And Nia is with Janet Hayward, who's the head at, well, two primary schools actually, Cadoxin School and Oakfield School.
Big Box Bwyd. Big Box Bwyd is a shipping container converted into a farm shop. Here we are. We have fridges and freezers inside, and we have food that usually would come from fair share, so food that otherwise would be thrown away, and food from local supermarkets. So it started in Cadoxton, but we've managed to help 70 schools now across Wales have their own Big Box Bwyd.
And this was your idea?
This was my idea. There's no such thing as a brand new idea. I came across the project happening in a different way in the school in Leeds, but I came back from a conference in Abu Dhabi actually with the idea and said, well, why can't we do it here in Barry? So that's what we did. We phoned up all of the local supermarkets. We gathered together food, and over the weeks and months it grew and grew, and so much so we decided we needed to have a venue for it on the playground, shipping container, and after that we've helped other schools to do the same.
Andrew, ydych chi'n partner yn y venture?
And Andrew Thomas is a partner in the venture, and it does say an awful lot about the need for this kind of facility in our society these days, and the work they are doing is to be commended. But what does this project actually give to the children? How does it work? Well, it gives them life skills, and they learn quite at a young age how to cook a meal, and they go home and they can either cook for themselves or for the family. So they can come to the Big Box Bwyd, they can pick up the food from there and then take it home with them. And of course, there's an opportunity to buy a recipe book with the recipes that the children have been cooking in the schools.
So you're creating great chefs, but there's an understanding here of where the food comes from and how, to use it.
So if we are going to be the best people we can be, which is what our curriculum in Wales is all about, we need to understand where our food comes from. We need to understand about good food. We need to understand how to cook good food, to enjoy good food as well.
This little gang, they've already been cooking. They've been on stage today. Hello, ooh, gofalus efo'r gyllell, careful with that knife. What's your name?
My name's Theobald Lewis.
And what are you doing, Theobald?
We making like burgers with onions and some mint sauce and some meat.
Did you make these? Because you've been cooking on stage, haven't you?
Yeah, we've made those, and we've made like burgers. Well, we're gonna go around with, so then people can take.
Well, you're very kind.
We've got a couple of girls going around with burgers.
Yeah.
And then...
Are you enjoying this?
Yeah, we are enjoying today.
So when are you going on MasterChef then? Bit more practice, yeah?
Yeah, a bit more practice, probably in 2 years.
OK then! We'll remember that. Diolch i chi, boys. Dyma'r Big Box Bwyd, a maen nhw'n gwneud gwaith ardderchog. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi. Da iawn.
Well, we'll all be watching MasterChef in about 2 years' time. But in the meantime, it's back to the sheep shearing shed, and they're still competing in the open wool handling competition. And the people they're watching will probably have one eye on Bronwen Tango, which is a well-known name within these circles.
Yes, to be fair, you can say that she's been there, seen it and done it all, to be fair. Been a real good competitor and servant right throughout the wool industry.
And Bronwen is competing against Samantha Allen and Caitlin Bell from England.
And as you alluded to earlier on, Gar, there's 19 competitors taking part in this open wool handling thing, so to be fair, they will have to earn their prize today. Bronwyn has still got the skills, to be fair.
Ond mae yna rhywbeth yn yr elfen gystadleuol sydd yn ddi wedi denu hi nôl i'r cylch.
It's all about that eye-hand coordination, isn't it? Spotting the next job before you've even finished.
That's quite right.
The last job.
Keep your mind on the job on both sides. Watch both competitors, shearers that are working behind her.
Yeah, quick glance over the shoulders there.
Thanks, yes, that's all it is. And it's a very, very neatly wrapped fleece, to be fair. Exceptionally good.
Mae hwnna'n berffaith fel cwlwm, ac mae'r sylw I gyd yn mynd ar y cyneifiwr. Neu siw bod o'n iawn ar gyfer yr ail.
I think the actual shearers are playing it quite helpful, then it would be the word. They're not actually blasting the wool off, as we will see in competitions later on. So they are doing a bit probably to help the competitors, not to put just too much pressure on them. But as we see now, you alluded to, Will, we will see the judges down below after will take the fleece apart, and you see them little bits of second cut wool or small wool that is actually in the fleece. She should do her best to remove most of it, but no, she hasn't. And I would imagine that when they open that fleece up down there later on, they will probably mark them down for that in there.
Yeah, as I suggested earlier on the previous heat, it's not about who finishes first of all, because there are different levels of judging, as you were alluding to there.
Well, it's different levels of judging in the actual shearing, because they call it on-board marking when they're actually shearing, which is cutting the wool in half, and that then there's off-board marking on the finished product in the shorn sheep down the back. And it's nothing dissimilar to this, because they are actually marking them on picking the fleece up and presenting the fleece like that. Obviously, there's significant marks in that. She's thrown the belly wool in there, but I believe that would be about the only wool that would be allowed in the actual fleece. But then when she's wrapped the fleece up as she has, then it'll be taken apart and then thrown out again down there to see what sort of job she has done in wrapping it up. Because obviously when this wool is graded in the wool stores, then therefore they will do the same. They will take them fleeces apart to assess the quality of the wool and grade it in whichever pay bracket they would put it into. So
it's a bit of a challenge to present a fleece of that size.
Oh, it is, yes. That's quite a large fleece, yes, to be fair, yes. But the preparation is done there, and this young lady is preparing it ready to throw it, like, and there we go, exceptionally good.
The excitement for the crowd, of course, is the speed with which they're working, isn't it? But as you quite rightly say,
and obviously then they will be taking the fleece apart down below, and if Bronwyn hadn't taken that bit of dirty wool off and it's left on the fleece, obviously she will be marked for not doing that in the start.
It's a combination of strength, finesse with the throwing, the speed as well.
Oh yes, indeed. They got to concentrate on every aspect of what they are actually doing, haven't they? And obviously then at the end, now look, she's a clever little trick there. She'll be blowing some of the wool down the porthole out the side. So, but it's the finished product. Finished product in the actual completed fleeces. It'll be finished product on their actual board, because it should be basically as clean when she leaves as what it was when they started. And as I stated, then she will put all the different little bits of dirty wool that will have come off into one bucket, and all the little bit of clean bits of wool will go into another one, and they will be also inspected by the judges as well.
The speed at which they move that wool, though, is quite incredible. It almost looks impossible. Yes.
And these floors they're actually working on will be very clean and neat and tidy, but they'll be very slip as well, because you don't want to be catching on anything, would you? So well done, Bronwyn, still going well.
Well, we'll be back, no doubt, in the sheep shearing shed later on. In the meantime, it's back to the main ring, and it's back to Lisa.
Mr. John Keane, Leslie Whitehall.
We are now in the main ring for the ridden cobs class. This is judged by Miss Leslie Whitehall and Mr. John Keane. We are here for the results, and first place has been pulled in, which is 1672, which is Rooster Coburn with Malcolm Dixon.
Yn yr ail safle felly Simon Jones a Ray.
Second place is Simon Jones with Ray. And interesting about the horses come into first place is that it won Royal Welsh Show last year as well and was champion cob, so it's done the double with for a second year. It's also a very experienced cob, winning the Royal International Horse Show Amateurs and Opens, and it qualified for Horse of the Year show on the first attempt at the Showing Register show. It was bought by Malcolm as a foal from Llanybydder Market.
As you stated, come back from last year and win again. Are any of these horses allowed in a second competition in this particular year's show? Would they be eligible for any other class or any other discipline within the show?
Yes, you'll see that with a lot of the others, such as the Welsh cobs. They'd come back possibly for the flat class and the working hunter class. But yes, if they're eligible for a second class, then there's no problem at all with them entering more than one class at the show.
Malcolm Dixon and
there we go, Malcolm Dixon with Rooster Coburn.
Rooster Coburn.
Third place also goes to Rhian Jones with Colour Impact. We'll hopefully get an interview now with the winning Malcolm Dixon.
Malcolm Dixon wedi ennill. Not the first time you've won this class, I believe, Malcolm.
Oh, I think it's the 7th time.
How many, sorry?
7.
7 times.
Second time with him, and I won it 5 times with another horse.
Well, that is fantastic. I think you're the king of this class, you must be. A chi wedi brido'r ceffyl yma?
Hannah Pars now with the breeder of the winner.
Shwd ych chi'n teimlo heddi nawr yn gweld e'n mynd o gampas y prif gylch yma yn ennill y pencampwriaeth?
Overwhelmed.
Doreen Clark in many marts in West Wales, in Llandyfri and Llanybydder and Whitland. Works for auctioneers companies and Clark's very diligently in the sheep sales every week. Plus a very good horse breeder.
Yes.
I'm not sure if they'll allow you to. Oh, they're putting stuff out. Well, pob lwc yn sioe Royal International a llongyfarchiadau mawr I chi.
Welcome back. We're with you for the next 2.5 hours till 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And we're going to head over straight away now to the sheep ring, and here's Gerald and Emma.
Thank you very much. We are joining now the championship of the Dutch spotted sheep. And, that yearling ewe we saw earlier on. Super ewe.
Bryd hyn ers y dechrau, a chymod mae'r nifer sy'n cystadlu wedi...
Bron a threblu.
So the male champion there looks like the ram lamb.
And it is some ram, the senior ram, isn't it? Gee whiz, he's wide.
Yes, they've been on the reserve there.
We've seen this young lady before.
Yeah, I think that ewe has had considerable success in the show ring already this year.
By the sound of it, yes.
Yeah, and she looks like she's fairly comfortable there, isn't she, the ewe herself?
To be fair, good temperaments on these Dutch spotted, because
they're very
every single handler, there's no halter or nothing.
No.
They just stood with their hand under their jawbone, and
they're a very docile breed, I think.
They are indeed.
Yeah. Would be nice to see round the back end of the ram lamb. And according to Sarah Gibbon, this lamb was only born in March of this year. So tremendous growth rate on him.
There's a good side view of that.
Nice.
There,
yeah, no, she's tremendous. And depth in the chest there as well, and width as well.
Exceptional quality, to be fair. That senior ram at the back there, then, gee whiz, he's a lump of a sheep, that
isn't he?
Anyway.
Isn't he?
Wide
absolutely.
In
Power,
Deep and wide,
the chest there, isn't it? Powerful. But fairly...
So this, obviously, this cup that this gentleman's holding probably will be...
The first, yes, absolutely, yes. So it'd be really quite something to win that for the first time, wasn't it?
Oh, and he's going to
he's...
Really new.
There we go.
7-3-2-2.
From...
Arbennig, na gyd wrei, arbennig.
A dyma tro cynta I Hanna I fod yn Sioe Frenhinol Cymru, mae Ali Gwrin dod yn reoledd, ond dyma tro cynta iddi chi a hynod o sioe nhw moyn ennill.
Ie, garantid, hon yw'r sioe o'r yn y byd ydw fe.
Cytuno.
So, the ewe all the way down from Scotland taking the Welsh show.
Taking all the ribbons back.
I know, very emotional.
You'll have to text Ali now. How's it going with him, with the cows?
Yeah, good. He's had a good go at the cattle as well, so no complaints.
Any results?
He was female champion and male champion, but I don't know how the overall went.
That's exciting then.
Yeah.
But this year, she's done it, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's done the treble now, so yeah.
Triple crown.
Chuffed a bit.
Yeah, but she is special, isn't she? Yeah. What will you do with this one?
I'll flush her now, so hopefully she flushes. But yeah, just and then get on lamb after that and see what she produces. So yeah,
so you
excited to see what she breeds.
So you and Ali have also won this competition 3 times in a row.
Yeah, yep.
Amazing. Llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn. Da iawn.
Wel, dwi'n dal yn ardal y ffermyr ifanc, a swn i'n cael rhoi sas Hugh Fash allan.
Well, we haven't seen Eiro for a while, and he is with the Young Farmers Chief Executive at the moment, Mared Jones, and it's going to be a busy week for her. She was, of course, head of operations for the Royal Welsh Society, but has returned to the Young Farmers, and since about 6 months.
Yeah, the title point is Pendaeth Gweithrediadau.
Yeah, Aaron is just confirming that her title with the Royal Welsh Society was head of operations, and Mared is just saying that she feels as if she's returned home in some sense now that she's back with the Young Farmers, and it's a privilege to be in that position. So, Marit, what does the position of being chief executive mean to you? It's a lot of responsibility, I must say. There's a lot of I need to show a lot of leadership, suggest ways forward, looking towards the future. There's quite a big to do, raising the profile of the federation. The young farmers, obviously, as you know, work very, very hard within the communities. And but this particular week, we're looking forward to see everybody coming together so that we can enjoy ourselves, obviously, and watch the various activities and competitions that are being held here during the course of the week. What's good to see, Aaron, is it's nice to see the younger generation joining the young farmers, even from the age of 10 years onwards. And they've obviously been competing in the rallies, the local rallies within their own counties, and now, of course, progressing onto the national stage, as it were. So every county has its own pressure. Yeah, I can't show any favouritism at all. Right. Aaron's just asking, is it going to be a very busy week? I have a role to go out and to meet certain dignitaries, some politicians. Yeah, and it means an awful lot of walking, so my step count during the course of the week is going to be pretty high. And this is a great opportunity for us to promote ourselves and raise the profile and make sure that our voice is heard. Obviously, you're busy. Have the opportunity to enjoy yourself in the evenings? Yes, of course, there's always time for that. Right, quickly back to the cattle ring, and we'll return. Here's Gerald and Will again.
Yes, thanks, Gareth. It's the Aberdeen Angus. We head to our northern cousins for this particular item, and the Aberdeen Angus cattle, a very, very popular breed at the moment. That's being judged by Mr Paul Jones.
Ac yn cadw amrywiaeth o fridiau cynhenid brodorol adref yna Llanfrothan ar y ffarm ydych chi?
Yndw, mae gennym ni ddiches ddi ydy'r mwyaf.
Oakmore Boss.
A Welsh White, mae gennym ni cwpl...
Guthrie and T Slater.
A fel te galwau pyr, a dyn, da ni reid Aberdeen ar y gweddill. Fel croesiad yna.
The work has been done throughout the preliminary classes, and in the championship of the senior bull and the younger bull that have come forward to represent the Aberdeens in the male section. The older bull taking the reward in that, so he just has to assess this now, because the actual championship will be between the the champion female and the champion male. So, but then the second place animal would come forward. So. Here we have the champion female of the particular breed, of the Aberdeen Angus.
Digon bach I gallu byw yn dda ar y tir yna. Ydyn mae'r Aberdeens maen nhw'n bryd sy'n neud beef mewn amser eitha byr.
Mrs Shadwell Lady Heather. She's owned by the Alford family, who are perhaps a little bit more renowned for showing the limousine cattle. So they're going to the black breed now.
Well, that's certainly
a nice cow, that, isn't it?
Yeah, no, very square. And well fleshed throughout, really, isn't it? And travelling nicely on four good legs there as well.
Very pretty-headed animals, aren't they? A little bit sort of show and look at me, like
3-3 dim 8.
We have the
Symud mlaen at yr...
runner-up in the female section.
Olwen, beth wyt ti'n meddwl o hon?
It's another breed that looks after itself particularly well, and
another Alford bred animal, actually.
Mae'n iau na'r...
Foxhill Princess Caroline.
Mae'n chorffi top line da, a mae'r bottom line yn dda.
She is born on the 20th of the 3rd, 2022, so she's be in the 16 to 17 month age bracket. So this would be the actual maiden heifer. Very nice animal.
Rheola i'r bryd, a wedyn mae o yn mynd I dewis yr...
Four very nice animals, Will.
Yeah, I'm really struggling to split hairs if I'm honest,
You
Gerald.
brought the two animals together now to the front, then the two first prize winners, and it'll be customary that he will, whichever he selects, male or female, then the second prize animal will come forward for the chance of being reserve champion.
Now, Judge Paul Jones, he's
quite like this cow, Will.
Yeah, I do. He spent quite a bit of time in the show ring himself, and
there we go. The cow is to the fore. That cow is a very nice cow, and what we've seen so far, with the limousine cow coming to the fore and the Charleray cow coming to the fore, there'll be some good female animals representing their respective breeds in the individual championship. It's a nice cow. Obviously, and he's pulled forward then the bull as reserve in the breed as well. Two good animals, to be fair, very, very good animals representing the breed, and we will see, obviously, one later on if we don't see the pair.
Definitely the day of the ladies.
Quite right.
Welcome back. And we're going to head straight to the sheep ring. And we'll join Gerald.
Yes, we're in the Suffolk breed, which was the dominant force many, many years ago as a crossing sire within the sheep industry here in the UK. A lot of our continental rivals have come along and I won't say kicked him into touch, but has put a lot of pressure on him. So the Suffolk Sheep Society, I would say, will have to have upped their game a bit. And these rams are seriously powerful now in terms of very, very heavy boned and strong sheep right throughout. So our judge here, Mr. Peter Derryman, travelled up from Devon and started off with the yearling ram section. He has 5 rams for him to choose from. As I say, they look at the strength and whatever, and a little bit different style of judging here, Gar. These are all free, whereas we've seen most sheep classes are all being held for him to assess that. So whether it's just a Suffolk ploy or different tactic within the Suffolk Sheep Society, or whether it's Mr. Derryman himself has decided to allow the sheep to go free and just to choose. But as you can see, every competitor now is trying their best to turn their animal in the eye of the judge. But I'm sure that he will have to have them caught, and so he can inspect their teeth and their wool and the conformation. It's slightly different to what we've seen so far within the show.
That black on the lower limbs compared to the orange of the fleece is quite, I mean, it draws your attention, doesn't it? It's quite striking.
That's quite right. These particular rams then have already been dipped in what they call a bloom dip for showing purposes, and obviously there is no stipulation within the society or whatever. I would go as far as to say that perhaps this particular ram here hasn't been dipped in anything at all. That would probably be his natural colour, but as we see, the bright orange sheep there would have definitely been dipped in a bloom dip, and so too the others. Whether this dark coloured sheep here would have been or not, I don't know. But
sometimes with the old fake tan, things can go wrong. If you put too much on or leave it on too long, you can. You're trying
to say he was under the hairdryer a little bit too long, was
maybe
he? Or
a little bit too cooked.
Under the sun lamp a little bit long, was he? But no, you do get the odd Suffolk. Obviously, they are a black base sheep, and you can see that ram in the middle there at the moment is what they call perhaps the peeler version of the Beltex, and is losing a little bit. And that's what they tried to do, is breed a tight fleeced sheep, and then you get what they call a tight skinned sheep, and therefore you do compensate by loss of wool on major muscular parts of their body.
You see it more with the Texels and Beltexes.
In the continental breeds you will see it, yes. And everybody thinks then that their fat lambs, when they got a very, very tight skin, look a lot more muscular and look a lot better. But you believe me, when you're lambing in the middle of March and you're snowing it, blowing again, you don't want too many lambs without bare patches of wool then. So, but anyway, we'll have to come back and have a look at the result of this breed later on.
Well, Nia is now in the South Glamorgan Pavilion in the home crafts section, and she's joined by mother and daughter, and Alana, the mother, and Martha Silvestri Jones, the daughter, and there's no wonder she's got a smile on her face. She's won first prize for making the 5 chocolate brownies.
Good.
Yeah, Nia just asking, how did you feel when you walked into the pavilion and saw the red certificate there? Oh, it felt good, she said.
Well, the dechrau off gyda bach o siwgr.
Right, she's explaining how she made them. Bit of sugar, butter, melt the butter, mix them together with the sugar and then melt some chocolate and then mix all that together and then a bit of cocoa powder, flour, and then stick it in the oven basically. I'm sure there's more to it than that, but there we are. But there's also some melted chocolate on the top. Yeah, they look very good. And just asking Alana, the mother, are they very tasty? Yes, they've been tried and tested and they pleased everybody. And Nia's just making the point that Martha has been competing for the very first time. And of course, Alana, the mother, was supposed to be competing as well. But, well, we can see, unfortunately, Martha fell down a slide and has injured her knee. And this happened last Tuesday. So that means, of course, she had to finish cooking the brownies after having an accident. Yeah, she's got a brace on that left knee, which meant, of course, that Alana, the mother, didn't have much time to compete. And it's something, as Alana is explaining, it's something that we've done as a family since the lockdown period. And had Martha not had her accident, then Alana would have been competing in the lemon drizzle section. But she's more than happy to see Martha win with the chocolate brownies. Now then, what about the name? Martha Silvestre Jones. Could be a famous chef in the future. Now then, there's an Italian connection. Her grandfather is Italian, hence the Silvestre. But unfortunately, Martha's just shaking her head. Unfortunately, she doesn't speak any Italian. But congratulations, Martha, nonetheless, and I hope you recover from the injury. Right, back into the sheep shearing sheds. We're back in the sheep in the wool handling competition, and these are still the heat stage, and of course they're competing for a place in the semi-finals and ultimately the final in the open section. Hilary von Harding there, she's been a world champion in the past.
Obviously this with ex-world champions with Bronwyn Tango and this young lady, and now Welsh representative. This sport, well, sorry, it isn't a sport, it's a profession, then is becoming far more popular and getting more recognised. So I'm very pleased for the young ladies that their skills is getting recognised and they're getting rewarded with prizes at the highest level then.
Yeah, and with the likes of Fionn Jones competing as well, who had the success, as we mentioned before, about 4 weeks ago. The standard of competition at this year's Royal Welsh is going to be extremely high.
Yes, indeed. And I would go as far to say we witnessed some very, very skillful young ladies there throwing their wool out there, exceptionally good, and the speed in which they are keeping. And obviously you can see then again that their boards are very clean. The young lady there was cleaning it up exceptionally quickly, and obviously the speed factor will have a bearing. I'm not too sure on the percentage of time which they have, but we see the gentleman there with the clipboards will be marking on what they call on-board marking, and assessing what she does there and the way she pulls that fleece out, and then obviously the way that she picks it up and assesses it. So
yeah, that's Aviona Evans on the far side, Hilary Bond Harding this side, and I believe it's Lauren Morris in the middle there. And you can see the multitasking element, of course, as they keep an eye on everything that's going on.
That fleece was exceptionally tightly wrapped, that one was. And you've seen then that the handler there actually, as that competitor was shearing around the back end, obviously there was a little bit of loose wool off the tail and that of the sheep. Then she was quick and efficient in taking that away from that sheep, so it's not been scattered all over the place when the competitor keeps to revolving the sheep in shearing action. So I would say these young ladies, and obviously she's had to leave that fleece there and go and sort out where she's doing there and taking the excess wool from the back end of the sheep on the tail, and left that fleece on half, but put it in a position that it wouldn't unravel, and she returns now to complete the rolling of the fleece. So all sorts of tricks. Never she's had to leave it again to second shearer. Obviously is in a position that requires assistance. And there we have a female on-board judge there. Not too sure who she was, but so that isn't quite as neat and as tidy perhaps as but she appears to be. And look, in the actual result then it looked a little bit scruffy-er, but a loose coated fleece will obviously, tighter the coated and harder the coat, then obviously it'll stick together a little bit better. And competitor there has completed his task. On the three shearers there, we've seen a glancing blow from the shearer at the other one, just to say create the same amount of problem and pressure on the wool handlers, because that's what this competition is actually about, is the handlers.
And as they're rolling the fleece, Gel, they try to keep it as tight as possible.
Yes, tight as possible without breaking it. I would say that's an exceptionally, we've witnessed that young lady roll 3 or 4 fleeces now, and she has done an exceptional job. They have been very tight, and
when they're throwing the fleece, obviously they're hoping to get it done in one fluid movement, but are they allowed to adjust the fleece afterwards or not?
Well, they will be allowed to do it, but obviously if you can complete it in one task, well, you save time and marks, wouldn't you? So it's the skill factor of throwing it into the position which they require it to be to roll it up. So they probably get penalised in 2 aspects, because they'd be losing time and losing the odd mark for doing so. So you can see this, she's slightly behind on the end, and that fleece just looks a little bit looser perhaps than the others, but as I alluded to, perhaps the texture of the fleece that was on the sheep, they can't make it into a hard coated fleece if it's not. And
I suppose it's advantageous as well when you're clearing all the wool from the stand up on that level. If you're taller, your reach is obviously further.
Fair comment, yes. Or just have to add a couple of feet under the brush.
Yes. Well, Aviona Evans was the first to finish.
But as we alluded to before, and we were shearing the shearing competitions in it, it's not all speed, it's the quality of work will count greatly as well. And we return back to the Suffolks, which we've seen earlier on, and the winner is number...
A mae'n glan pohordd yn dweud?
Sorry, mae'n tipyn o'r, sorry.
6426 is W&C Ingram, and which they bred this particular sheet themselves.
Thank you.
Yeah, what was it like to be out there?
Oh, it's nice, yeah, very good. Let's get them back out and had a good show of sheep, so really happy.
And what's the history behind this one?
Oh, it's actually Bruce's breeding here, so...
So he's won first and second, Ingram?
That's it, yeah.
They're always coming up on top, aren't they?
Yes, they are. It's worth the trip.
Bruce, well done you.
Yeah, thank you.
You always do reach the top, and it was this one that was up on top in the Highland Show, but the judge today swapped them round.
They were both first in the class, but they mixed the class here, so... the pick between them, yeah, it was good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And how are the tups looking this year? Because I think you've got about 900 tups to sell?
Yeah, about that, yeah. So, no, they're looking okay, so hopefully somebody needs their arm.
Yeah. Well done you again. Congratulations. Llongyfarchiadau.
Welcome back to the Royal Showground here at Llanelwedd. We're with you for the next 2 hours till 5 o'clock. And it's a quick visit now to the cattle ring, and we'll join Will and Gerald.
Well, there won't be many people, I guess, who don't understand which breed we are looking at here, Gerald. It is, of course, the Highland breed all the way down from Scotland. And if the Welsh Black is the breed which is synonymous with our country, it's certainly the Highland which is the breed that everyone would recognise as a Scots person. So the group of 3 being judged here. And not only have we got 2 teams of very good cattle, we've also got a real Scotsman down to judge this competition, Archie MacArthur from Argyll. Now then, a commentator's dream, that is.
Yeah, dudes, yeah. What was I going to say, though? We had some very, very hot weather ourselves down here earlier on, and I would have thought if they'd have had it in Scotland, perhaps these animals would have shed their coat a little bit earlier than what they have, because there's quite a lot of coat still left on these particular animals, and I suppose they help them keep cool, perhaps, under the intense heat that we had. But
yeah, I think they're more concerned about staying warm in the winter than they are cool in the summer, if I'm honest.
Yeah,
and of course they are quite easily recognisable with the long pointed horns and the rough coat.
Need a fair bit of space in the lorry to come down them, because of their horns would take a fair bit of room up.
You would. You'd have to be quite careful with them as well, I guess.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Very docile animal, though, to be fair. Obviously, you see the 2 colours. The black and the distinct red. The 3 matching animals there, aren't they, that group there?
Judge Archie MacArthur recently retired after 41 years of employment with the same family in Scotland. Past president of the Highland Cattle Society. So plenty of experience in the ring. He says he'll be looking for both male and female animals which are structurally sound, walk well and demonstrate extra breed character with some size. I like to see some size without being over conditioned. So that's an interesting comment to make.
Yes, and there is no trimming and nothing in these. Is what you see is what you've got. And oh, he's made his decision, and three consistently red animals have come to the fore.
We'll be looking for evenness across the 3, I guess, as well as each individual's confirmation.
Stephen and Louisa Jordan have come to the fore and have won. Awarded their trophy and room in the lorry on the way up for the trophy.
Yeah, arbennig iawn. Diolch Olwen.
Wel, dwi wedi cyrraedd ardal boblogaidd iawn ar faes y sioe ben hyn. Yr ardal goedwigaeth, yma na ddim.
Well, Aaron has ventured down to the forestry area. He's with Iwan Lloyd Williams, who is the assistant director looking after the forestry section for this week. Yes, it's yes, it is a lot of responsibility, but I've got to be honest with you, for me it's a bit of a busman's holiday, and it's great to be here every year, and it's an industry that's getting bigger and bigger annually, as it were. And as it happens, when in this particular section, you see the parents bringing the children here, and there's plenty for them to see here, apart from all the machinery. Just in the background, it's where the axemen are competing. So yes, there's plenty going on in this particular area of the showground. It is, as you suggested earlier on, a very big, large industry. And Aaron's just underlined the fact that you've got two sections here within this particular area. As you say, the axemen further on in the competitive area, and the machinery in this particular section. And this particular machine can not only grab the tree, it'll cut it up as well. And it's all computer generated. So it's like playing on your Xbox. Well, you're not going to get much change out of $500,000. And they will cut about 1,000 tons a week. Now that's an interesting point. It is an industry that's struggling to get people to actually work these machineries. It's it can be a very lonely existence, and yeah, you've got air conditioning in the cabin. It's like playing an Xbox, and there's even a little cooker there for you to produce your food as well. Well, we're back to the sheep ring, and we'll rejoin Gerald and Emma.
Ac yn aml iawn, y ddafod flwydd neu roi'n fenw sydd yn cyrraedd y brig wedyn yn y bencampwriaeth.
Yeah, we're back into the Suffolk yearly new class. And this is a very well supported class with 21 entries.
Excellent entries in the Suffolk. I think Suffolks must be up on entries just like everything we've seen so far. Good entries in this class.
Yes, indeed. And Judge Mr. Perry, Peter Derryman, is from Devon. And although he's judged at many shows around the country, he's never judged at the Royal Welsh Show, and he states that he will be looking for an animal that he would like to take home himself.
Well, that makes sense, doesn't it?
To be fair, but he isn't giving too much away in telling us what
No, that's quite true as well. That's quite true. And
but in the Suffolks, then there wouldn't be a lot of variation, would there? They're very heavy-boned and quite a lengthy sheep and quite tight-skinned and, yeah, powerful. And these yearling ewes here are...
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, the finer points, he's looking at the teeth, and it's a yearling ewe there, but you can see that she is...
And we can see the different shades of the bloom, or the fake tan, as I call it, here once again.
Aids of the show in arena.
Yeah. Tricks of the trade.
None of your glitter division yet.
Not yet.
That's in Christmas, though. Anyway.
Christmas, we save that.
I got my festive period wrong. Yeah.
I will save that for the winter fair.
Yeah, fair comment.
Well, the Suffolk sheep, then, probably one of our best-known lowland native breeds, then, a very old breed of sheep, actually derived from the cross of a South Down ram on a Norfolk Horn ewe, which is quite interesting. Both, the South Downs are back on the way up. The Norfolk Horns, then, certainly now an endangered breed, then. But these have gone on from strength to strength, and probably been overtaken by the Texel and Charolais in recent years then.
But these would have been the dominant crossing sire
for many years.
Right throughout the country, from Copper Scotland to...
I think you probably see them now more so used for crossing onto a mule or something for the production of commercial ewes. We see an awful lot at my local mats, then, an awful lot of Suffolk cross breeding ewes then. Yes. Because they've got that frame, haven't they? And then if you've got a good framed ewe, you can put any ram on her, can't you?
That's quite right, yes. But he has his work cut out in this class, indeed.
Well, from here, I don't know how he can pick between them.
No, indeed.
wedi gweithio'n galed, dechrau o...
Some strength even in the sheep that have stood behind himself. Look, them two sheep on the side there that
I'm not sure.
you looking to me than on the far side.
Tremendously long you on the end. I'm not sure if that's the camera angle, maybe. She looks like she's got tremendous length of body there. So the ewe is just on
there you go,
now.
as he stated himself, he'd like to take a certain type of animal home, and obviously that is he'd be looking for in his initial assessment, and he can select half a dozen out of this particular class to say, well, that's similar to what I'd like, and then put them forward and individually assess them after. Like obviously he has to show every sheep that is in this class a courtesy and examine them exactly the same.
Absolutely, and that's
I believe that Mr. Dairyman has got his work cut out here for quite a significant time.
on that ewe there. That ewe to the left there, she looks some powerhouse, doesn't she?
Doesn't she, to be fair, yes.
Absolutely. Well, we'll leave him for now then to do the hard work, and hopefully we'll come back and see which one he wants to take home later.
Right.
Well, we rejoin Nia in the South Glamorgan Pavilion, and she's currently with Jackie Thomas, who's been competing in 10 competitions, but unfortunately only 9 made it to Llanelwedd because the shortbread wasn't behaving as it should. Yeah. But what she did manage to get here in Llanelwedd has obviously made an impression. It's the first time she's competed at the Royal Welsh. She's third for the brownies without the gluten-free, and she's quite happy with winning the third prize. Now, how much of a challenge was it to make the brownies when you consider that they're gluten-free? And when it came to put everything together, it was quite a challenge, I've got to be honest. And another important factor as far as the judge is concerned is they all had to be the same size, but the big question, of course, is what shape should the brownie be? And what they suggested was 7 centimetres by 5 centimetres, which is quite a size really, but I decided not to follow those instructions and went my own way. Here we go, the date and walnut, which is a really nice combination. Third place once again. And there's a great variety. When you look at them all together, you can see the variety in the colour. And what Jackie has done is follow an old traditional recipe that's been in the family for such a while. And a lot depends, of course, on the colour of sugar that you use. It's like Barabrith. Everybody's Barabrith is of a different consistency and colour. And the nice touch on some of them, as you can see, is that they place the walnuts on top of the actual cake itself. And there we are. The walnuts has to be the size of your nail. Now then, Nia's just asking Jackie, what made you decide to compete when you consider that it's the first time you've done that? Well, I've been very supportive to the Royal Welsh Show ever since I was a child. I've come here every year. I've seen the produce here, and I've always thought, okay, maybe I'll try next year. And this year, it's actually happened. Well, Jackie used to be a cook at the school in Pontseni for 15 years and enjoyed every moment.
Well, yeah.
And she's had second prize
peth rhwng quiche a flan?
with the savoury flan.
Beth yw'r ateb?
Now there's a question. What's the difference between a flan and a quiche?
Cynnyrch sydd gyda chi ar ôl felly yn y tŷ a eisiau...
Ah, right, Jack is in. A quiche is something you'd probably make with what you've got left over in the house, whereas a flan would be a bit more specialised.
Coronation quiche yn gynharach yn y flwyddyn. So, es I lawr y drywydd hynny, gweud y gwir. So...
Right, she'd made a coronation quiche earlier in the year, so that's what inspired her as far as this particular savoury flan is concerned.
Beth hwnna ddim I fod? Wel na, dim byd I weid bod chi ddim yn gallu. Ond blas yn dydi. At dant ni gytred yn fe. Ond mae'r asparagus yn dwtch bach reis. Mae'n lyflu. Wel, trial yng ngore. Dwi wedi bod yn siarad o'r beirniad, a da chi wedi gael...
Nia apparently has had a word with the judges and the stewards, and what they said to you? I've got to promise that I compete again next year, but we'll see about that.
O werth ond ydi? Wel, chi'n bart o'r sioe yn chi. A mae'r sioe yn bwysig i chi. Mae e. Jackie, llongyfarchiadau mawr. Diolch am y sgwrs. Diolch, Nia. Diolch.
Welcome back, and we are back, hopefully, for the climax of the Suffolk Yearling U, class 1132. Our judge, Mr. Derryman, has been working very, very hard since we've been away, and
now then he's just looking at that view. I liked she was on the left-hand side when we saw her before, but she's obviously now looks like, I would say, in 4th position. I'm guessing this is the head of the class at the moment, Gerald. So 6-4-5-5 is from David Jones.
Cardigan, Shire. I believe is from Ron Guy in Cardigan there.
So we'll see.
He's hoping that the judge won't
move him about. No, I was
Yeah.
about to say now. Do you think we're going to have any position changes? The young man in 2nd place there doing absolutely everything to show off his U.
Quite a significant difference in size, and
that U in 4th.
There's the 4th and 5th positions, or 3rd and 4th positions, and quite strong, aren't they?
Yeah,
as we're looking at them at the moment. But
yeah, and we've seen over the years some tremendously powerful sheep coming to the fore in the Suffolk classes.
No, honestly, are seriously heavy boned, aren't they? The one that is standing in the front here just at the moment isn't quite as heavy boned, but
maybe that's the style of the judge
likes.
Is maybe not
Who are we
quite
to say if it's right or wrong?
Absolutely.
Well,
there we go. It sounds by the clapping that he has made his mind up, and it is. And it is David Jones that is.
Yeah, David Jones, Ron Guy.
Ron Guy, I was right. There's one first prize in this very, very strong
yearling
class, and I'm sure he will be delighted. Yeah.
And Arnold Orr taking 2nd place there. Yeah. Very, very well done.
Hwnnw un gorau heddi, llongyfarchiadau David.
Diolch yn fawr ti.
Beth sy'n mor arbennig am y ddafod yma?
Wel, mae'n perthyn i'r ddafod o gyda fi falle nef.
Wel, os fydd i cystal â honno, bydd y misau dim gwell yn o ti.
Sa'n gwybod ni fed hwn.
Ond ennill prif bencampwriaeth y sioe y llynedd, oedd hwnna siwr yn dipyn o beth i ti.
Cymer o spel sy'n cwm mewn, ond na, moment so, iawn.
Coming back after his success last year. And as Maynard said, he started on the journey this year again.
Dim rhaid bod yma I deimlo'n rhan o'r sioe. Mi fedrwch chi ymuno'n yr hwyl drwy gysylltu neu'n dilyn ni ar Facebook, Twitter neu Instagram S4C. Ond os nad ych chi'n hapus I ni ddarlledu eich sylwadau chi...
Well, there are several ways of following all the activities here at the Royal Welsh Show. We're on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. Just click onto our website, s4c.cymru/sioe.
Well,
right, from the sheep ring to the cattle ring. Let's get back to Gerald and Will.
Well,
a little earlier on, Gerald, we were looking at the group of 3 in the Highland cattle classes, and now we have the opportunity, the honour, to watch the championship of the Highland classes. So they've been busy all day, going through their paces in their individual classes, and here are the best of the best in the Highland classes. It looks like they're the last of the breeds to finish this morning's proceedings.
Cow in calf or cow and milk. This cow has come to the female champion, and we just in front we see the male champion, and it looks like the senior bull.
Some serious length on that bull.
Very strong-fronted animal anyway, isn't he? Do you think he would escape, Will, if he was after you?
I fancy my chances. The legs are a bit shorter than some of the other breeds we've seen, so but I think if he did catch me, I think I'd know about it.
And you hope the wind would be blowing, because it'd blow the hair in his eyes first, and then he wouldn't be able to see you then. But,
yeah. No, yeah, I guess they're recognised as one of the smaller breeds, but this is a fair-sized bull, isn't he?
Strong animal, very strong animal, to be fair.
A chwarae teg i'r...
Having spent a bit of time at the Highland show this year, there was a fair display of Highland coups, as they told me when I was up there, and I'm very impressed really by the standard of cattle that have made it here.
Yes, indeed, because we're a long way south of there, and there's been a lot of travelling to be fair to these people that have come down. There's a savage pair of horns on this female, isn't there? Gee whiz.
It's an iconic look, isn't it?
It is.
And there's our judge, Archie MacArthur, down from Argyll. Tartan tie on.
Yes,
man who is taking his task very seriously, a past president of the Highland Cattle Society. Will it follow the run of pretty much all day? We've seen females coming out
as
breed champions. I'm trying to remember. Have we seen a male champion today?
No,
I don't think we have we?
No, we haven't. No, so far.
Darker coated cow along with their calf.
Ond Archie'n gwybod y well na fi, mae'n siŵr.
Mae'n dal I edrych ar y fyw. Mae'n edrych ar y fyw.
And in he comes. And he's
female again. We have another female come to the fore. And
S&D Haley's cow and calf. And you'll be surprised here it hasn't come down from Scotland, but come from County Durham, in fact.
Indeed, to be fair.
Mod i'm yn dweud bod o'n gweithio'r chwaith, ond na, mae'n magu dda.
Yeah, the long hair over the eyes.
I'm very, very impressed with them horns, anyway.
Yeah.
Indeed.
They take a bit of polishing as well, by the looks of them, wouldn't they? They would.
It was another impressive horse coming behind as the reserve female champion comes into the ring to stand a chance to become reserve of the breed of overall. It'll be interesting to see whether.
Of course, on the wilder hills of Scotland, those horns would have been used, I guess, many years ago to protect the young from predators.
Predators, yeah, predator control. Yes, indeed.
Maybe a little bit more ornamental by the time they've got into the show ring.
Yes, indeed. Oh, he's stuck with his champion then, so the male champion does come into reserve position. We'll be back to see if that female Highland will do any good against the other females we've seen.
Well, we saw that Aaron was in the forestry section earlier on, and he's there now watching the guys hedge laying, and he's in the company of Arwyn Williams, who's from Llansannan originally, and I'm just saying that it's a craft that seems to be going through a revival period. They're just discussing the different terms that they are referred to in different parts of the country in Wales, in Welsh as it were.
The two main styles of hedge laying in Breckenshire here would be called crop and pleach,
right,
and stake and pleach.
Right, there you go.
Now, this is stake and pleach because obviously they haven't. I know this is wrong to say, but it's a made-up hedge, and the stake and pleach would be that they would place a stake at every yard and blend the pleach sticks around that stake, creating probably a one-sided hedge actually, with the stake being predominantly on one side, with the first, second and third sticks which would turn around the stake, and then the bulk of the hedge would be on the side where it would be heavily stocked from to stop the stock getting through. The crop and pleach would be equal each side, and leaving several sticks freestanding in the hedge by taking them off at, say, top level, and then therefore the hedge would be exactly the same, almost like a dome shaped. So unfortunately these boys are working under say, I won't say false conditions, but
no, yes.
they're not the
it's
true
more
conditions.
Of an exhibition in that sense, yes. Yeah.
And probably as they have pleached these sticks to where they are, they're probably a little bit steep. And this hedge, look, when it's finished, will be up somewhere around just under the chest area of the individual. Well, most hedges would be just above your waistline. Probably that would be the normal hedge.
Cofio bydd yn agos aid, fi ofyn colli bus droed yn ni, felly mynd o ffordd arwyn. Iawn. Diolch yn fawr am y sgwrs. Nw'n ni ddadw cadw mlaen I fwynhau, dwi'n meddwl.
Dyma ni felly y rownd derfynol gynta.
Well, we've been here before. We're back in the sheep shearing shed. And I think this is the final of the novice wool handling. And we have, I think it's Angharad Davies, Cyril Richards and Ellen Mai Evans.
And
obviously we witnessed the seniors or the open ladies going earlier on, and no disrespect to these young ladies, they are learning their trade, and probably it is just that little bit pace slower, but they have to start somewhere, and it's like the junior competitions and the open competitions, and that they will progress and become faster. Cyril Richards is from Llandailo. There, the young lady in shot at the moment. And, she's actually the daughter of a dairy farmer then, but she is living with a very good young man that she is in our part of the world. So that's where she's learned her trade.
That's Angharad Davies.
But these would be judged in the same... there'd be no favours just because they're novice. The actual judges would penalise them exactly the same as they would on their senior counterparts. And an interesting style there then of that young lady rolling the wool from the side rather than rolling the wool from directly behind then. Because that's the way that she feels comfortable in doing it. Then
it's the end product that counts, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's no
I do believe in the qualifying sections, and these young ladies were only looking after one shearer, and they're actually looking after two now. So this is the final. They have upped their game, and
just a little bit more pressure.
That's, well, quite a bit more pressure actually, yeah. And now they have to.
This is Ella Evans.
You noticed before, you said then, Gareth, about the length of the fleece, and we see a significant length in many of these fleeces just in this competition, but that's what's come off the sheep, and that's all they've got to work with, isn't it? And the practice makes perfect, and unless you practice and work at your job, then you'll never get any better. So there we go. Then obviously the number of sheep which are shown in the junior section is a lot less, and two shearers are finished, and the young ladies are obviously at a slower pace, not having the experience to keep up as perhaps the seniors, and we didn't see this very often, because if there was more sheep, then them fleeces would have been in the way, wouldn't they?
And as we noticed at the far end, Angharad Davies there, as she was rolling the fleece, keeping one eye on what was going on behind her to keep everything neat and tidy.
Oh, yes,
you know, it's multitasking, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Interesting, in New Zealand, I was lucky enough to shear them myself then, as of years ago. They wouldn't roll the fleece and wrap it in a band like that, because most of the sheep sheds in New Zealand, the wool will be graded on site, and there would be bins in the shed where you would place the fleece ready graded, because they would actually employ an assessor in some of the bigger stations, would grade the wool basically straight away as soon as it come off the sheep, and therefore it would be placed in a bin by the side of the shed and pressed by a professional presser and press in the shed, whereas this wool here will go into a sack, then go into our wool board depots to be sorted and pressed. So, but on the numbers of sheep that they had in New Zealand, and the care that was paid, attention that was paid to the breeding of the sheep, then obviously their wool was of a finer and better quality than our wool, and more consistent being bred that way. Whereas we got so many different breeds to suit sort of different areas within this particular country, then obviously the wool quality varies as well. Whereas like you probably associate New Zealand with Romneys, and probably a massive percentage of the sheep in New Zealand would have Romney influence in their bloodline and good quality fine wool. So the assessor then, when grading the wool, wouldn't have to work that hard only on sort of bad fleeces or a bad type of sheep or whatever, and they would go into the second grade bins.
Well, as I mentioned before, this is the novice final, and it's obviously marks awarded for various aspects of this competition, so we won't know who's actually won when we leave the sheep shearing shed at the moment, albeit Cyril Richards finishing first on that occasion. But hopefully when we come back for the other finals, we'll be able to give you the results accordingly.
Yn drydydd, arbennig cystadleuaeth wych yma ar ddiwrnod cynta cystadlu yn canolfan Gneifio Meirion.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground, and the Sir Brynner Jones Memorial Award is awarded to an individual this year who has successfully implemented any innovations and or techniques towards net zero within their farming business and who is an inspiration to the industry. There are 3 on the shortlist.
Yr enw di Edward Vaughan, dwi'n ffarmio yma yn Sychdyn.
Edward Vaughan, who farms in Sychdyn, in Llanerfil, in Welsh Pool.
Yn 2012, gesyn ni ar eich gyfeirio, un o'r pethau cyntaf oedd adeiladu'r felin wynt. Oedd hynna I sicrhau...
And in 2012, they built a windmill and the aerobic digester.
Pesgyn nhw off glaswellt a wedyn da ni di increasio y value o'r silage, y quality. Hynna yn galluogi ni I lleihau y dwysbwyd da ni'n dod fewn i'r ffarm. Ar asail hynny hefyd lleihau yn carbon ar y ffarm.
My name's Ben Williams. This is a mixed farm which is great for the soil. We started direct drilling instead of ploughing in 2008. Scientists have worked out that we can sequester 8.9 tonnes a hectare a year of carbon into the soil. And that's about the same for direct drilling as for paddock grazing. I've done carbon footprint calculations. We've come up with a negative carbon footprint for the whole farm.
Dylan Jones dwi, da ni'n ffarmio 8 garacan.
And the third candidate is Dylan Jones, who works on the family farm in Castellor on the Isle of Anglesey.
Wel, da ni'n canolbwyntio ar gloi nitrogen yn y ddaear. Felly, da ni'n dwi ar porfeydd, da ni'n dyfu meillion coch yn bwysig iawn yma. Pys, wrth gwrs, a'r gaea yma, da ni'n mewn efo mwstad a letches. Dwi'n meddwl bod o wedi bod yn andros o bwysig ymwneud y camau yma da ni wedi gwneud I gyrraedd net zero. Mwyn y genedlaeth nesaf, ffermwyr, mae'r cyfrifoldeb gynnon ni heddiw I greu diwydiant llywyrchus at y genedlaeth nesaf.
Well, we have a winner and llongyfarchiadau mawr felly. Dwi'r safon yn hynod eichen I Mr Edward Vaughan, Sychdyn, Llanerfil, Welsh. Llongyfarchiadau mawr. Diolch ymlaen, Edward. This is a farming enterprise with renewables, a wind turbine erected in 2014 and then an aerobic digester in 2015. Planting of new hedges, working towards sustainability and efficiency, and exports surplus electricity.
Dyma fo'r gwrs.
Yes, and this year's winner is Edward Vaughan of Sychdyn, Llanerfil in Powys. And how did you react when you heard the announcement? It was a bit of a shock. It's such an honour to win this award and to actually look and see the names that have been engraved on this particular award. These names represent different periods in the history of agriculture here in Wales.
A dipyn o her. Dipyn nath ysbrydoli di fynd.
Now then, what inspired you, Edward, to do what you did and what exactly have you been doing on the farm? It's a traditional farm, beef and sheep. We did diversify. The process has been a long-term one and of course carbon and net zero are the buzzwords of this particular time. Now then, obviously you've got one eye towards future generations and of course it's very important. We're under the influence of the government. That is, it's keeping the balance between creating food for us and keeping one eye on the the environment as well. There are targets. Obviously, you can improve from time to time. Biggest influence have been my parents, who gave you that grounding, and you developed from there. So I'm very, very grateful for the grounding I was given by them, and of course the area. People think of Tom Tudor, and there's a lot of support within that local community, and it is great to see Uncle Tom's name on this award. Who's going to be polishing this award? Well, you're the one who's won it. That might be your responsibility from now on in. But it is a great honour to have been awarded the Sir Brunner Jones Memorial Award at this year's Royal Welsh. I did say I was going to have a few beers if I was to win. Well, I might have to dig deep in the old pockets later on this evening. But everybody congratulates you, Edward, and very well done indeed.
Yng nghanol y prif gylch ar hyn o bryd, I ni mwynhau y gemau tangyfrwy, gemau sy'n mor boblogaidd a chystadleuaeth sydd yn dynnu'r dorf.
Here's a taste of what's going on in the main ring at the moment. Plenty of entertainment, of course, and quite a decent crowd there to watch the different countries competing.
Sicr, maen nhw'n goffo mynd mor fast as sy'n posib. Maen nhw lan a lawr off y ceffyl, ar y ceffyl, a wedyn...
England represented, Wales represented, America. There's an international feel to this particular mounted games competition. All different countries, South Africa, Scotland, plus, of course, the county of Glamorgan, who are the feature county in this year's Royal Welsh.
Mae dyn ni'r Unol Daleithiau, De Africa, yr Alban, Iwerddon, Gogledd Iwerddon, ag...
It's really difficult to work out who exactly is leading the way, but there's plenty going on, plenty of entertainment for the crowds who have come here to the Royal Welsh this year on this, the first day.
A mae rai bod ti ddim a ofon chwaith.
Na, sa'n caru bod mae rai bod chi jyst yn mynd amdani fi'n caru a ddim becsom sy'n y byd.
Ond gyda hwn fi wastad yn edmygu, mae eisiau mynedd job arno ti I gael rheini mewn yn dysau.
A mae'n sgil gallu cael y poni sefyll I aros yn ddigon parod fel bod chi'n gallu neud na fyd, achos mae'n gyw maen nhw'n moyn neud o'n mynd yn ffast.
Wel, wrth i'r ras yma ddod I ben, Ellwn ni weid mai yn y safle cynta, mae Iwerddon.
Croeso cynnes nôl I chi I gylch.
Right, back to the sheep ring. And
yes, we're back.
Gerald will have the company of Emma.
Class 1133, which is a ewe lamb born in 2023. And quite a strong class M's of 24 ewe lambs, and the standard we've seen in the Earl and Ewe, lambs and everything so far has been outstanding. So,
well, to be honest, at a quick look, if you hadn't said they were ewe lambs, I'd have thought they were yearlings, because there's some tremendous, powerful sheep in this class, aren't they?
Outstanding, yeah, to be fair.
And I think as well, it does show the difference as well between these sort of terminal sire breeds and like some of the hill breeds is the growth rate in the sheep, isn't it?
Unbelievable, to be fair.
Although maybe some of these would have had a Christmas dinner when they were born, mind, rather than...
No, it states on here born in 2023.
It does. Okay. I'm sorry.
No, probably telling the truth, actually, but yeah.
Mae bob breed yn cael ei haddag.
Well, they are lowland sheep, aren't they? Then simple
yes,
as that.
That's what they've been bred for, isn't it?
If they'd be born in November, December, well, they're born, aren't they?
Yeah. No denying the Suffolk head on this ewe lamb. Tremendous years, and maybe she'll grow into those years as she gets a little bit more mature.
I would think then as perhaps I've judged a few shows myself, then this would be one of the most difficult classes to judge of all, because they're seriously consistent, strong, long, powerful.
And I think, as we spoke about earlier with the Dutch spotted class, they're a relatively new breed over here.
Yeah.
So there's a difference between the types, but this is an old established breed, so they have been bred to a standard, and you can really see that difference in this class here today, because as you say, there's tremendous ewe lamb by here now, isn't that? She is. Really well turned out. Stands well, doesn't she? Striking, isn't it?
Oh, every one of them.
But like you say, the difference between them is so minimal, isn't it?
Indeed.
Bwysig iawn ydi.
Fi'n credu fi sawl un o'r rhain yn hapus iawn i gael peint bach ar ôl y cystadlu. Mae'n galed, ydw e?
And again, with the high numbers in this class, making the job of Mr. Peter Derryman's judging quite difficult.
Well, I'm afraid we're not going to get to a result what we would like at this particular visit, but
I wouldn't have thought so in a class of this
take him quite a long time to assess every one of these,
it would do. And they all deserve their time in front of the judge.
One.
Absolutely.
So anyway, we'll have to come back in a little while to see if Mr. Derryman has arrived at his decision.
Good luck to him.
Yn mynd trwy bethau, fe gewn ni hoi fach o gylchadefed. Fyddwn ni nôl I weld pwy fydd yn cyrraedd y brig yn hwyrach mlaen.
Mae'r haul allan boes, a dwi'n mwynhau fy hun lawr yn ardal y Merlod. Wel, y Shetlands yn benodol.
Well, Aaron is certainly wandering around the showground. He was in the forestry section earlier on. Now he's on the outskirts of the horse ring. And he's keeping an eye on the Shetland ponies competition. Obviously the horse ring is a separate ring to the main ring, of course, where a lot of the horse competitions are held.
Dwi'n licio gallu gweld beth mae'r poni'n neud. Os mae'r poni'n ran yr awyr am fwy'r amser, chi ffili beirniadu'n iawn. Ond rhywbeth traddodiadol, maen nhw'n goffod digon o le'r galon.
Now what the judges will be looking for is something traditional, that they are strong, the ears and eyes are in coordination.
Right. A mae'n bwysig gweld siap y poni.
It's important also to see the shape of the pony as well. Aaron just referring to the fact that they could be the same breed, but they're all different colours. I mean, black was the colour years ago.
Type of bit, yeah. But
by now, of course, you can see a variety of different colours. Some judges would go for the traditional colour, others would have different opinions. Yep, she's just saying that the fact that 20 years ago the horse ring would be absolutely packed. But of course, in recent years, we've gone through the COVID experience. We're now in the stage where we're rebuilding again to try and generate the numbers to what they were previously. Why are they so popular and why are they so successful? Is it something to do with children or... Well, the Shetland pony is to do with all different ages. They do have their own kind of temperament and character, but we treat them like horse racing animals because we treat them with respect. So that they do have a purpose, yeah.
Falle, nes I ddim dilyn hynny llynau, ond working hunter ni'n neud llynau, felly ar dydd Iau. A ers i'r ferch gael damwain ar ei chefen, ni dir o'r gorau'r working hunter mewn tro a chanolbwyntio ar y ponies Shetland.
Llai o ffordd i ddisgyn off.
Lot llai o ffordd.
Se'n siwtio fi falle. Weithio bod y ferch yn o'n gwrando, achos mae eisiau merle, na'n o'n mae'n ffansio dwi'n meddwl.
Ond bydd rhaid i gael, ni'n bydd rhaid i brynu ni ddi.
Ti'n meddwl mwyn i weld Anwen Francis yn y prif gylch diwedd y wythnos efo un o'r Shetlands ma?
Byddwn ni'n lico, sa'n gwybod, byddwn ni'n lico. Ni di drod fel...
Aaron's just asking Anwen, are we likely to see you in the main ring with one of the Shetlands later on in the week? Well, she's very hopeful that will happen. Right, let's get back to the sheep ring.
Yes, we're back in the Suffolk ewe lamb. And
been busy while we're away.
canlyniad yn mynd i fod yn go agos nawr.
Oh, now then, we have a strong Welsh influence here.
Cyfarwydd, y wyneb cyfarwydd. David Jones, Brongoi, Ceredigion, a wedyn John...
So David Jones at the head of the class once more. A familiar face here.
Gareth Roberts, Gareth Jones, sorry, Robertson Hall.
Yeah, Gareth Jones, Robertson Hall and his wife Cathy then in third and fourth from Pembrokeshire.
Yr un sy'n ail, a dwi yn credu'r grŵp o'r heddig yma. Wedodd y ddau bod hon wedi cael ei magu...
He's whittled the class down to...
Wel, wedyn ni job yn dda iawn.
8 to 10 then, so... At the moment.
So, un swci fi'n edrych fel yna.
Na, bydd e chwaith.
And apparently this is a Molly Lamb in second place, and I need to go home and have a word with my Molly Lambs, because I don't think I'd bring them up to the Royal Welsh show.
You must be off too much or something, perhaps. You should be staying at home and making sure this is fed several times throughout the day. Not morning and night doesn't suffice to get him to that size, you know. Molly Lamb, he didn't say which year, though, did he? No, John Griffith's tea here, isn't it? Down there, just down below Llandilo, is standing in second place at the moment. John works in the Gelleair College in Gelleair.
Ware teg. Da iawn iddo.
But there you go. It's
following on his success in the with the yearling ewe.
Achos pan ti'n cyrraedd y brig, un ffordd sydd i fynd wedyn, yfe? Ie. Ond mae David yn parhau ar y brig.
So, David Jones there will have a double chance in the Supreme Championship.
Will, yes. Well, I would say that he's probably got a good chance in the female championship, because we've only got yearling ewe and you'll have classes for the Suffolks.
Like you're a gambling person.
Yeah. She lovely ewe lamb.
Yes.
Dyn sydd drws nesau i ti hefyd. Wel, John ti hir. John Blorin. Da iawn. Ie, o, yn y wir de. O'n swci o'n.
Ie, yn anffodus, gollon ni mam.
Unfortunately, lost his mother, so reared as a Molly Lamb.
Wel, ti'n dipyn o gamster.
A bottle baby, as he said.
Edrych y werth I gweld.
Y wraig yw'r camstres, ni fod yn deg.
He has admitted that his wife is the one that's been in charge.
Bydd yn brwd iawn o weld ti. Yn neud yn dda.
Done an exceptional job anyway, to be fair.
Tremendous.
Welcome back. Another important award that the Royal Welsh Society presents annually is the Dr. Emrys Evans Award. And it's this year offered to an individual under the age of 35 years who has excelled in the genetic improvement of livestock. And this year's award is presented to Charles George of Wolf's Castle in Pembrokeshire. He always had an interest in farming when he was younger, but then followed more of an academic journey. But I decided after graduating that I would come back to the family farm, and it's been 9 years since then, and I've no regrets about that decision whatsoever.
Pa fath o deirw bydd yn swito'r system yma. Oedd tata mam gi fi Colin i Nia George, nhw'n angerddol iawn beth i brido, o'n nhw'n eitha amlwg yn y maes.
My grandparents were passionate about breeding, and they established the herd here, and I'm just proud to be following in their footsteps, as it were.
Pan clywes I o'n i'n amlwg o'n i'n falch iawn.
When I heard the news, I was obviously delighted. In a way, it's nice to get some kind of recognition for all the hard work, not my hard work, but the hard work that's done by everybody associated with the farm.
Ie, gwn i weld Lenny falle gai cwbl o peints.
Well, Charles, George, llongyfarchiadau.
And Charles is now with Nia. What does this award mean to you? Oh, it's an amazing feeling. It's I feel very privileged and honoured to accept the award. And as Charles suggested during that VT package, there's a tradition of genetics within the herd on our farm, and we're trying to breed cattle of quality, of course, and obviously with one eye on the being very kind and friendly to the environment around us. From here, as you look forward, what are the developments? Where does this journey take you? Well, we're always looking to improve the genetics within the herd that we have, and now then, how complicated is that to control? It's quite complicated, but we're looking to raise the standard within the herd. We choose the bulls of high quality that is applicable to the herd that we have. Now, who's been the biggest influence on you as a young farmer? Obviously, my father and my grandfather have had an influence on my decision making as far as genetics is concerned. So therefore, did you have a choice when you were younger into which direction you were likely to go? Yes, I did have a choice, but I'd always wanted to breed the Holsteins that we have. It was in my blood from an early age.
O'n i'n gweld y ffordd y diwydiant yn mynd, a ni'n gwybod faint mor bwysig.
Yeah, the influence that's been on me. I could see in which direction the industry was going. It was important, of course, that we kept the standards, and it was important that we looked carefully at the genetic developments. Nia was asking, was the course you did in college did that influence you at all with your decisions as far as the farming's concerned? And Charles's answer was no, not at all. I've got a degree in mathematics.
Mae keen interest fi o ran pair degrees a dewis teirw bethau, so yeah, na should nes I dod I fewn ag
And how important is this actual location and this show, as far as you're concerned? Yeah, it's very important to me I've always been very supportive. This is the main agricultural event nationally, and it's great to see the show going from strength to strength. And of course there'll be some celebrating later on this evening. Fully deserved. Well done, Charles.
Sut chi erbyn hyn? Da ni'n dda iawn yma yng nghanolfan Gneiddion.
Well, here we are, back once again in the sheep shearing. Now then, a bit of a change from the last time we were here, Gerald.
Yes, indeed, in the traditional blade shearing competition. Whereas, obviously, the pace has died down a little bit from the machine shearing, but and quite not as, perhaps, as the finished product wouldn't be quite as clean, because these have to cut with a blade, and obviously it would be very difficult to cut so close to the skin with this blade shearing rather than with a machine shearing.
But
still, they've adapted the same style. The style is called the Godfrey Bowen style, whereas of years ago we'd see more traditional. A lot of people would have actually tied their legs and shorn on a bench, obviously to save their back because of the period of time that they are actually bent over in this particular position. And this is called the Godfrey Bowen style, which is same adapted by all machine shearing. But
with those shears, Gerald, and we can see here, I mean, the sheep don't stay still, do they?
Oh, no, indeed, no. But the secret in all aspects of shearing is to make the sheep as comfortable as possible. And if you put on traditional position, here we see a different style here then. This guy will actually it's called the round and round style. He will shear one side, look, coming up the round and round, and then what he'll do in a second, he'll swing the sheep right round and then come round from the back to the front, basically finishing off on the same vein as the Godfrey Bowen style. Where this competitor here now next move will be up from the brisket up under the throat and up onto the head. Similar as the Godfrey Bowen style. There is no rules. They'll be judged again on obviously finish, and as many times as they cut a little bit more off with the shears. Obviously the finish will not be as clean as with the machine, but it'll be same, and speed, because obviously speed comes into this in factor, how many you can shear. But as we can see, there's quite a few lumps and bumps, but this is how sheep were shorn in Wales many years ago, before the invention of the machine. And a lot of these guys have been at this for quite many years, and there we go. He's first German to finish. We'll have to come back later on to see his result. We're back to the sheep ring and see the final and championship of the Suffolk sheep. We've seen David Jones doing very well in the female section. We know.
So we're just joining the male championship. Yeah,
sorry,
that's
yes,
right. Yeah.
We see John Griffiths there. We featured him as second prize in the Ewe Lamb back a while ago.
Yeah.
Up against the yearling ram with...
Tremendous power in that yearling ram.
Probably the rams of these would go to their society sales in prospective markets throughout the country then.
Yes,
and
yes.
As I alluded to before, it's quite a good achievement to have the Royal Welsh Show champion. Obviously, maybe they'll be keeping it from breeding themselves, but there'll be a lot of other prospective purchasers
or something
would come forward and want the actual genetics of the Royal Welsh Show winner.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Oh. Oh, it's the yearling ram that has taken it.
Yeah.
And the ram lamb is
reserve.
Second in reserve.
Tremendous ram there from the Ingrams. I've seen them here so many times in the past with the Charolais, but taking it with the Suffolks today.
You'll be fluent by the end of the week.
I'll try. You keep saying it and I'll try and pronounce it again.
Yeah, exactly. everybody at Team Ingram are quite busy this week.
Very, yeah. We've got 3 different breeds, so yeah, it's quite full on.
Yeah. Wel, llongyfarchiadau mawr.
Thank you very much.
Diolch.
Nesa.
Welcome back. And next is the Supreme Individual Beef Championship.
Wedi mynd i'r buwch limwsan. A dyna ni chi. Bod yn dewis ar tarw Charolais.
This championship was dominated by the Limbs and the Charolais for over a decade.
Yr heffer limwsan sydd wedi mynd â hi.
But in the last 5 years, it's been an open competition.
Lincoln Red. Tarw Henffordd. O, mae wedi mynd am y cemento. Ie wir, y fuwch blond wedi mynd â hi.
So without further ado, let's go straight to the cattle ring. And we'll rejoin Gerald and Will.
Now then, Mr. Pritchard, we'll put our knowledge to the test, and we've been bragging the females all day. We have obviously skipped a few classes, but we can see there is a few males amongst the amongst the finalists, but we've featured the Charlereys and the Limousines and the Aberdeens and the Welsh Black and that. We've seen them come into the fore.
Yeah, there's a few.
A blonde has come to the fore, a female as well.
There's a few likely culprits in the coming into the ring at the moment. One or two animals that we've had the privilege of watching earlier, but we're really at the business end of the Monday of the show now. This is it. This is the Beef Championship. Who will take that accolade home tonight? Who will take the trophy? Who will be Wales' #1 beef animal? That's the question that we're going to answer in the next half an hour or so.
Yes, and it all falls down to one man's decision, Mr. Owain Clear. I know quite well myself, and has a very successful cattle business himself there up in North Wales, and buys a lot of cattle for individual farms and fattens a lot of cattle himself in terms of a lot of barren cows, actually. Them very, very good continental cross cows, and exports them after. So, and he did have a very successful bull hire business, and also breeding a few himself, because he did go down the road of showing a few commercial cattle and that as well. But probably got the biggest test that he's ever had now, standing in the middle of these exceptional good bunch of cattle, and I'm quite sure he is well up to the task.
I understand that last week he was running the Snowdon race, so he's not a man who's scared of a challenge. But a very different challenge today
yes,
in the middle of the cattle ring here at the Royal Welsh.
He'd have been under physical strain last week, perhaps a little bit more mental strain this week then, yeah?
Now, before we start focusing in on the breeds, Gerald, what's taken your eye during the course of the day?
Well, yeah, I did quite like that Aberdeen cow. I did, but as I alluded to before, the Charleroi and the Limousines are very strong and dominant animals in their presence, like so. And I would have thought that Owain would have catered more before the Limousine and Charleroi bulls in his business, because that would be probably the biggest number of animals that he would hire out and would purchase on behalf of other customers. But there isn't a Charleroi bull and there isn't a Limousine bull in the show ring, so we haven't seen too much of the Cemental and other blondes coming through the fore ourselves, so it'll be our first viewing ourselves of these particular animals. But the Welsh Black cow is an exceptional cow there to start. And,
yeah, Adrian Lewis is Machreth Sian up from Ceredigion. Beat a very good bull. We followed the bull this morning, one of the first classes we saw.
Yes, he did, yes. Good start.
Still
very strong cow to lead the class into the ring. And of course they'll be coming into the ring in catalogue order, so no particular order, as they say, bar the catalogue.
None whatsoever.
Kevin and Straight wrth ni weld Owain yn mynd at y gwaith, yn cael ei rwylo arnyn nhw.
Need to have a good knowledge of all these breeds, really,
most
to understand.
Would, yes, indeed, yes, most definite.
Reit special hon. Dal yn ifanc, mae'n rhaid i gofio mai heffer y wynd y beth.
Along the way, in the process of him judging all these individual animals, he will look at every single animal with his expert eye and assess the good parts, the bad parts, and whatever. But I'm sure that there will be an animal coming along throughout the next, as you alluded to, half an hour or so, that he will really, really like.
Yeah. A yn sicr, i ni wedi cael hynna. Pob bryd a'r unweddau unan gyda gen i. Dyna'r peth. Ond i ni wedi cael hynna'n sicr gan yr heffer fi yma, John. Ond dwi'n lwco'r tarw nesaf yma. Mae rai fi weid, oedd hwn yn un o'r dosbarthiadau cyntaf.
Becomes one of the male contenders in the Hereford Bull.
A mae rai cyfannau, mae'r tarw yma yn arbennig iawn.
Very strong and good, powerful bull. Very similar type of bull to which won it a few years ago, isn't he?
Well, he was a bull that really did take my eye first thing this morning, and I wouldn't be surprised.
A lumper of an animal, to be fair.
we don't like putting our neck on the line, really, do we? At this point of the day, but you know, I really took a fancy to this Hereford.
Nes I weld y brydiau cynhenid ma'n dod lan erbyn ar brydiau cyfandirol, no fe? Yn union.
Individually assessing every animal as they come along now, it is, but it's when he gets the initial line-up and the powerful animals are, say, dominating perhaps the smaller breeds a little bit, like that's when, even though he thinks that this particular animal is a nice animal, stood against a Shallery cow, which could be 500 kilos heavier, couldn't it? And that's when the pressure will come on in himself, thinking to himself, well, hang on, I got such a powerful animal sitting here in front of me. And but quality is quality, simple as that.
There are some of the traits which, of course, you'll be looking for in all the animals, you know, how they're walking, the legs.
Definite, yes, locomotion would be paramount. Yes.
And then, of course, you've got certain breed characteristics which can be stronger in some cattle than others. So
yes,
it is a difficult job.
Yeah, to be fair.
Ellen L. Bowen's Trailblazer is the Hereford entry.
I think I've seen in the background there was a short-horn bull that's come through too, and he looked a strong and powerful animal in the back. But here we featured the Shallery cow earlier on, and we've seen that she overcome in the championship. We've seen that she come against a big, powerful Shallery bull, and as we can say, she pushed him aside, didn't she? So the Shallery judge thought that this was the best animal in the strong class of Shalleries. And
Sean Mitchell's Hearthstone Rapunzel. We had a few tears when he won the Charolais Championship. Goodness knows what will happen if he leads this class as well.
Indeed, yes. Oh, it's a good animal, give credit. Powerful animal. Very fleshy, well-made cow, isn't she?
All the right bits in all the right places.
Well, there you go. Oh, she just doesn't like the hands of the judge quite so much then, so...
That
didn't do her any favours, did it?
No. She said, we've had a long day, she said. I was up early for a shower.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mae'n fywch Bert, yn fywch hardd iawn. Mae'n tynnu sylwch hyn o ddi, Ydy, mae'n...
She's certainly keeping one beady eye on him, isn't she?
Adroddwch ar y diddordeb sydd o amgylch cylch y gwartheg ar hyn o bryd. Mae'r lle...
Perhaps he got smells, perhaps he got a lot of brute or something on like that, perhaps that's what it
Mae'r hael wedi yna mas, just ar yr amser iawn, ynddi? Ddangos o'r gorau. Gwenu ar y cyfiawn. Ond mae yna dipyn o ffordd I fynd, wrth gwrs, yn y gystadleuaeth yma. Oes. Mae yna lot o waith o flan y beirniad o Wain Llyr, felly am y tro, John, aroswch Dani, ddod I nôl am fwy o sylwebu a chystadlu yn y man.
We'll just nip back quickly to the sheep ring now, where we will join the championship for the best female for the Suffolk sheep section. I don't think he shouldn't be too long, as we saw that it was indeed yet. David Jones takes it with his yearling ewe, and then Super Sheep. And he did indeed take the ewe lamb as well earlier on today, so very happy with the result. And hopefully we'll get to catch up with the overall championship a little later on.
Nes ti siŵr bod ti'n gael un orau mas?
Wel, mae'n trial. Diolch yn fawr.
Croeso nôl I brif bencampwriaeth y gwartheg beef ar Brynhawn Dydd Llun y Sioe Fawr. Ac I ni yn edrych ar y beirniad o Wain Llyr yn mynd drwy waith ac yn symud mlaen at y bryd nesaf sydd o'i flanau.
So we see another female will come to the fore in the blonde Aquitaine female, and I'm sure that Owen's got something on, because this one is a little bit fidget in allowing him close to himself.
Fewch neis diol. Dyw'r bryd ddim fel sef wedi cytio fel ni yn wlad hyn, fel o'n i'n meddwl pan dath I...
Yeah, the blonde Aquitaine.
Ond maen nhw wedi datblygu a mae hon yn fywch andros o fywch.
Blonde Aquitaine come to this 4 last year, didn't they?
Yes, yeah, it did indeed.
No.
Jonathan Hickin.
With
Penwen, Rowena.
Cwmbrid at yr...
Won the heifer in calf or with own calf at foot class earlier today, so I'm assuming.
Blonde has lived in the shadow of the Charlerays and the limousines over recent years, isn't it? And it came to the 4 last year, and there's quite a good contingent of Blonde Aquitaine cattle here again this year, hoping to defend their title, but as we see, they're up against some extremely good animals along the way. She doesn't quite like... She's getting a bit fed up, as you say, being around early hours of the morning and needs a break. Good calf, but that has no bearing whatsoever on the influence of the class. But
you say that, Gerald, but you know, if you've seen it going past, you can't unsee it, can you?
No fair comment, no. And here we go, the limousine. We featured these earlier on. This is a big, powerful, strong cow.
R&J Graham's.
Robert a Jean Graham.
Graham Ruth.
Lana Boy Sterling and Ralban. Wedi bod yn llwyddiannus.
Good top line on this cow. Very good top on this cow. And Owen's having to stretch on his toes to be able to see over the top of this cow.
And the ribbon gives it away, coming down from Scotland. There's a good contingent of Scottish cattle have arrived in Bilthwells this week. And
cadw llawer o Robert a Jean rai hynach o'r teulu yn cadw'r limousines.
You don't want to be critical of any of these animals, really. They're all superb animals, I would say.
Best of the breed, to be fair. All the judges that have worked very hard throughout the show to put these animals forward. It's a very, very good fleshy cow, to be fair. Perhaps not as we alluded to in the maiden heifers and that, they had a little bit more shape and that to them. But with maturity, they lose the shape breeding cows. They would job to hold their excessive back end. And although I don't know, is that the correct? But this cow has held the shape very good, to be fair. Very good.
Lindsay Betsy Narwen.
Surely will be up amongst it, I would think, Will.
I would have thought. They're never far away, the Limousines, and they're a very popular breed. And a very popular breed here in Mid Wales.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
A mae'r rho yn dangos ni, mae gran y llath o'r rho. Ni'n gweld fyna nawr, mae'r gader yn gywir iawn. Mae'n fywch hollol gywir yn dwi. A bywch tro cynta i wyn, so mae hwnna'n alachu... Ie, mae'r llath na yn wedi. Ydy. Sy'n ni'n meddwl fydd hon siwr fod eitha agos ati, John? Bydden ni'n meddwl ni. Mae'n dod yma fel wedwch chi ar gefn. Mae'n cario unan dda, yn oedd ar pen neu fyny ac yn dangos unan. Ond mae Lindsay mor profiadol, mae'n gwybod yn union.
Good pair, very good cow, to be fair. And here's a Cemental coming forward.
Ni'n symud ymlaen at y fywch Cemental.
Another female that's come to the top of the breed section, Will?
Indeed. Brandane Millie.
We can see in the background it's a Belgian blue female as well. That's a powerful looking animal.
Finley Suter brings forward the Simmental. It's a square looking animal again.
Yes, very good, to be fair.
Great over the top.
Maybe a little bit short.
Or is that the way we bring the weights down a little bit at the moment?
No, maybe she's very deep and makes it look short. Deep bodied and makes it look short. Not quite so... I don't know what the correct pencil will be find, but a very good fleshy animal again.
You've got to remember,
a strong head and a very powerful front in this particular heifer, isn't it, though? She's only a maiden heifer,
I was going to say only a heifer. She's got a bit of growing left in her.
Upwards mostly. We've seen some good animals coming forward so far in this particular section, so...
Definitely a tricky proposition for our judge, Owain Llyr.
And there's a lot of experts on the outside of the ring as well. And also a lot of other competitors with their fingers crossed, hoping that they will do well for their particular individual breed.
Thank you.
It's the first time he's judged at this show, so in at the deep end is
no pressure.
An understatement.
This is a nice Belgian blue heifer.
The judge is the British Blue.
This is a good animal, Will.
Solway View Rhubarb. From Kevin Watert.
This is a good animal, to be fair. Very, very attractive for the Belgian blue. Hole carries ahead, very nice.
Together.
British blue,
very, very modern blue, which the Belgian Blue Society have, I say, worked very, very hard in terms of they had that excessive back end, but nothing else along the way. No loin or whatever, but they worked very hard to produce the animal which will be consistent in throwing better loined commercial cattle. That's a very, very nice animal, to be fair. Good conformation, isn't it?
Yeah,
and style.
Yeah, I was going to say, and good, again, good on her feet and legs, isn't it, compared to what we would have seen maybe 20 years ago.
We'll have to come back a little while later and see Mr. Llyr what he's done.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground, and it's straight back to the cattle ring. Let's rejoin Gerald and Will.
Well, we're being as cagey as we were before the break, I'm afraid. Neither of us prepared to make any sort of prediction, such as the quality of the cattle in the ring. It is the biggest part, I guess, of the Monday's judging, without a shadow of a doubt. It is the biggest part of Monday's judging. We are the champion beef animal at the 2023 Royal Welsh Show, and
well, probably the biggest job right throughout the 4 days, realistically, for the individual championship, isn't it? We do feature the Fitzhugh Fives and that, which it seems to pulls all the individual breeds together, but this is the one that every particular showman within this show would like to win, isn't it?
The interbreed at the Royal Welsh Show. It's got a real ring to it, doesn't it?
Well into the 19th century.
Ond mae wedi cael ei sefyll, dwi'n meddwl, yn reit...
Feature the
Thonyn erbyn hyn.
South Devon champion there, another female, Will?
Yes, Coram Freddy, I believe.
Pawb yn cael yr un chwarae teg, wrth gwrs, sy'n mor bwysig. Ynddo fe?
I've got my...
Ond...
You put me
my numbers right.
You put me on the line earlier on, but you never committed yourself. Yes.
Very clever, I thought.
Ems, have a word and tell him to put himself on the line then.
This is the one.
This is my Aberdeen, yeah. This is my Aberdeen.
You took a fancy to this heifer early this morning, 33.08, isn't it? Yeah, Shadwell Lady Heather from the Alfords, who have a little bit of history in turning out an interbreed champion here at the Royal Welsh. So we'll keep a very close eye on that.
Safon da.
Arbennig.
Ydy'r limbs I chi?
Limbs, yeah.
Gawn ni weld yn y man.
So now we have Ivan then. We're always saying, Gerald, that there's plenty of judges around the ring, and indeed he's going around and asking people what they think is going to win. And so far it's the limbs that the public are rooting for.
Stica i'r limb bydden ni'n gweud. Gwartheg da, man. Gwartheg gweld. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Ai lawr fan hyn I weld pwy sy'n hyn. Reit, dewch I ni gael barn y to ifanc. Ferched?
Oh, he's just asking some of the young farmers.
Pwy chi'n meddwl sy'n mynd I ennill?
Yn bersonol, I fi licor lim.
Again, it's another vote for the limbs.
What do I know?
Yeah, we're a bit out of fashion, I think, you and I, Gerald, isn't it? Yeah.
So, fi gytuno I fod yn onest. Fi'n hoffi, wel, mae pob un edrych yn dda. Ond yeah, fi'n gytuno.
It's great to see so many judges around the ring, isn't it? It's great, especially young people as well, showing a real interest in the future of the beef industry here in Wales. There she is.
Limousin, ma'n weid o gwmpas y cilch ma, dyna beth sy'n dal I sylw ar hyn o bryd.
Ffefryn ar hyn o bryd. And of course, they look a little bit different this afternoon to how they will this morning as well. They'll change.
Most definite, most definite.
A dyma ni nawr te.
Longhorn.
Yr hirgorn. Yn dod o Landilo.
Well, this is from not too far from my home myself, Bernard Llewellyn, Carrick Kenning Castle.
Carrick Victoria. Another female.
Ydyn, dim dwywaith am hynny, a maen nhw werth i'w gweld. Just yn trial cael y fiwch I setlo.
Looking sharp. A bit like Bernard.
Yeah, Bernard. Sharp with his tongue, but not sharp in his actions. He's probably listening now and threatening me.
I think you're safe. I think he's ringside.
Anyway, you won't be able to hear me then. I'll be all right.
You'll be safe. Enjoys a leg pull, does Bernard?
Ond yn edrych yn dda iawn unwaith yn rhagor yr heifer.
He's been a long time breeder of the Longhorns.
Glenn very well round his castle there in trap. Good for the visitors to see a traditional breed running round on the pastures around the castle.
Just setlo chydig bach, setlo fymryn bach. Ag off a nhw. Reit, nesa. Mae'r birgorn yn dod, y short horn.
Wampin yr arroz o dan nhw. There goes the Longhorn.
Sydd ar nifer fwyaf wartheg yn y sioe fawr mae leni. A cho be, mae'r tarw yma, rhywbeth reit special am hwn dwi'n meddwl. Mae'n glampod ar hwn ydy.
One of the few male contenders that are in the final here, then the beef shorthorn.
Mae'n amlwg iawn yn y cylch.
Probably the most powerful animal in the final lineup. Probably shadow the cows, the limb cow and that a little bit, wouldn't he? Because he is quite a large animal, isn't he?
He is a very large, powerful, especially for the short-horn breed. And with the numbers of them entered here today, he's done well. Probably the hardest bit is getting out of his... yes, absolutely.
Carries his head very, very high.
Milliston Casper. By and being shown today by Mary Cormac. That's obviously not Mary, but is entered by Mary.
Dwi'n lyco'r tarw yma, mae rhaid gweud, byddech chi'n fel o'n o fe, John, i rynwyd?
You're right.
He looks like a well-balanced bull. He doesn't look overly pushed either, maybe not as overly
a lot of these bulls that we've seen today have been in their summer condition, but maybe not over fat.
No.
We've seen a very good Shallery bull before that just looked as if he lacked a little bit of flesh. The limb bull was quite coarse, and this bull is quite coarse as well. So anyway, we'll hopefully come back in a little while and see how Owain is getting on, and maybe we'll get to one of his selections.
And we're just going to jump over now then very quickly to the sheep rings then. So we've seen the female and male champions being decided earlier on, and now we're here for the overall champion, Suffolk sheep. So it's a Scotland versus Wales competition here with the Ingrams and David Jones then. So the Ingram there with their yearling ram, and David Jones there with his yearling ewe. Oh, and interestingly enough, Mania's just mentioned on the Welsh commentary then that the Ingrams have just taken the Texel champion in the other ring then. So
if the judges heard that, perhaps you'd say share it about it.
But I'm sure they'll be keen to take it across. And he's gone for the ewe then.
David Jones, yeah.
Very, very well done to him then.
Fair dues.
So he's been in this position before in the past and coming to the top once again. They certainly know how to turn out stock of the highest standard.
Covid am 2 years, so I'm going to go on back.
Very modest win there.
Before I got right off his in now, so.
And here with horses as well, so having a fantastic show, and congratulations to him. And let's hope we'll just move back now then to the beef championships, and we'll rejoin the interbreed championship.
So now we're in for the initial pull or draw or whatever you'd like to call it, and then he will nominate some of his favourite contenders for the title to go forward then.
I have to say, of all of the shows, seeing the different breeds together in the ring and a lineup like that, it's always a tremendous sight, isn't it?
Yes,
it's one of my favourite things to see, I have to say. And we're so lucky to have so many different breeds represented here at the Royal Welsh Show.
It's all those red, white and green rosettes, isn't it? Traditionally, I guess they're blue, white and red for an interbreed. But here in Wales, of course, we do things a little bit differently. And it is great to see some serious faces around the ring as everybody picks out their champion. Do you think he's feeling much pressure, Owain Llyr, our judge at the moment?
Yes, indeed.
Well, I was about to say, the most serious face of all there is the judge. He's got some work on his hands now, hasn't he?
We'll have a little competition amongst ourselves then. Put the 6 finalists or 7 finalists that go forward. I'll go Welsh Black, Shallery, Limousine, Belgian Blue, Aberdeen. How many is that? There we go, that'll be my
7 already, Gerald. I think you're up to, is it? Yeah.
I'd say with the standard of the female champions that have come forward for the different breeds, I'd say maybe that a female might take
Oh, you
the
are brave
champions.
now. You are brave now. Fair dues.
I think you're going to see more natives forward than,
Yes, we will.
than
Yes, we will,
normally.
most
The main native breeds are short on the...
He will have to take the
Angus.
likes of the Chalery and the Limousine forward because of their power and that. But if he can get the Welsh Black, Aberdeen...
The Shorthorn Bull as well. The Shorthorn Bull, I think, was...
he's too big in course, I believe, but he's a fine animal. Take nothing from him, he's a fine animal. But I would say it'll be Welsh Black, Chalery, Limousine, Belgian Blue, Aberdeen, I hope. There we go.
Yeah, there's
Welsh
first
Black.
three go forwards. And the Herefords.
And the Chalery.
He's just gone for the first six, I think. The first six, yeah.
Limousine.
Oh, and the Cemental.
And the Belgian
and the
Blue.
Blue.
Go a little step further, please.
Glas Prydeinig.
Is he going to pull anyone else forward? Oh, he's left the Shorthorn Bull out.
Look.
Oh, it's the
Look.
the Lincoln Red, is it?
No, that the black diamond on the end.
Ah.
The Angus.
Oh, and the Lincoln Red has gone forward, yes.
Yeah.
I think you had them all, Gerald, is it?
Well,
you missed the
and one or two extras, perhaps, in it.
Oh, one or two others, yeah.
So he'll have another draw, or will that be it?
Another draw, I would
think
say.
so.
Yes.
Your turn now, Will.
It's getting harder, though. The further along you go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No wonder you couldn't get 6, Gerald, isn't it? He's picked out 8.
I think he'll pull 4 forward. Do you think he'll pull 4 forward again?
Probably.
And then he'll have his champion and reserve from those.
I'll go Limousine, Chalery, Belgian Blue, Aberdeen.
I think the Hereford's going to make it into the top 4 anyway. Which of those that you've mentioned would not make it? I'm not sure, Gerald.
Fair comment, yeah.
That's quite a tough decision. Is the Hereford the only male
I
in that
believe
line,
it is,
lineup?
yeah. I believe so.
I think I'm still good for my prediction that it'll be a female champion.
I think Emma's playing the percentage game, she is, isn't she? Yeah.
So there we have some details of our judge there, Owain Llyr. He fattens some 200 to 250 cattle, and he buys and rears on then store cattle, and he's imported bulls from various countries and also exported cattle as well. So, being of a commercial ilk then with fattening cattle, he'll have his eye then on what's going to produce good finished animals.
I've made my mind up. Hereford, the Angus, the Chalery and the Blue.
Oh, the blue certainly will be up there.
No?
Chalery, Limousine, Blue would be the first 3. Hopefully my Aberdeen would come along as well. I'd like to see the Welsh Black going through, but he might just pull the Welsh Black through to keep an interest.
I think she's lacking maybe a little bit of the power of some of the other ones. The Cemental, I think, is coming in a bit short as compared to Cementals we've seen in the past. There we go. So
luckily, none of us are judging, isn't it?
So I think we're at the sort of semi-final stage at the moment now. So we're going to go. Are we going to move on to the final now?
I think he likes the cemental actually as well then, but...
Y wac hir na, lan at y Lincoln Red.
Yn cadw I garddiau'n agos iawn I...
Oh, I think he's skipping my Aberdeen actually, and the Belgian Blue.
No, he'll come back, Gerald. He'll come back.
Yeah, have faith. Have you got his mobile number?
I think his mobile will be turned off after this competition. tough task in front of him here now.
Indeed, yeah, very.
You know, is he going to stick his neck on the line and go for something?
He's going
to pull the 4 out.
He's going for the 4.
Right. Mae'n gwybod nawr I dynnu 4 ymlaen. Felly dyma ni, pwy fydd y 4?
Oh, he's gone for the Welsh
he's
black.
at the wrong end of the black.
The Welsh black.
Mae'r gwartheg dion Cymreig wedi cael ei galw ymlaen. Mae'r
He's past the Charolais.
Yeah, Belgian Blue next. Oh, indeed.
Oh, the
Simmental.
Simmental. Okay.
And the blue.
Yes,
blue.
yes.
Well, what do I know? Eh?
More than me, I believe.
None of us have...
Well, I've only got 1 correct. I got 2 correct, actually.
Yeah.
The Belgian Blue and the Limousine.
I've only got 1.
Oh. Well, only one you won.
And I said I didn't like the Simmental and the black. I need to put them forward.
Pwy sy'n ni fynd â hi nawr te, John?
That shot there now is quite telling, isn't it? That the blue, she does stand out quite a bit there.
I've got a new favourite.
Have you?
My favourite's gone.
Is it still Angus? Is it? Well, this really is the business end now, isn't it? We're down to 4 people.
I'm going to stick with my prediction, and there's going to be a female taking the championship.
You're pretty safe now, aren't you? Yeah. 4 animals left.
Right.
Which of these 4 breeds, which of these 4 animals, which of these 4 exhibitors is going to take away the Interbreed Championship 2023?
The job is getting harder and harder for him.
You can almost feel the nerves.
Yeah, you can.
Each of those exhibitors, can't you?
Yeah.
Can you imagine just being in that position?
More and more tense.
Un cipolwg arall. Un edrychiad ola. Edrych ar y lim ar Simmental.
Very hard task.
Fi'n siŵr bydd Lindsay'n hoffi bydd lim yn rhoi'r cluster am...
It's a pretty Belgian Blue in the end.
Pretty head on her. Sweet head. She's still kept a sweet head on her, hasn't she? And she's giving him the eyes. She's doing her best.
To be honest, he's had a lot of eyes on him for the last hour or so.
A nôl ag e at y Simmental.
He's gone back to the Simmental now.
Ymhen gampwriaeth y gwartheg biff. Owain Llyr, y beirniador Rhuthun, sydd wrthi nawr yn trial. Dewis pen campwr y sioe fawr eleni.
Limousine is a powerful animal, to be fair, isn't it?
Y gwartheg dion Cymreig. Y Limosans, Simmental, glas Prydeinig. Ond I le mae'r garden goch yn mynd eleni.
Don't ignore our Welsh breed either, isn't it? We're concentrating on the continentals, but it's a good animal, and
very, very good animal.
You've got to.
This has been quite a good competition with us. We seem to pick out a winner, or it appears that the majority of people pick their winner, but we've listened to a few crowd members and that have come forward and said that the Limousine, but
I think it's too tight to call, to be honest. No, it's extremely close. Extremely close.
I would say just by our own comments and decisions, it just goes to show how much quality has been in this class. Normally we can pick out 2 or 3 potentials, but
Mae sei fe fynd I gysgu hyn, ond hapus I fod wedi wneud y peth cywir.
All of these
We'll
animals
have
are
a word
standing
now with the crowd, with the audience.
Yep. So we'll just listen in now then to the judge, Owen Clear, giving his reasons.
He's saying a few words about his experience of judging here. So over to Owen Clear.
Pnawn da, sy'n ni jyst yn licio diolch o galon am y fraint o gael beirniadu sioe, wel, sydd yn agos iawn at ynghalon ni, ond sioe eithriadol, a sioe cenedlaethol ni'n Gymru, a fedrwn ni fod yn falch iawn ohoni, a diolchgar iawn I gael y fraint o feirniadu. We'd just like to thank the Society for the invitation to judge this very special show. It's a massive honour, and I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. I apologise for keeping you all waiting so long, but I needed to make 100% sure I was doing the right thing. So I'll just have another quick walk round, and then I'll tap my Supreme Champion of the show, and then the Reserve Supreme to follow. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Just wait and see now then. Wait for him to tap out his champion, as he said.
This must be the fun bit. He knows who's won.
Yes.
And he's just holding the rest of us in suspense.
He is.
He's done the hard work. One last look.
Just to make
sure. One last glance.
Indeed, no.
Playing with the crowd now.
Mae'n sefyll yn ôl.
4 very nervous exhibitors. Will it be me? Will it be me? It's 2023, my year.
Oh.
And he's heading towards
he's gone for the limousine again. Oh, wow. Tremendous cow.
Big, powerful animal.
Yeah.
Teulu Graham a Graham's Ruth. Teulu chi'n abod yn dda iawn, John.
Graham's Ruth. Ruth takes the 2023 Royal Welsh Show into Breed Championship.
And the Cemental.
Our Cemental has taken reserve. There we go. Brandane Millie for Finley Sauter.
One of my 2 choices come to the fore.
And Emma was right, it was a female that took the championship. Yes. I'll just have to try again next year, I think. Yeah, Gerald, yes.
So we'll have a go on the group of 5 that fit you 5s now or whatever.
Yeah, very well done.
Congratulations to the limousine. You'll see the graphic up again, won't we, on the bottom of our televisions every time. 2023 champion of the Royal Welsh Show. Very well done to them.
Os ydych fynd heibio'r holl gamerau a'r noddwyr a'r cefnogwyr sydd yma.
And I believe both the Supreme and the Reserve going to Scotland this year, so that's a feather in the cap or a thistle in the cap.
Fair enough, and well worth them travelling south, and hope they continue to. As we've alluded to many times, there's a very large entry of livestock here in this Royal Welsh Show, and that makes it feel all the much better to come on the top of such a good standard of livestock.
Congratulations, Lindsay, first of all. Tremendous job leading the cow and the calf around. She's something quite special.
She really is.
What makes her stand out?
Well, she's quite big to start with.
Very big. She's got it all, Lindsay.
Yeah, she has, yeah.
And the calf.
She's got the package. The calf's a really good calf. And yeah, she just got it all.
And the owner, I believe, Robert. Llongyfarchiadau, congratulations.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Tell me, what's the feeling like being a
it's
champion?
Absolutely fantastic. You know, we worked for a long time to get as far as this, and personally ourselves, 1987, and we've come down from Scotland on numerous occasions, and we're absolutely delighted. Yeah, the little heart was going a little bit, but you know, we got there in the end.
Many congratulations, not just on winning today, but on a very successful season. She's absolutely tremendous.
Thank you. Thanks again.
Thanks for coming to Wales.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Many, many congratulations. And before we leave you with today's transmission, we're going to have a quick visit to the sheep shearing shed, and it's the champion shearer of Wales with the blades.
Yes, the final of the blade shearing, as we alluded to before, many different styles and different types and that, but to be fair, these guys would cope when there's electric cuts, wouldn't they?
They're motoring, aren't they?
Yes, they are, to be fair.
Strong forearms on these boys,
yes,
Gerald,
indeed.
aren't they?
Very, very good grip, and you certainly wouldn't want to get your finger in the way of these particular shears. They make it look very, very easy, to be fair to them.
Just as a matter of interest, Gerald, would there be a time limit on this kind of competition?
No, certainly not. No time limit whatsoever, no. I'll just quote you and think that nobody will ever ask you how long it took you to do it. Just ask who did actually do it, because if it was rough, they'd ask who done it, and if it was actually done to perfection, they'd ask you who done it, but they would not ask the question and how long it took you. No, there'd be no time limit at all, but you believe me, every one of them competitors up there with a blade in the hand would be looking to finish as fast as ever possible they could. And probably to answer your question in another way, then there've been so many heats to get through, so the slower end or whatever of the competitors wouldn't have made it this far anyway. I'm not too sure on how many sheep they actually have to shear in this final, but there you go. Then doesn't necessarily mean that they've won, but two gentlemen went out at exactly the same time.
Well, we could probably bring you the result of that competition when we're back on air tomorrow, because our time here at the Royal Welsh Show today has come to an end. And of course, the highlight of the day, well, the Limousin winning the Supreme Individual Beef Championship. Owain Llyr, well, he took his time as the judge to come to his decision, but finally made his decision and went for the Limousin. As I mentioned before, over the last 5 years in this particular category, the Individual Beef Championship, it's been an open, far open competition, but in days gone by, the Limousins, along with the Charolais, have dominated, and it's the Limousin who's come as supreme champion here today. And obviously, there's going to be a lot more activity in the cattle ring tomorrow, towards the end of the day. We look forward to that. And we also look forward to your company, hopefully, course of the next 3 days. We'll be on the air broadcasting on the main channel here on S4C from 9 o'clock in the morning until 5 o'clock in the afternoon.